Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 401. The Time When the Sky Turns Red, 1. The official name of the newly established alliance in Luoyang was the Murim Alliance of Justice and Evil. Centered around the Black Lotus Union, the Bukshin Jihom clan, Shaolin, Wudang, Mount Hua, and Gongdong took the lead. Numerous sects that followed them participated, and the new alliance rapidly expanded in scale. In response to this movement, the Murim Alliance did not stay idle. They issued a declaration vehemently condemning the sects that withdrew from the Murim Alliance, and at the same time, declared the formation of their own new Murim Alliance in conjunction with the evil Path Castle, with which they were at war. Coincidentally, the name they came up with was also Murim Alliance of Justice and Evil, Southern Murim Alliance and Northern Murim Alliance. It was, in effect, a massive incident where the Central Plains Murim was split into South and North. 2 months had passed since the official inauguration of the new alliance. Fortunately, the main division of the Black Lotus Union was large enough to serve as the headquarters of the new alliance without any shortcomings. The new alliance slightly revised the structure of the former Murim Alliance and quickly established its organizational chart. Despite many unstable elements, it achieved stabilization at a pace faster than expected. Naturally, behind the scenes were endless nights of overtime from the military division, including Jegul-yoon. Unfortunately, the Tang clan and Amei are not responding to our Northern Murim Alliance's invitation. Those two sects must be too busy seeking revenge on the evil overlords of heaven. Leave them alone for now. Yes, Alliance leader. After suffering massive bloodshed from the assault of the evil overlords of heaven, the Sichuan Tang clan and Amei sect, upon hearing of the evil overlord's defeat by the Black Lotus Union, immediately charged out of Sichuan and advanced into Qinghai. In particular, the Tang clan, having taken the most damage, had practically turned into vengeful spirits and swept away the unorthodox factions across Qinghai, putting immense pressure on the still chaotic evil overlords of heaven. What about the movements of the Southern Murim Alliance? The names Southern Murim Alliance and Northern Murim Alliance, coined by gossipers, were gradually becoming widely used even among the factions themselves. No change. Plum Blossom White Sword shrugged. They keep denouncing us daily, calling us traitors to righteousness because of our ties with the heavenly demon divine cult. Is that so? In truth, there was little to say in response to that. Right now, Luoyang was teeming with nearly 2,000 so-called cult members. Plum Blossom White Sword, who had assumed the position of vice leader of inspection in the Northern Murim Alliance, voiced his concern. The problem is, because of that, other small and mid-sized righteous sects are reluctant to join us. Among those sects were many secular branches from the 9 orthodox sects that comprised the Northern Murim Alliance. Beek Sangha, who had been elected as the first alliance leader of the Northern Murim Alliance, shook her head. It doesn't matter. Our power is sufficient as it is. Still, Plum Blossom White Sword remained wary of her reaction. The biggest issue right now is they're relentlessly attacking the alliance leader's identity. It was an open secret that she used demonic arts. And the Southern Murim Alliance was openly publicizing that fact, using it to question the Northern Murim Alliance's legitimacy. What is the internal atmosphere like? The senior leadership remains steadfast in their support. They joined the alliance fully aware of everything, but the overall mood within the alliance isn't good. To have someone using demonic arts as the one above their heads was enough to utterly destroy the pride of being part of the righteous path. Beek Sangha faintly smiled. Interesting. The Black Sky Master Mask, a symbol of high-ranking officers within the Black Lotus Union. At first, it had quickly become the emblem representing the hall, symbolizing mystery and a merit-based structure. But now, it had become a destabilizing element, shaking the legitimacy of the Northern Murim Alliance. Beek Sangha softly spoke. Dispersing the anxiety of the alliance members is also one of the alliance leader's duties, don't you think? What do you mean? Her hand reached for the mask. The Black Sky Master Mask, which she had never taken off except in front of her true inner circle. Surely not. Click. Without hesitation, she removed the mask in front of Plum Blossom White Sword. Huh? Seeing Beek Sangha's bare face for the first time in his life, Plum Blossom White Sword could not contain his astonishment. Huh, what an extraordinary beauty. The term peerless beauty is not wasted on her at all. Even the famed 4 beauties of the Central Plains paled in comparison to the alliance leader before him. Plum Blossom Whitesword began to understand, if only slightly, why the hastily formed Black Lotus Union had shown such incredible organizational strength. However, beautiful was beautiful. Who is she? Even after finally seeing the face of the alliance leader he had long wondered about, he still had no clue who she was. Seeing his bewildered expression, Beek Sanga gave a faint wry smile. It was understandable. Now there was no one left who would associate her with Southern Mist Sword Flower, Beek Sanga. Even if it were family, perhaps her biological father or mother, her grandfather or nanny. Aside from them, even if they were household members of the Namshan Beek clan, they would not recognize her. Surely, you're not thinking of revealing your identity? Dao Zun blinked as if surprised. She lightly shook her head. If I reveal my identity now, it would cause too much trouble for my main family. Then, sadly, in the world of Jianghu, if one possesses strength, justification doesn't pose much of a restriction, even if one belongs to the orthodox sects. That's true above all. Revealing my identity now is likely to be a poor move. It would be better to wait for a more decisive moment. Don't be so vague, speak clearly. What are you planning to do? I intend to declare it before all the members of the alliance are gathered. Her eyes slowly narrowed, to show them that their current unease is utterly meaningless. Another month passed since the declaration of the new alliance's formation. The crowd of the Northern Murim Alliance gathered in Luoyang had exceeded 20,000. In addition to the 5,000 original forces of the Black Lotus Union, another 15,000 people had gathered from the various orthodox sects. Considering that the Bukshin Jeom clan had not yet joined, and that the 9 sects and their secular branches had only sent a portion of their members, the current scale of the Northern Murim Alliance was not inferior at all to the former Murim Alliance. Such a crowd of 20,000 had gathered at the Black Lotus Union's main division. Now the main division of the Northern Murim Alliance, it was densely packed with people summoned by the alliance leader's command. However, an awkward air still lingered among them. On one side were the unorthodox members from the Black Lotus Union. On another, the so-called noble orthodox sects. And finally, even the rumored cult members had gathered there. We came here to fight, not to play politics. Ma Cholsu, at the forefront of the divine cult's expeditionary force, muttered discontentedly. In truth, once the Black Lotus Union safely returned to Luoyang, their expedition had lost its purpose. However, the creation of a new alliance centered around the Black Lotus Union was not something the heavenly demon divine cult could easily overlook. Be quiet. Looks like it's about to begin. Pa Yong-yong scolded Ma Cholsu as she kept her eyes on the front. Just as she said, not long after the crowd had fully gathered, the leadership of the Northern Murim Alliance, nearly 20 strong, began to appear one by one. Each and every one of them was either the sect leader of a 9 sect or great sect, or a master who had reached the realm of flower awakening. Well, that's all good, but Ma Cholsu tilted his head as he looked at someone wearing a mask. What's that guy doing there? Huh, who? That guy, that one. Just look at him, he looks damned unpleasant with that mask on. Ma Cholsu pointed with his chin at a young man wearing a mask at the front. While Pa Yongyong didn't recognize him, Ma Cholsu instantly saw through his identity. What? That's him. Pa Yongyong was startled and raised her voice, but Ma Cholsu quickly pressed a finger to her lips. Keep it down. Others might hear. Seeing he's wearing a mask, he must be trying to hide his identity, but why? Ma Cholsu didn't know of his dual identity as the first strategist Black Thunder, which led to his confusion, but there was no one here to answer that question. He simply let it pass, thinking there must be a reason. Their thoughts didn't linger long. Huh. At someone's foolish murmur, huh? Gasp. Similar reactions suddenly began to ripple throughout the venue. A young woman of such beauty that she could be called the supreme beauty under the heavens appeared, striding between the sect leaders of the 9 sects and the high-ranking officers wearing the Black Sky Master mask. Even though she had removed her mask, there was no one who didn't know who she was. Lady Ryanju? Call her the Alliance Leader, you fool. No, that's not the issue right now. The Alliance Leader took off her mask. Until now, the Black Lotus Union leader, Demonic Sword Flower, had kept her identity tightly concealed. Now, as the Northern Murim Alliance leader, she opened her mouth to address the crowd. This woman is the Alliance leader of the Northern Murim Alliance. Murmur, murmur. Even though she had removed her mask, her refusal to reveal her name caused whispers to erupt. Even now, many among you must be curious about this woman's identity. The hall grew quiet, but this woman has circumstances that prevent revealing her name just yet. One thing, however, I will make clear. This woman belongs to the Orthodox, sex a blood relative of a family that is considered a noble clan. Orthodox, unorthodox, and demonic. No one could believe their eyes at her sudden confession. She slightly lowered her gaze and gave a bitter smile. Born into the Orthodox sex, I learned demonic arts and turned to the unorthodox, raising the Black Lotus Union. Indeed, there must be no other mongrel like me in this world. It is true that there has been an uproar regarding the Alliance leader's identity. At that moment, someone near the front suddenly shouted loudly toward the podium. But how can we believe that you are of Orthodox origin? What, is he insane? Many stared at the man in shock. Regardless of doubts about the Alliance leader, voicing such objections aloud was an entirely different matter. Countless renowned figures of the Murim had already pledged support to the Alliance leader, and her authority was as firm as Mount Tai. To say such words in such a situation was not something one could do without extraordinary courage. Then, as if she had been waiting, a woman of similar age and beauty to the Alliance leader stepped forward. I, Jin Yeomyung, one of the 3 sovereigns of the Central Plains, vouch for her. Whoosh. Jin Yeomyung unfolded the 10,000 phase Tai Kai and asserted her presence. Zun, the last of the 3 sovereigns of the Central Plains, the one who recently upturned the Wudang sect. At those words, the expressions of the Wudang elders among the Orthodox crowd twisted into dismay. Each of those elders bore dark bruises on their faces, but there was no one daring enough to ask Wudang's elders the reason why. Starting with Jin Yeomyung, others began to step forward. The guardian of the Black Lotus Union, 10,000 Evil Saber Emperor, guarantees the Alliance leader's identity. 10,000 Evil Saber Emperor, the one said to be the actual strongest of the Black Lotus Union. Next to step up was Plum Blossom Whitesword. Plum Blossom Whitesword Yeo-myung of Mount Hua, also vouch for her. Plum Blossom Whitesword Yeo-myung of the 8 armies. At this point, I am all the more curious. Just what is the Alliance leader's true identity? While the major figures of the Northern Murim Alliance one by one vouched for the Alliance leader's identity, finally, Myung-un of Shaolin stepped forward. Shaolin will unconditionally follow the Alliance leader's authority, regardless of her identity. The hall was in an uproar at Shaolin's unilateral declaration of support. At this point, whether the Alliance leader was from the Orthodox sects or the demonic path no longer mattered. But how can we bring in the demonic cult with whom we've fought for over 1,000 years in the Central Plains? Even if we bury our grudges, how can we possibly trust them? Whoever that is, they are absurdly brave to make such a remark in a place swarming with cultists. Whoever that person was, it would be no surprise if they were assassinated by tonight. Then it happened. The Northern Murim Alliance and the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult shall form a blood alliance. Blood alliance. Ordinarily, a blood alliance refers to sworn brotherhood, but when used between groups or factions, it usually implies marriage. Between whom and whom? There is something more important than the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. More important than that? Just as many were wondering that, Beek Sangha's next words followed. Behind the Murim, there exists a group known as the Heaven-Defying Society. Chapter 402. The time when the sky turns red. 2. There is an organization behind the scenes of the Murim known as the Heaven-Defying Society. I observed Beek Sangha slowly open her mouth from behind. Zun, who stood next to me, asked in a low voice, "Will it be all right?" "What do you mean?" "Obviously, I mean if it's all right to reveal their existence like this." "It's fine. In truth, it was bound to be revealed sooner or later." The Heaven-Defying Society had done an exceptional job concealing its existence over the years. There were moments when internal betrayal could have exposed their identity, yet it never happened. Trust alone wouldn't have been enough. Surely there must have been direct restrictions placed on their bodies, but unlike them, we had no such restraints. We could act as boldly as we wanted. Zun voiced her concern. There may be their agents among us right now. Perhaps even among those we refer to as the leadership. At least, none of them were awakened bodies. However, even without accepting that power, some might ideologically sympathize with them. In reality, excluding Jin Yeomyung and a few from the Black Lotus Union, everyone was a suspect. One of the purposes of this declaration was to begin preemptively identifying such individuals. Beek Sangha continued. They are one of the many secret organizations that have long existed within the Murim. However, their threat operates on an entirely different scale. What do you mean by a different scale? The one who had been boldly asking questions up until now inquired again. Beek Sangha nodded and said, "It was they who caused the demonic and orthodox Murim to join hands and divide the Central Plains into north and south." That's true. Watching the exaggerated reaction, I looked fondly at that someone. Gu Chil is doing well. The man others referred to as a hero was none other than Gu Chil, who had previously infiltrated the orthodox martial artists. Gu Chil acted like a debater, steering the conversation in the direction we wanted. Huh. Are you saying such people actually exist in this world? Unbelievable. Even if it wasn't Gu Chil, others planted in advance played along appropriately, guiding the flow of conversation. So the public could naturally accept the existence of the heaven-defying society. Do you know where those heaven-defying bastards are swarming? It's the Murim Alliance based in Henan. The place now called the Southern Murim Alliance. Murmur, murmur. Turbulence began to ripple rapidly. The Murim Alliance, which had protected the Orthodox Murim for over hundreds of years, that they were the root of decay corrupting the current Murim. Of course, disbelief came before comprehension. However, why do Shaolin and Wudang, the twin pillars of the Murim, stand together? Why is the Bukshin Jeom clan, who had remained silent until now, joining us? Shaolin and Wudang. And the Bukshin Jeom clan, one of the southern and northern twin clans. The participation of these top-tier forces in the world lent her words the weight of truth rather than an empty plea. "And I shall promise one more thing," she declared with a voice full of confidence, "that the Namshin Beek clan and the Namgung clan, currently under closed gates, will one day stand with us as well. The Namshin Beek clan and the Namgung clan, the leading noble clans dominating the southern strongholds of the Murim Alliance. If all those named by her stood alongside the Northern Murim Alliance, then in the truest sense, it could rightfully be called the Murim Alliance." Ooh. Cheers began to erupt from among the members. No alliance leader would utter empty promises in such an official gathering. That meant there was solid reason backing her confidence. Long live the alliance leader. Long live the Northern Murim Alliance. The members all began chanting Beek Sangha's name in unison. Any suspicion about her identity and the anxiety it had brought would be completely dispelled today. Amid the cheers of the members, Dao Zun asked me with a puzzled look. "The Namshin Beek clan is fine, but how did you persuade the Namgung clan? It was the Sword Sovereign who contacted us first. He said he was willing to stab the Southern Murim Alliance in the back and join us at any time. The Sword Sovereign Namgung-san. He, too, was a victim whose clan had nearly fallen to the heaven-defying society. Naturally, once it became clear that the current Southern Murim Alliance was connected to the heaven-defying society, it was obvious they would be sharpening their blades. There's misfortune looming in the south." Dao Zun gave a curt assessment. If the Namshin Beek clan and the Namgung clan turned against them, the Southern Murim Alliance would find itself facing enemies from both front and back. "We can't be certain yet." "What do you mean by that?" "It seems the world is beginning to move in an unusual way. It was merely a hunch. But I felt that the usual territorial disputes within the Murim would soon come to an end. Cheon Yura had not been feeling well recently. It was due to a sense of unease that had lingered without cause for some time. "This is enough. Clear the table. Yura not eating more?" Sa Bion looked at her and the lavish table alternately with a regretful expression. Despite her slender build, Cheon Yura normally wasn't one to be picky with food. Unless it was recently, she hardly ever pushed away the table after only a few bites like this. "I simply have no appetite." "See, could it be?" Sa Bion's face brightened as if she had suddenly realized something. Cheon Yura cast her a baffled look. "Bion, it's not what you think, so don't make that face." At those words, her expression turned sullen again. It had been several months since Jin Yeomyung had left 10,000 mountains. If she had been pregnant, symptoms would have shown long ago, and someone of Cheon Yura's level would certainly have noticed any internal changes. My instincts keep whispering of danger. If you mean danger right now, the heavenly demon divine cult was in a state of great peace. After the recent massacre in the Cheon clan, the clan had welcomed a new clan head and was keeping a low profile. All the families that had tried to curry favor with the Cheon clan were now turning to Cheon Yura, competing to pledge loyalty. Even the other 6 great demonic clans were not being greedy, so for her, it was a perfect flow of events. If there was one thing that remained unsettling indeed, there have been more reports recently of unidentified assaults on our cult members. The casualties have already exceeded 100. Yet they still haven't identified the true culprit mass killings, like these weren't unusual in the heavenly demon divine cult. All sorts of spiritual beasts and powerful creatures roamed throughout the 10,000 mountains. And there were frequent incidents where demonic practitioners, unable to control their demonic chi, would wreak havoc on nearby settlements. But this time, things were different. They simply couldn't find the culprit. It wasn't indiscriminate killing by a demonic practitioner. The victims' wounds all appeared to be as if torn apart, resembling attacks by wild beasts. Of course, some extreme demonic arts could produce injuries that looked like wild animal attacks, but the cult's investigation units weren't so incompetent as to miss such differences. More than anything, there's been a report that someone from the Wind Demon Squad was killed just yesterday. What? Cheon Yura's expression contorted. The Wind Demon Squad was part of the 4 demon squads responsible for the cult's external security. Though it was ranked lower, it was still one of the 34 demon squads that represented the cult. Cheon Yura, showing fury, snapped at Sabion. "I'll give 1 month. Tell that fool of an internal affairs officer to find out the cause, no matter what," but her words were interrupted. "Cult leader?" Sabion was flustered as Cheon Yura suddenly stood up and looked off into the distance. Kugagagung. A fierce presence that only those who had surpassed the peak of extremity could sense. A familiar aura she had once felt before. This is her expression hardened rapidly. Somewhere in the 10,000 mountains, atop a snowy mountain peak devoid of human presence. "I've finally found you." Old Han gritted his teeth as he glared at the woman before him. Running around all over ends today, Grand Heavenly Lord. In truth, Second Heavenly Lord Old Han had been pursuing the Grand Heavenly Lord's traces for many years. From the moment he joined the Heaven-defying society, before even accepting Jin Yeomyung as his disciple. Running, is it still in the form of a woman? Grand Heavenly Lord Han Xian let out a sharp smile. "So my actions looked like running to you?" "Of course." A deep navy demonic chi formed on Old Han's sword. The heavenly illusion divine art, infused with the flow of water, began to unleash a world-shattering potential when merged with sword intent. Kugagagung, the shock caused a slight tremor in the nearby snow mountain. "Today, I'll stake my life here and sever all ties with you." Old Han aimed his sword at the Grand Heavenly Lord, "For the future of my disciple and my son." Old Han's momentum was surging without restraint, as if it didn't matter if anyone noticed. The Grand Heavenly Lord, who had been watching him silently, responded calmly. "To sever ties, you say? That's impossible." "What?" "From the moment you joined the 10 Heavenly Lords, an unbreakable bond was forged between you and me." The Grand Heavenly Lord raised a finger and formed a hand seal. "Don't you dare." Sensing the danger, Old Han swiftly charged at the Grand Heavenly Lord. However, before his sword, which shot forward at nearly the speed of light, could reach in the slowed-down realm of consciousness, the Grand Heavenly Lord muttered quietly. "This is a sacred contract passed down from ancient times. A thing like you can't sever it by your own will. Divine sorcery, karma-binding mockery, it coerces and mocks karma itself." The moment the Grand Heavenly Lord's sorcery unfolded an unbearable pain, like a giant hydraulic press crushing his skull, engulfed Old Han. Egg, this wasn't something endurable with willpower. As Old Han's inner arts dispersed as if by lie, his sword slipped from his hand without strength. Clang! The Grand Heavenly Lord slowly approached Old Han, who squirmed like a worm. "Were you so careless because, unlike other awakened bodies, you weren't implanted with a parasite?" Gaha, indeed I avoided you, but it wasn't out of fear." The Grand Heavenly Lord looked down with icy eyes. "If we'd met before the time was right, I would've broken you like this. How dare you the promise I didn't keep it, did I? My condition was to bring the head of either the sword demon or the saber demon. And the result? An arm isn't a head, is it?" Old Han's face contorted. The Grand Heavenly Lord grabbed Old Han by the hair and lifted him. "I just happened to need a suitable escort. I had my eye on that demonic ghost execution squad commander, but Shinjuchun kept throwing a fit, saying he didn't want him." The Grand Heavenly Lord pulled something out from his robes. A crimson orb, brimming with ominous energy like blood. "This is the essence of chaos, one of the 4 atrocities. Originally, it would have been granted to you when you joined the main assembly, but Old Han had rejected it. Back then, he had already been second only to the Grand Heavenly Lord with his martial arts alone, so the Grand Heavenly Lord didn't force the essence on him. However, now things were different. With you, you'd become an even greater masterpiece than Gam Unbai. This wasn't speculation, but certainty. Y'all need to weaken that wench of a cult leader for me. A twisted smile formed on the Grand Heavenly Lord's lips. And while you're at it, wouldn't it be nice if you killed that damn disciple of yours too? The Grand Heavenly Lord brought the essence of chaos to Old Hand's lips. That day, Old Hand vanished from the 10,000 mountains. Chapter 403. The time when the sky turns red, 3, Chin Clan. The family that effectively ruled over the heavenly demon divine cult. Although their power had slightly diminished recently, it did not mean the overwhelming strength of the Chin Clan had disappeared. During the rampage of the demonic faction Lord Jin Yeomyung, most of the damage had been inflicted not on the direct members of the Chin Clan, but on external allied families. In fact, the cohesion of the Chin Clan was now considered one of the strongest in its history. Despite the turning away of external allied families, there were two reasons why such an evaluation persisted. First, most of the elders of the Council of the Seven Elders, who had led the various factions within the Chin Clan, had perished during the previous incident. Second, was the presence of clan head Jin Yeomyung, who had seized the opportunity and unified the Chin Clan. Especially after he stopped the rampage of the demonic faction Lord Jin Yeomyung, Jin Yeomyung's unstable position had risen dramatically. He had become, quite literally, the new pillar of the Chin Clan and could be considered another cult leader. Jin Yeomyung, having secured such a standing, surprisingly, had done absolutely nothing since then. It's been a while, Yeomyung. Seems you've finally devoured the Chin Clan entirely. The elders who opposed you have mostly vanished, and the ones hostile to you in the clan have been purged, haven't they? Truly befitting the demon mind of this era. Jin Yeomyung smiled bitterly inside. If everything had gone according to the natural order, the one who would now be called the demon mind would have been Jin Yeomyung in front of him. Yura the one who's been busy lately. That's true. Because of the chaos the Grand Heavenly Lord caused, I had to act in person for a while. Jin Yeomyung chuckled and casually sat down. Yes, of course you'd be busy. Yura trying to swallow the Central Plains whole. Ha, we're brothers and comrades, aren't we? Don't be too harsh. Despite the continued sharp tone, Jin Yeomyung remained completely unfazed. Jin Yeomyung narrowed his eyes at the man who had once been his brother. His energy has become even more vicious. Viciousness. There was no better word to describe Jin Yeomyung's current state. Even without trying to control it, an ominous aura emanated from his entire body. It doesn't seem like he's broken through a wall, nor has he learned a specific martial art. Then what is it? Noticing the gaze, Jin Yeomyung shrugged his shoulders. Are you curious about my condition? I won't deny it. It's because the heavenly time is approaching. Jin Yeomyung remained silent for a moment. Then he asked, what exactly is this heavenly time? It's not something related to astronomy. It wasn't related to auspicious dates, horoscopes, or sorcery. There was clearly a more precise definition. Jin Yeomyung stood and slowly approached Jin Yeomyung. He picked up the fan placed before him and spread it open. This world is never kind to mortals. Then he asked Jin Yeomyung, do you know the phrase, heaven and earth are unkind and treat all things as straw dogs? It's a passage from the Tao Te Ching. That's right. Heaven and earth are not benevolent. They view all things as disposable like straw dogs. In this world, the being symbolizing the heavens is called evil. That doesn't mean the being of the earth is good, either just get to the point. The heavenly time refers to the moment the being symbolizing the heavens awakens. You mean that being called heavenly evil? Exactly, so you've heard of it. I heard it had already perished in the past. As if that were possible. Jin Yeomyung laughed heartily, clutching his belly. That being is inherently immortal. Even if fragmented and sealed, it never truly disappears. When the heavenly time arrives, one of its fragments regains its essence and awakens as heavenly evil. We call that the awakening. What happens when heavenly evil awakens? The world's environment is overturned. Be more precise. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth begins to overflow abundantly, like fish that had gone dormant due to lack of water beginning to swim again upon meeting water. Fish Jin Yeomyung mulled over the words briefly before sharply asking, are the strange phenomena occurring near 10,000 mountains recently related to what you just said? Jin Yeomyung's face lit up with joy at those words. Oh ho, as expected of Yeomyung, you understood me perfectly. Jin Yeomyung patted Jin Yeomyung's shoulder repeatedly. So yes, what's happening now isn't just some trivial disaster. The cult and the fools of the Central Plains still think little of it. That was their grave misunderstanding and misjudgment. In truth, ancient beings affected by the heavenly time have begun to awaken one by one. It meant that even Jin Yeomyung's increasing power was influenced by it. Jin Yeomyung was once again struck by the realization that the one who used to be his brother was no longer human. For now, only the weaker ones have appeared, but once heavenly, evil fully awakens. A sharp smile curled at Jin Yeomyung's lips. The world will be completely overturned. There's one more thing I am curious about. Ask away as much as you like. Jin Yeomyung voiced his question. If what you're saying is true, that the heavenly time is approaching and those beings are returning, that's right. Then why are you moving so desperately instead of just waiting? A sharp question indeed. Jin Yeomyung answered like a teacher proud of a clever pupil. There are two reasons. One is to tilt the board in our favor. In your favor. You see, when the heavenly time arrives, it's not only those related to heavenly evil that awaken. What do you mean? Jin Yeomyung shrugged. That's something I still can't share, sorry. Jin Yeomyung genuinely apologized, patting his shoulder again. The second reason is the Grand Heavenly Lord. The Grand Heavenly Lord? He wants to become a perfect one. At those cryptic words, Jin Yeomyung furrowed his brow slightly. He may claim to desire to become a transcendental being, one who has severed all emotions, but honestly, I think it's just foolish obsession. What are you talking about now in any case? Securing that wench of a cult leader and removing obstacles is critical. The Grand Heavenly Lord is preparing to finally kill that bastard. Jin Yeomyung certainly knew who that bastard referred to. That guy is beyond dealing with through numbers now. Exactly. That's what makes it such a headache. Even a swarm of ordinary awakened bodies would get wiped out now. The martial prowess Jin Yeomyung displayed on the outskirts of the Jin clan had far exceeded even the expectations of the Grand Heavenly Lord and Jin Yeomyung. We even considered awakening the orders to confront him. Try that and I'll cut your head off myself. Ha ha ha, don't worry. I have no wish to sacrifice my brother either. It was a remark devoid of any sincerity. So we're left with no choice but to prepare an opponent fitting his level. Does such a master still exist in this world? Honestly, unless it was the cult leader or one of the three sovereigns of the Central Plains, it seemed impossible. Fufufu, the opponent doesn't necessarily have to be human. Jin Yeomyung covered his mouth with his fan, but his brows still arched in delight. The Murim Alliance, or should I say, the Southern Murim Alliance now. Those who had effectively become hounds of the main assembly. If we make all of them the offering, it should suffice. Jin Yeomyung sensed ominous foreboding in those words. Murim Alliance. Or rather, what was now the former Murim Alliance, the Southern Murim Alliance had still not established its structure like the Northern Murim Alliance. Hand over the interests in Hangzhou? Ridiculous. Ho ho ho, if you don't like that, Suzhou would be fine too. At the words of Jahanilgui, who had been appointed as an elder of the Southern Murim Alliance, Gongsun Un of the Gongsun clan exploded in fury. And if I refuse, what else? Well, just take everything by force. Are you saying Yao'll wage war against our Gongsun clan? If it's just the Gongsun clan, well, that's not something we can't handle. Jahanilgui was a master of the transformation realm who had succeeded the late See Akyola as the chief elder of the Evil Path Castle. Heaven above, paradise above, Suzhou and Hangzhou below, that was a saying, indicating how powerful these cities were in the Jiangnan region. They were far too vast for any single family to control. However, originally, these cities were a hotbed of fierce competition among the Gongsun clan, Namgung clan, and the Namshin Beek clan. A few years ago, when the Namgung clan and the Namshin Beek clan closed their gates, the rights and interests over the two cities naturally fell into the hands of the Gongsun clan. Now the Evil Path Castle was making a racket, demanding one of those cities. Gongsun Un trembled in rage, glancing around for help, but no one returned his gaze. They too didn't want to provoke the Evil Path Castle over territory that wasn't even within their sphere of influence. This is a mess. Though the Evil Path Castle and the Murim Alliance had merged under the name Southern Murim Alliance, calling their organization chaotic would be an understatement. The Evil Path Castle was nominally cooperating in resisting the Northern Murim Alliance, yet it was steadily expanding its influence by encroaching upon the Murim Alliance's original domains. Of course, it was only natural that the existing righteous sects resisted. However, within the Southern Murim Alliance, there was no single faction capable of confronting the Evil Path Castle. The absence of Shaolin is too big of a blow. Aside from the main base of the Murim Alliance, Shaolin was by far the most powerful sect in Hanam. Had Shaolin remained strong, the evil Path Castle wouldn't have been able to make such demands. What will you do? GRR. Jahanilgui grinned with a crooked smile. Frankly, though we are technically allies under the same association, that doesn't mean we need to act all friendly, does it? It would be wise to stamp your seal and yield while you still can. Gongsun Un's face began to darken ominously. Truthfully, the Gongsun clan wasn't weak enough for the evil Path Castle to act this brazenly, even with the difference in power. But their strongest expert and transformation realm master, Guijiamgun Gongsun Su, had been tragically killed by one of the Black Lotus Hall's strategists, known as Sasa Hukro, just a few months ago. And he had even led the Hwangryong Celestial Sword unit there and still suffered defeat, meaning their strength and reputation had both taken a significant hit. It was then. Elders, we have guests seeking the alliance. One of the martial artists from outside spoke up, prompting an elder seated slouchedly to frown in irritation. Guests, that's something the reception hall should handle. Why are you bringing this up during a leadership meeting? Unless it was someone of considerable weight, such matters wouldn't be brought to a meeting of this level. The martial artist outside hesitated before adding, it's guests from the Namshin Beak clan. What? Namshin. Jahanilgui's face contorted as Gongsun Un suddenly shot up from his seat. Though the Namshin Beak clan and Gongsun clan had once competed fiercely over city interests, in the face of a formidable foe like the evil Path Castle, they could certainly cooperate. And even as a single force, the Namshin Beak clan wasn't much weaker than the evil Path Castle. Who is it? Could it be the Sword King himself? If not, then the Divine Sword? And no, it's neither. At those words, Gongsun Un's expression dimmed briefly. Miss Beak Sangha, the Southern Lotus Sword, and Jin Yeomyung, the Heavenly Divine Dragon, have come to visit our alliance. Chapter 404. Southern Murim Alliance. 1. We need to know the internal situation of the Southern Murim Alliance in detail. The larger a faction grew, the more gaps there were to dig into. However, the more that was the case, the less likely it was for truly important information to leak outside. At that moment, Yeo-myung opened her mouth. From what I've heard through personal channels, the inside of the Southern Murim Alliance is apparently in complete disarray. Complete disarray? She clicked her tongue with a look of disapproval. Rather than opposing us, it seems they're all too busy fighting among themselves over internal interests. Silence fell over the room. Wisdom Talent struggled to speak. There's no way it could be that much of a mess. It's entirely possible. She pulled out a letter from her bosom. Her main family, the Jegal clan, was naturally participating in the Southern Murim Alliance. It was only natural, as the alliance leader was of the Jegal family. But what was curious was, did they willingly share information with you? I am officially distancing myself from the family and currently on a retreat. Her sigh grew deeper as she fidgeted with the letter. I only asked about their well-being, and this is the reply I got. She handed the letter to me. Giving me such a private letter so casually, just what kind of reply did she receive? With a similar expression to Yeo-myung, I accepted and read the letter. The sender was her uncle, Jegal Gun, who had recently been appointed as the outer hall leader of the Southern Murim Alliance. And then. The contents he had written were filled with old man's complaints and laments. What in the world is this? As expected of a senior member of the Jegal clan, he hadn't leaked any secrets of the alliance or anything damaging to the clan, but there were subtle implications scattered throughout that hinted at the dire circumstances the Jegal clan currently faced. Even though they produced the alliance leader, this is the response. Normally, a clan that produced an alliance leader would enjoy the highest prestige of the era. The Namshin Beak clan was such an example, and so were the other 9 sects and 5 great clans. A leader raised through revolution is hard to accept, no matter the era. That's true. If the alliance leader were from the evil Path Castle, there would have been merciless purges, but the Southern Murim Alliance couldn't even do that. This is. I caught a curious phrase in the letter. He said suspicious people kept coming in and out of the alliance, and it's bothering him. If he says suspicious people, wouldn't he be referring to the unorthodox factions from the evil Path Castle? No, I don't think so. If it were about the unorthodox factions, he would have used insults, not called them suspicious. Maybe these people are ones directly entangled with those bastards, which meant that even if things looked like a mess on the surface, they were scheming something behind it all. Beak Sangha seemed to be thinking along the same lines as she let out a sigh. It'd be great if we could grasp the internal affairs of the Southern Murim Alliance clearly, but we can't just go there ourselves. Go there ourselves. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck my mind. Then how about we go there in person? Everyone in the room looked at me as if to say, is he insane? Is he suggesting war? While some were thinking that they don't know our other identities, do they? Our other identities, ah. Beek Sanga, realizing my intention, gave a sly smile. There's no one in the Southern Murim Alliance who knows who we really are. Yes, the young miss and I can march right through the main gate of the Southern Murim Alliance without issue. Since the Namchen Beek clan had completely withdrawn after the Southern Murim Alliance was reformed from the Murim Alliance, if she, a direct descendant of the Namchen Beek clan, were to approach them in these desperate times. That's an excellent idea. With those words, I suddenly realized how much Beek Sanga had grown. In the past, she would have responded with doubts like, do you really think that'll work? Or is it okay to do such a thing? But now, she wasn't afraid at all to stick her head into a tiger's maw. Then, I lightly touched my face and moved the muscles around. Then a young man with a somewhat harmless-looking face stepped forward. It's time for the appearance of the Heavenly Divine Dragon, Jin Yeomyung. Since Heavenly Divine Dragon, Jin Yeomyung, was known publicly as a follower of the Namchen Beek clan, he would easily avoid suspicion. At that moment, wait. I am coming too. Sochin frowned and raised his hand high. No, Sochin, your face is all ready. I am still coming. Sochin's attitude was stubborn. I could feel his determination to go even if it killed him, of course. If someone really tried to kill him, he'd probably run, but either way, this was a different kind of stubbornness than usual. If I could bring Sochin along, of course I should. There was no longer any doubt about his abilities. However, unlike those who hid their faces behind Black Sky Master Mask, Sochin had boldly revealed his face even while being treated as an officer. Naturally, his face was known all across the Central Plains as the pretty boy raised by the Black Lotus Hall leader. No, maybe it's actually possible. As I stared intently at Sochin's face, I sensed a possibility and turned my gaze toward Yeo-myung. Military strategist, a little help please. Leave it to me. Yeo-myung instantly understood my intention and flashed a meaningful smile. What are you trying to do? If you want to come, then sit still. Sochin, who was about to resist, instantly became meek like a lamb. Yeo-myung swept her gaze over Sochin's entire body with the eyes of a beast eyeing its prey. With this much, I think it's possible. So that's your plan. Wisdom Talent and the others also started catching on to the situation, grinning as they surrounded Sochin. Soon, Yeo-myung's hand, now holding makeup tools, began mercilessly ravaging Sochin. She began by tidying up the unkempt hair that hadn't been cared for. Then, his face, which had accumulated grime from lack of washing, was thoroughly scrubbed clean with what felt like water torture. She subtly altered his facial features with bone compression techniques, and finally dressed him in a noble-looking violet outfit fit for a young master. Body reformation? Woo! Yeo-myung couldn't hold back her admiration as she looked at the masterpiece she had created. In truth, Sochin's appearance was so handsome that he'd never have to worry about starving no matter where he went in the Central Plains, as long as he just cleaned up. Beek Sanga also gave a low evaluation as she observed the new Sochin. Well, it's decent. Really? If you stayed like that all the time, it would be great. Sochin's expression immediately brightened. He shouted in a voice higher than usual, something he had never done before. If the young miss wishes it, I will. Why couldn't he finish the sentence? Kug. Seeing deep conflict appear on Sochin's face, I was appalled. This bastard. His laziness and romantic feelings were visibly clashing violently inside. Sochin's voice dipped sharply. That's enough. Thud. Unable to watch any longer, Beek Sanga exploded in anger and stormed out of the office. A hellish silence engulfed the office. No one spoke, but everyone was cursing Sochin with their eyes. With teary eyes, Sochin looked at me for help. Whip. I coldly turned my gaze away from his eyes. Well, it's his karma, he has to resolve it himself. But still, what's with that look like he's been betrayed? About 7 days passed. Beek Sanga, Sochin, and I arrived at the Southern Murim Alliance. We've come from the Namchen Beek clan. From the Namchen Beek clan? Beek Sanga, who had styled herself to look a bit younger as before, held out the insignia representing the direct line of the Namchen Beek clan to the gatekeeper. Southern Mist Sword Flower Beek Sanga, granddaughter of the former Murim Alliance leader, the Namchen Sword King, and eldest daughter of the rightful young master of Namchen, Righteous Sword Beek Munyak. Southern Mist Sword Flower. Apparently, the name of the four evils still carried weight. The gatekeeper immediately recognized Beek Sangha's identity. Then these individuals? Heavenly Divine Dragon Jin Yeomyung, White Kilin Chinso, Heavenly Divine Dragon. The gatekeeper, exclaiming at my alias, then turned his gaze to Chinso, who had called himself the White Kilin. Who's that? His face plainly red. With a sigh, Beek Sangha stepped forward. He's a promising prodigy of the main family, personally acknowledged by my grandfather. He doesn't yet have a publicly known martial name, but the title White Kilin will soon be renowned throughout the Central Plains. If you understand, may we proceed? I'll inform the upper floor of your visit right away. This way, please. The chief martial officer at the main gate fussed as he escorted us to the VIP chamber. And not long after welcome, noble lady, we sincerely welcome you to the Southern Murim Alliance. Literally rushing out in socks, a middle-aged man greeted us. Why him? I whispered into her ear. Do you know him? Serpent-saving sword, Gong Sanun. A skilled schemer who used to clash with my family over influence in Hangzhou. He's one of the elders of the Gongsun clan. Ho, the Gongsun clan. I narrowed my eyes at Gong Sanun. Hadn't I just recently cut down Gwijeomgun of the Gongsun clan with my own hands? It wouldn't be surprising if the entire Gongsun clan were entangled with the heaven-defying society. But why would a member of a rival clan be welcoming us so enthusiastically? Then, So Chen jabbed at my side. What is it? Stand a little farther from Lady Beek. This guy late-blooming jealousy is no joke. While Beek Sangha dealt with Gong Sanun, I smiled and gripped So Chen's shoulder. I know you came to make a good impression on Lady Beek, but don't forget the reason I brought you. I know. At least he had learned not to spew nonsense about bringing back the Alliance leader's head. But we still need to infiltrate the Alliance leader's residence. Although the Murim Alliance had become the Southern Murim Alliance, the structure of the Alliance leader's residence was the same as before. I had once stayed there at the invitation of the Namshan Sword King, so I knew its layout thoroughly. But then the Alliance leader is absent? Yes. Because of that, the evil Path Castle bastards are running rampant. At those words, I narrowed my eyes slightly. The Alliance leader is away? At such a critical time? How long has he been gone? It's been over a month. With the Alliance leader gone, those unorthodox bastards are going wild. It's driving us insane. If he had been absent for over a month without explanation, it wouldn't be strange for him to be ousted from his position. Even if he were the Namshan Sword King, a former Alliance leader, it would be the same. Yet Gong Sun only lamented the chaos within the Alliance without a single word of complaint toward the Alliance leader. Which meant regardless of politics, the current Alliance leader has a firm grip on the Alliance. That's unfortunate. I wanted to pay my respects and deliver Namshan's position. Indeed, Namshan must quickly stretch and rise once again. Gongsun grandly misunderstood Beek Sangha's words. With a feigned smile, Beek Sangha asked again. Then do you happen to know where the Alliance leader has gone? After a moment of thought, Gongsun spoke with a peculiar expression. I heard, in passing Mount Bakryang, but I don't know exactly where that is. Bakryang. The name Bakryang originally refers to Zhujiang, but in this context, the name felt different somehow. If Bakryang refers to a real existing being, something far more troublesome could arise. Chapter 405. Southern Murim Alliance, 2, Beek Sangha, and I received a much warmer welcome from the Southern Murim Alliance than we had expected. Even though we hadn't yet disclosed our true purpose, they fawned over us, hoping for Namshan's return. Young master, it's truly been a long time. In the past, under the name Jin Yeomyung, I had worked with Hwang Bomun and Murong Gun. We reunited in the Southern Murim Alliance, having followed our respective clans. Have you both been well? It was a customary question, but their responses were unexpectedly bitter. Ha, if only we had been well. Something must have happened. I offered a polite smile and gave them a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Speak. If you have any frustrations, as your confidant, I shall listen. See confidant? Both wore expressions of deep emotion. In a secluded and quiet spot, Hwang Bomun let out a deep sigh. The state of the Alliance is unbelievably poor right now. I heard as much from an elder of the Gongsun clan, but in what way exactly is it poor? Right now, the Southern Murim Alliance isn't an alliance. It's merely the Murim Alliance and Evil Path Castle, jostling under one roof. I had heard the organizational restructuring wasn't complete yet, but was it far more serious than I had thought? The Eagle clan, which produced the Alliance leader, has completely failed to take the lead. Usually, a faction that produces the alliance leader assumes a central role in governance and bears the responsibility of maintaining order. But the alliance leader is always wandering about somewhere and has no interest in the alliance's affairs. Discontent was clearly written on the faces of Hwang Bo-mun and Murim Gun. Outraged, I slightly raised my voice. The alliance is in shambles, and no other sects have stepped up in unison? That's right. Especially the 9 orthodox sects, who should be the most proactive, are instead holding themselves back. And during that time, the evil Path Castle has been running rampant like it owns the place. Much of their frustration echoed the sentiments of Gongsun-un. No major useful information. By the way, is the Namshan Beak clan preparing to break the seal and rise again? If Namshan returns, it would be a great strength. I am sorry, but anything related to the seal isn't within my jurisdiction. That's a matter for the elders of the clan. Ah, their expressions darkened. Speaking of which, lowering my voice as much as possible, I whispered to them. Could I perhaps get some information about the alliance leader? You mean the alliance leader. Before leaving the clan, the Sword King gave me a little tip. The name Namshan Sword King worked instantly. The Sword King? He said, wasn't the former alliance leader, Guan Haiyan, unjustly ousted under false charges. Their faces instantly turned pale. It was a topic too sensitive for them to mention themselves. Think carefully. I drew my face closer and whispered. When the former alliance leader was ousted, do you really think the Yeagle clan acted alone? That couldn't be. The Wudang sect was a power not to be taken lightly compared to the Yeagle clan. Of course, it must have been possible only with the complicity of surrounding factions. King Cheng, Jongnam, Jeomcheng Beggar's sect, and the Gongsun clan. They are the current pillars of the Southern Murim Alliance. Though I was from a sealed clan, I had a surprising wealth of information. But the two had no time to question that. The 9 sects remaining silent in the face of the alliance leader's tyranny? The premise is flawed. The alliance leader is merely their puppet. Good heavens, that may be, but the evil Path Castle's tyranny is too. They probably didn't anticipate that either. In trying to fight the wolf, they let the tiger inside. Murim Gun, who had timidly raised an objection, fell silent. It seemed like I was forcing a theory, yet the pieces fit together perfectly. To my confidants, I'll speak honestly. I've never even heard of this current alliance leader, Yeagle Cheon. The two chose silence in the face of the painful truth. If he were a master of the fire mirror level, he'd have already made a name for himself representing the Yeagle clan. At the very least, if he had been listed among the 10 talents, I might have understood. But I couldn't find his name anywhere. That is, indeed, it's true. Above all, I heard in passing that the Southern Murim Alliance is treating the Hwang Bo clan and Murim clan like leftovers. The two reacted immediately. That is correct. The Murim clan couldn't even dispatch a single elder to the Southern Murim Alliance. Such a thing could only happen if they were utterly disregarding the main clan. Both of their main clans were lords of territories powerful enough to rival the 9 orthodox sects. It was hard to understand with what audacity they dared to discriminate against them. Murim Gun whispered to me. According to a relative of mine in the military division, Alliance leader Yeagle Cheon was someone who appeared out of nowhere, as if he had just dropped from the sky. Is that so? Of course, there's no result without cause. Suspicious, they traced his backing and found someone unexpected, not from the Yeagle clan. Who was it? Jiok Won-year of King Cheng? Jiok Won was one of the elders dispatched from King Cheng. And in the past, he had been ranked equally with Jiok-un, whom I had once fought within our cult. King Cheng? I furrowed my brow slightly. It reminded me of the last moment of Song Yangja. King Cheng said they had nothing to do with it, so that was a lie. If not, then at the time they truly had no connection, but later made an irreversible choice. Whatever it was, if that statement was true, King Cheng had now become an entity we could not tolerate. Thus, the meeting with the 2 prodigies ended. We have a problem. Beek Sanga, with a serious look, said so as she returned to our lodgings. There's no one within the Alliance who seems to know the whereabouts of the Alliance leader. No one at all? Following Gongsun-un's intent to desperately check the evil Path Castle, Beek Sanga had met with several individuals within the Alliance. And after contacting all sorts of people for half a day, all of them were duds. She let out a sigh of disappointment. Mount Bakryang, where the Alliance leader was supposedly away. Yet no one knew the location of that Mount Bakryang. There is, however, one person with a slight possibility. Who? Jegal Gun, the current outer hall leader of the Southern Murim Alliance, who reportedly exchanged messages with Yeo-myung. Unfortunately, Baek Sang-ah hadn't been able to meet him. But, considering the nature of the position of outer hall leader, he wouldn't have left the alliance grounds. Being a high-ranking figure from the Yeogal clan, it was highly likely he knew the whereabouts of this Mount Bakryong. I looked around her and tilted my head. By the way, where's Sochin? Taking a walk. No way that was just a normal walk. It would make more sense if the word night was attached in front. I hope Sochin brings back something worthwhile. Baek Sang-ah smirked and replied, at the very least, he won't get caught. Naturally, he's a monster who crept into the heart of the evil overlords of heaven and severed the neck of a cult leader. Honestly, if Sochin were to ambush me at midnight now, I doubted I could respond properly. That's how far Sochin's stealth abilities had surpassed the limits of the mortal realm. And not long after, Sochin completely surpassed our expectations. I am back. Baek Sang-ah and I both focused on the thing in Sochin's hand. What's that? It wasn't something he was simply holding. What Sochin had dragged along was none other than the limp body of someone unconscious. Sochin answered nonchalantly. Some guy called the outer hall leader of the Southern Murim Alliance. His name was Yeogal something. Baek Sang-ah and I were left speechless at the unthinkable stunt. He kidnapped the hall leader from the heart of the Southern Murim Alliance, in the midst of all those guard dogs of martial artists. How? Weren't there martial artists posted outside? How did you fool their eyes? Well, I wondered if he was messing with me, but Sochin's expression was serious. He was someone who, when working, made a clear distinction between private and professional matters. That signature instinct of his. Anyway, if the unconscious middle-aged man before us truly was Yeogal Gun, this was an unexpected opportunity. I immediately set up a sound barrier, restrained Yeogal Gun's limbs, and struck his demonic blood points to wake him up. Not long after, Yeogal Gun regained consciousness and began shouting at us with a glare. You vile scum dare commit such depravity within the Southern Murim Alliance. What is the meaning of this? His gaze turned to Baek Sang-ah. And aren't you the Southern Mist Sword Flower of Namchen? I heard news that you visited the Alliance today, so what in the world is this about? Baek Sang-ah gave a cold smile and warned him. Even if you shout like that, nothing will leak outside, so for now just shut up and be quiet. We only have one question for you. She released killing intent right in front of Yeogal Gun's nose as she asked. Mount Bakryong, the place the Alliance leader headed to her, is it located? Mount Bakryong? What is that? He was desperately pretending not to know. His voice is beginning to tremble. Though his acting was passable, he couldn't completely hide the faint unease leaking through. Can't be helped. I wanted to do this the easy way. Baek Sang-ah turned her gaze toward me. Make him talk. Use torture or whatever it takes. Torture? Yeogal Gun's face twisted in horror. Do you think y'all get away with this? Indeed, if we performed torture in a place like this, cleanup would be troublesome. Moreover, once the warriors realized the outer hall leader had gone missing, they'd tear apart the Southern Murim Alliance like a pack of wild dogs, making it even likelier we'd be discovered. However, Sochin spoke nonchalantly. Don't worry, I can twist perception with the 10,000 phase Taikai. That's even possible. Probably. I think I just did it earlier. Just what in the world, why did the heavens give someone like him such abilities? I really did want to thoroughly examine his talents one day. But for now, the priority was focusing on Yeogal Gun. Stop it. Yeogal Gun's pitiful scream echoed emptily through the VIP chamber. A while later. There's another problem, I said as I wiped the blood off my hands, looking at Baek Sang-ah, who had been observing. We succeeded in finding out the location of Mount Bakryong, but it seems our torture has been discovered by them. Baek Sang-ah furrowed her brow. Discovered? There was a demonic soul repression art placed on Yeogal Gun, an ancient art that suppresses the soul. The most troublesome part of this technique is when the demonic soul repression art breaks, it likely alerts the caster of that fact. Then what should we do? I shrugged. There was only one answer in this kind of situation. We'll just have to strike first. Mount Bakryong, which Yeogal Cheon entered along with the Yeogal clan. That place was none other than another name for Mount Tai, one of the 5 great peaks of the Central Plains. Mount Tai is where Orthodox Bongsian rituals traditionally take place. No matter what happens there, we must stop it at all costs. Chapter 406, Mount Bakryong, 1. About half a day had passed. The disappearance of the outer hall leader of the Southern Murim Alliance, Yeogal Gun, was made known. His subordinates initially assumed he had just stepped away, but when he did not return even after a considerable amount of time, they sensed the gravity of the situation. "Excuse me, what is it? We plan to search the hall. We ask for your cooperation." With Jegal Gun's disappearance, the Southern Murim Alliance began overturning the entire alliance compound in haste. Beek Sangha frowned and confronted the warriors who stormed in. "How rude. What have we done to be threatened without a word of explanation? We apologize, but this is an internal matter of the alliance, so we cannot disclose the details." Beek Sangha was about to raise her voice in anger with a grimace. I shook my head as I grabbed her shoulder. Then, Sochin tightly grabbed my shoulder. With our consent, the warriors ransacked the interior of the hall as if they were hunting rats. In the end, they found nothing. Is the search complete?" Beek Sangha approached them with a chilling smile. "To think we came from Namshin only to be treated like this. Now I understand what the Southern Murim Alliance thinks of the Namshin Beek clan. And no, lady, enough. I'll be informing the clan of everything that happened toddy without leaving a single detail out." The warriors all panicked. They never expected us to react this strongly. Before long, Gongsun-un came rushing in, scolding the warriors and trying to appease Beek Sangha, but he couldn't calm her fury in the end. Using this incident as a pretext, we were able to walk out the Southern Murim Alliance's main gate with our heads held high. As soon as we stepped outside the Southern Murim Alliance, her expression relaxed. "It went according to plan, but are you sure this is okay?" She clicked her tongue with a hint of regret. We could have stayed longer and probed deeper into the alliance. She glanced slightly at the receding main gate of the Southern Murim Alliance. "It probably won't work twice." The Southern Murim Alliance, which couldn't afford to lose even a single combat force, would surely send envoys to the Namshin Beek clan. They'd mention Beek Sangha's visit and urge the clan to join them. And they'll be flatly rejected at the door. When that time came, they'd realize the truth. That Beek Sangha's actions had been a unilateral decision, completely ignoring her clan's intentions. "Well, it's fine." I gave a wry smile and shook my head. With no alliance leader present, digging deeper into the Southern Murim Alliance would be pointless anyway. Even if he had neglected alliance matters, he wasn't the kind of person to leave behind clues about himself. The real problem is Mount Bakryong. What lies there and what will happen there, that's the key. Mount Tai, a place where traditional Bongsian rituals had been held throughout history. Could it be that event being reenacted? We can't be sure yet. What happened at Yu family's sacred mountain was nothing but a desperate trick. It was only possible because the heaven-defying society had used up all the fragments of the heavenly demon ancestor they had gathered over the years. Now those fragments lay dormant inside me, so if anyone wanted to attempt that again, they'd need a matching sacrifice. I suspected the heaven-defying society might try to consume the Southern Murim Alliance soon. Flinch. Beek Sangha's shoulder gave a slight shudder. Now was the time while the North-South system hadn't solidified yet. Once more time passed, and a clear boundary formed with fortified defenses, a head-on clash wouldn't be so easy. There must be a reason they've left the Southern Murim Alliance alone. Should we request support from the Alliance? If it's the Black Sky Master Mask, it might be possible. The direct distance from Luoyang to Mount Tai was roughly 200 li. Not quite crossing the Central Plains, but far enough that calling for reinforcements would take too long. More importantly, the area around Mount Tai in the northern region was part of the Southern Murim Alliance's territory. If it were an elite unit like the Black Sky Master Mask, they might arrive in 7 nights, but for some reason, I had a strong intuition they wouldn't be much help. No, it's better to exclude the Black Sky Master Mask. If young Master Jin thinks so, I'll follow. Instead, we'll request other support. I took out a talisman from my robe and burned it with Samadhi True Fire. After it burned, the characters engraved on the talisman remained in the air, glowing with light. A voice came from the characters. "Did you summon us, Your Highness, Lord of the demonic faction? I need your help." I relayed the general situation to the voice beyond. "Indeed, understood. I will lead only the clan's finest to the vicinity of Mount Tai. If you succeed in this, it will be a great help toward your restoration to the cult, want it? Of course, I place my faith in you, Your Highness." Beek Sangha asked with curiosity. "Who are they?" "They're quite decent when it comes to sorcery. Heavenly Illusion Clan. In truth, anyone who dared to call their sorcery merely decent would immediately be cursed and drop dead on the roadside. They were the descendants of the illusion demon Hwan Seong and rightful heirs of the orthodox sorceress lineage, now mostly fallen. It's just a hunch, But at that place, sorcery might be more necessary than martial arts. Shandong Province, Mount Tai. Among the 5 great mountains, this place was called the Eastern Peak, and as perilous as its terrain was, so sparse were the traces of people. But now, Mount Tai was teeming with hundreds of visitors, bustling with activity. How arrogant, Alliance leader. Are you daring to doubt our skills? A middle-aged woman who appeared to be in her 40s frowned at someone. Even if you are from the Great Yeagle clan, when it comes to sorcery, you can't even reach the tips of our sect's toes. You should know that better than anyone, shouldn't you? Heh, I trust in the strength of Mosin sect. Alliance leader Jegelchen smiled brightly at her. If anyone else had run their mouth so arrogantly, he would have torn them limb from limb, but the person before him was worthy of such words. But you've already wasted over a month under the pretext of finding Mount Tai's spiritual vein. Doesn't that shake the firm trust I've placed in you, even a little? Do you really think this is simply about locating a spiritual vein? Fine wrinkles creased the fair forehead of the woman. With her naturally fierce expression, she looked even more vicious. We are searching for the nucleus of a dragon buried in antiquity. Can you even imagine how powerful the seal hiding it must be? Ha ha ha, I am sure of it. I trust you. If you wish to fully control the 4 atrocities, then sit quietly. Jegelchen's expression slightly contorted. You'd best abandon any thoughts of threatening our Mosin sect over this. Don't forget just how much we contributed to creating your true body. It was a veiled threat implying they could affect his true body if things went sour. That hag of a witch, that venomous serpent, they cursed each other silently, but neither was foolish enough to show such emotions outwardly. Mosin's celestial maiden. Still, you'd better hurry. If he bolts off to the 10,000 mountain, all this effort will have been in vain. Mosin's celestial maiden, Jiang Waliang, scoffed. Don't worry about that. The area around those calling themselves the Northern Murim Alliance is under strict surveillance by our sorcerers. Flames of fury burned in her eyes. There's no way ill let a demonic cult bastard walk away unharmed. It was then. Jegelchen suddenly snapped his head southwest. Mosin's celestial maiden tilted her head. What is it? Jegelchen's face twisted like a ferocious devil. The soul-repressing demon curse technique I cast on that outer hall leader just dissipated. Oh, he hadn't cast the soul-repressing demon curse technique only on Jegel Gun. Even though there were tensions on the surface with the Southern Murim Alliance, he had never let things escalate into inner conflict. Jegelchen shouted toward a middle-aged man who was standing respectfully at his side. You there? Yes, master. Jegel-on, one of the elders of the Yeagle clan, immediately prostrated himself. Send someone to the Alliance and assess the situation. Check if there was an intruder and thoroughly investigate who has visited recently. I obey, master. Emotionless, Jegel-on pressed his forehead to the ground. Once Jegel-on vanished, Jegelchen subtly frowned. Something feels ominous. Ah, one more thing. What is it? Near the territory, some sorcerers of quite a decent level were observing the Alliance. We have arrested them all and launched a counter-operation, but we won't be able to hide it for long. Can you identify them? Judging by their sorcery level and lineage, they were from Mosin sect. Mosin sect. The East has Mosin, the West has Jeoncheon. In the world of sorcery, such a saying existed so formidable were the Mosin sect and the Heavenly Illusion clan, both towering as the twin peaks of the Central Plains sorcery lineages. Has the Mosin sect sided with the heaven-defying society? It seemed quite plausible. Sorcerers were even more susceptible to temptation than martial artists. When the mythic era spoken of by the heaven-defying society returned, the ones who would benefit the most would not be martial artists, but sorcerers. We may clash with the Mosin sect at Mount Tai. Do you feel confident? A twisted smile came from Jiang. No matter how high and mighty the Mosin sect may act, they are nothing compared to our clan. That confidence, I like it. However, be cautious. Mount Tai is said to be the place where, during the late Tang dynasty, the sword immortal El Dongbin defeated a resurrected demonic dragon. They may be searching for something related to that legend. I see. And regardless of the others, you must be wary of the Mosin witch. Her strength aside, that old hag bears a deep grudge against our cult. Him I already knew well about the current sect leader of Mosin sect, the Mosin witch. She was said to have nearly married the former cult leader, wasn't she? Though it had been a political marriage, it seemed she did hold some affection for the former cult leader. The deeper the love, the deeper the hate when betrayed. After being unilaterally abandoned by the cult, the Mosin sect had opposed our cult's every event and operation through many reincarnations. Very well. I'll keep that in mind. Heh, then I'll see you at Mount Tai. Whoosh. With those words, the characters that had appeared in the air completely vanished. What will you do? For now, let's first test the waters using So-chen's 10,000 phase Tai Kai before deciding. Rather than waiting idly for the Heavenly Illusion clan's arrival, it was more important to focus on what we could do right now. At present, Mount Tai is practically a demonic battlefield. Whoever we meet, you should be prepared, especially when it comes to the Yeagle clan. Before us now stood Jegal Gun, utterly reduced to a mental wreck. Since So-chen had secretly moved him out of the southern Murim Alliance last night, he had remained in this condition. How pitiful. It was already too late the moment he was caught in the soul-repressing demon curse technique. This wasn't merely a suppression of the soul. From the beginning, the caster had destroyed the victim's ego and overlaid a puppet personality. Under normal circumstances, he would act without suspicion, thinking and behaving with the memories and personality of Outer Hall leader Jegal Gun. But the moment the caster gave an order, he would instantly become their loyal slave. I feel sorry for Yun-yi, but we must now consider the Yeagle clan finished, though we couldn't judge the entire clan based on this alone. If someone in the position of Outer Hall leader was in this state, the rest were likely not much better. I turned my gaze to the northeast. The sky was still red, but not much had changed from before. Yet, for some reason, a nameless dread crept up through my instincts. A sense that perhaps, beyond that horizon, we might face something utterly unimaginable. It suddenly came over me. Chapter 407, Mount Bakryong 2, the journey to Mount Tai didn't take very long. 3 days later, we arrived near Mount Tai and sensed a faint yet mystical energy lingering throughout the entire mountain. Swoosh! After a long time, Yeo-myung emerged from my embrace and spoke. I smell something. Do you know something about it? When Baek Sang-ah reached out without much thought, Yeo-myung responded with a fierce swipe of her front paw and clicked her tongue. A dragon. A dragon? To be precise, a dragon's corpse. It seems someone is trying to use its power. Yeo-myung locked eyes with So-chen after speaking, then licked her front paw. Can you explain in more detail? Yeo-myung took a moment to gather her thoughts. Even dragons have grades. Judging by the lingering traces of its power, despite it having been dead for a long time, it must have been of quite a high grade. How long ago did it die? Baek Sang-ah, still rubbing the hand that had been smacked, asked. Roughly 700 to 800 years. That's what it looks like. If that's the case, that would place it around the late Tang dynasty or the early 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, a time when the unified empire that barely held the Central Plains together after the era of the heavenly demon founder collapsed, and chaos swept the world again. Then, it wouldn't be surprising if the heaven-defying society was already rampaging back then. So, what can you do with a dragon's corpse? Many things. Yeo-myung's eyes sparkled meaningfully. Even if the flesh has rotted and returned to the earth, the dragon's essence would have taken root throughout the terrain's chi veins. If all of that could be gathered and refined into essence again, it could become a top-grade offering on its own, or it could serve as a catalyst for high-level sorcery or as a power source for something else. That's odd. Why would they leave something that useful alone until now? Yeo-myung gave Baek Sang-ah a surprised look. You seem dumb on the outside, but Yurei unexpectedly sharp. That's right. It doesn't align properly. Extracting essence requires preparations on the level of divine sorcery, and if the timing isn't right, the dragon's power won't respond. Timing? Heavenly timing. The moment when heavenly evil's fragment regains its essence and revives. So the awakening of that power means the heavenly timing is approaching? You could see it that way. Yeo-myung added a faint sneer to his words. That creature was likely one of heavenly evil's close aides. That's why it probably rampaged without knowing right from wrong and got killed by either my host's descendant or some other human hero. Stupid thing. Honestly, Yurei not one to talk. In any case, if left alone, it'll be quite a headache. Either disrupt the process and reseal it, or, Yeo-myung's eyes turned toward me. You take it. You mean me? I answered with a slight frown. Honestly, I already had enough power. This was a time when I needed to contemplate how to overcome the transcendence of the supreme demon realm ahead, not a time to blindly seek power. The truly remarkable thing about a dragon's power is that it harmonizes well with any system of power. More importantly, it's a natural nemesis to divine beasts and demonic beasts, albeit in a different sense from intellectual force. Oh, if you absorb it, it will definitely be of help someday. That is, if you can absorb it. I mentally filed away Yeo-myung's opinion. It was still too early to conclude anything, but if things were as he said, there'd be no loss in obtaining it. If nothing else, I could always toss it to someone else. Not long after we arrived, Cheon Yura led the Heavenly Illusion clan's 50 top sorcerers to Mount Tai. We pay our respects to the Grand Duke. Cheon Yura and the elders of the clan all knelt on one knee before me. All of them were individuals with reputations so high that, just a few years ago, I would have been the one to bow first. Well done, I warmly welcomed them. The reason was simple. It would be difficult to sneak into Mount Tai with just us. I had considered smashing through the front head-on, but my concern was that the enemy leadership might simply retreat without engaging. Sochin's 10,000 phase Tai Kai can infiltrate, but assassination is a different matter. The defenses of martial artists and those of sorcerers were on completely different levels. I instinctively realized that even if just one of the outer perimeter guards was compromised, it would immediately alert the entire force. Even if it's possible, there's no proof that he's the real body. There's no need to take unnecessary risks. You've made a wise decision. A sorcerer should be dealt with by another sorcerer. Cheon Yura's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. I'll set up a reverse barrier so that not a single one escapes from Mount Tai. Good, dependable as always. Intruders. The Masan celestial maiden, who had been conducting a ritual at the highest peak of Mount Tai, instantly sensed the intrusion initiated by the Heavenly Illusion clan in the distance. There was no way she wouldn't have noticed. A sorcerer of her caliber would naturally be aware of the intrusion corroding the barrier spread across the entirety of Mount Tai in reverse. The Masan celestial maiden furrowed her brow slightly. This seems like a troublesome bunch has invaded. Could it be the Heavenly Illusion clan? Since Jeolcheon also had knowledge in sorcery, he understood well that sorcerers of this level were rare in the Central Plains. The Illusion clan. How did the demonic cult bastards know we're here? Does it matter? The situation is already underway. Can you handle it? At Jeolcheon's words, the Masan celestial maiden scoffed. HMPH, it might have been different when the illusion demon was still alive, but the current illusion clan brats can't do anything to me. Jeolcheon issued a quiet warning. Be careful. If the illusion clan is here, that demonic faction lord is surely with them. Demonic faction lord? Yes, that reckless bastard who buted in everywhere he didn't belong and disrupted the grand plans. The expression on the Masan celestial maiden's face changed dramatically. The face once full of pride quickly turned into a cold, expressionless mask. If it's the demonic faction lord, you must mean that bastard who married Chen Tijang's daughter. That's right, perfect. I absolutely can't let him leave alive. Her eyes burned with hatred. Even though decades had passed, the memory of that day still tormented her. That bastard who dumped me and chose some fallen priestess of the blood cult. I can't forgive a single one connected to him. Although it had been a political marriage, she had genuinely loved him in her own way. That was why the memory of being one-sidedly rejected still vividly resurfaced like it happened just yesterday, tearing at her heart. To dare stick your head into the viper's nest, it'll make you regret it. In sorcerer battles, the side that establishes their stronghold first holds an overwhelming advantage. The Masan sect had fortified their positions around Mount Tai for months in preparation for a potential surprise attack. A reckless charge would only turn them into prey for the absolute formation, resulting in utter annihilation. The Masan celestial maiden used illusion sorcery to manifest herself before the intruder's leader from afar. Cheon Yura's expression stiffened slightly at the sudden appearance of the phantom. Masan celestial maiden, so it was you after all. So, it's the young master of the illusion clan. The brat who used to follow Cheon Yura around has grown up quite a bit. I am now the clan head of the great heavenly illusion clan. I'm no longer that brat you once knew. And yet, you're still nothing more than a rookie who can't even reach Cheon Yura's toes. Crack, Cheon Yura's face twisted. No matter how much he pretended to be calm as a sorcerer, he was still young and full of vigor. He was naturally vulnerable to such provocations. I sighed and stopped Cheon Yura from bursting out. Hey, Auntie, what did you say? Do you have something in your ears? I said Auntie. From what I knew, the Masan celestial maiden's age had long passed 50 by now. No matter how much she prettified herself with cosmetic sorcery, there was a limit. The Masan celestial maiden immediately shifted her gaze from Cheon Yura and glared at me. So it's you. That brat with the surname Jin they call the demonic faction lord. Auntie, I don't know how you found your way here, but do you understand this will be your grave? Auntie, No matter what you struggle to do, it's futile. You won't survive this plaque ante. You insolent little wretch. The Masan celestial maiden finally exploded. After drawing her into disarray with a single word, Hwan Jiang looked at me with eyes full of admiration. "I'll remember your face. I'll give you the most miserable, wretched death in the world." As soon as she said that, the surrounding scenery began to distort. Space itself was warping, similar to what I saw at Yu family's sacred mountain. It simply lacked the fatal poison of demonic qi. Other than that, this place was about to become an impenetrable fortress. Remarkable. The Masan celestial maiden is known to be a figure like Sa Gal, and yet you've managed to infuriate her like that. She got provoked way too easily for someone compared to Sa Gal, don't you think? If she had also heard the remark about being dumped by the cult leader because of her face, she would have probably gone berserk. I bet she was quite the beauty in her youth. Bit of a shame, really. What? Unaware of Jin's preferences, Hwan Jiang blinked. Just what part of that vicious face could possibly be to his liking? Anyway, it looks like a maze formation has been activated. Do you have a way around it? Regaining his composure at my words, Hwan Jiang replied. Dismantling it isn't difficult. But there's something concerning. What is it? From the peak of Mount Tai, where the Masan celestial maiden should be, I can sense a dreadful presence. It's hidden thoroughly by sorcery, but not enough to completely mask even the smallest trace. I quietly admired Hwan Jiang's sharp senses. After all, I too had faintly sensed it. Once the elders from our main house begin clashing with the Masan sect's sorcerers spread across the area, this maze formation will likely fall apart in no time. However, they're trying to lure us in deeper? Yes, exactly. We were the ones launching the surprise attack. And judging by the Masan celestial maiden's reaction, it didn't seem like Shed caught on to our ambush. In that case, she must be confident by now. Even the heaven-defying society bastards would know the level of my martial strength. If it were just the Jegal clan, I wouldn't even need to step in. Sochin and Lady Beak alone could sweep them away. But if they've prepared something specifically to face me, whatever it was, I would crush it head-on. That's when it's him. "Yorang, it's been so long. 1,000 years, perhaps." Yorang urged me on in an unusually grave voice. "You'd better hurry. If the ritual is completed, even you will have little chance of victory." For Yorang, who had acknowledged that there was no human rival for me to speak this seriously. So the opponent isn't human? Correct. And furthermore, Yorang shifted his gaze. There isn't just one ritual being performed right now. 2 of them are underway. They really are squeezing every last drop out of this. Not just one. They've hidden it extremely well, but even they can't deceive my eyes. A diversion tactic? I briefly considered targeting the other one first, but in the end, I shook my head. No. If a monster I can't handle is born, then no one else in the Central Plains will be able to stop it either. If it were Cheon Yura a few years from now, maybe. But by then, that monster would have already devoured the world. In that case, I looked to Sochin and Beak Sanga, both ready for battle. "Yorang, can you lead them to the other ritual site? It's not difficult. Please." Beak Sanga seemed somewhat dissatisfied with my decision, but there was no other choice. Before she left with Sochin for the other location, she said to me, "That monster said to be at the peak of Mount Tai, there's a high chance it's either the one we fought or something on the same level. An unprecedented monster that couldn't be defeated even by the 2 of them attacking together. Be careful, young Master Jin. Don't worry." I tapped the scabbard of the 10 heavenly record sword with a grin. And so, the 2 of us parted ways for a while. Not even half a quarter hour later, the maze formation was lifted, and Hwan Jiang and I soon reached the summit of Mount Tai. And then, we saw it. A black monster absorbing spiritual energy flowing from all over Mount Tai. The figure of Gungi, one of the 4 atrocities. Chapter 408, Mount Bakryang 3, It's different. The moment I saw Gungi, a strong instinct hit me. Beak Sanga and Sochin had felt the same. That thing was fundamentally different from all the other awakened bodies of the heaven-defying society we had seen so far. It felt like a being fundamentally different from humans. But it seems weak. To say it had overwhelmingly cornered Beak Sanga and Sochin, its aura didn't feel all that powerful. In such cases, one could assume it's a clone. Hwan Jiang pointed to the invisible chains surrounding Gungi. It's likely transferring power from the main body using that. I've read in ancient family texts that beings from the mythic era cannot maintain a physical form in this world through ordinary means. That makes sense. Even without Huan Jiang's explanation, I had somewhat realized it. Causality was part of it, but it was essentially like a fish being unable to live outside of water. That thing is basically wearing a breathing apparatus. Gungi floated quietly in midair, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. I asked Yeomyung, if it absorbs all the power of the dragon that's said to be asleep here, will full manifestation be possible? Impossible, Yeomyung answered immediately. It would only extend the duration of its manifestation. Even that limit is clear. The laws corrected by the victory in the Great War cannot be overturned, not even by that thing. That's so. But it's not like there's no way at all. Yeomyung stared at Gungi with a chilling gaze. If I drag it into a special land like the heaven of sacred spirits where I was sealed, it would be possible. Also, among the golden techniques, there are some that can alter the environment. Whatever the case, that thing is a blade prepared by those bastards to get rid of you. Since there were almost no more adversaries for me in the mortal world, had they brought in a non-human being. You're lucky. If it were in its complete form, not even you could be sure of victory. Indeed, even if it was only a clone, the ominousness I felt from up close was among the top few I'd ever encountered. If I had to face the real body, even I might struggle. Now that I could properly gauge the opponent's strength, I finally understood how So-chin and Beek Sangha had been taken down. That was when I can't understand this. A young man who looked like a scholar spoke up. He covered his jaw with a fan, but his eyes brimmed with killing intent as he looked at me. I suspected it when the brainwashing I placed on the outer hall leader was undone, but how did you obtain the information? He wasn't allowed to leave the Alliance, was he? I answered flatly. Obviously, I got the information from within the Alliance. What? That's not what matters right now, is it? He resembled that so-called teacher bastard I killed in the East, but he was a bit different. Appearance had a huge influence on the formation of self, meaning he wasn't exactly the same existence as the one I knew. Southern Murim Alliance leader, Jegelchen. Judging by your reaction, your main body must not have told you about me. Well, Flash. The moment he opened his mouth to speak, I slashed and beheaded Jegelchen. It was an anticlimactic end for someone supposedly leading the colossal organization called the Southern Murim Alliance. Huan Jiang widened his eyes and asked, "Weren't you trying to get some answers?" "Doesn't matter. I only said it to catch him off guard." I crushed the rolling head of Jegelchen underfoot and said with a cold gaze, "And in the first place, this can't really be called death." True. Any other ordinary martial artist might have retorted with nonsense, but Huan Jiang, an exceptional sorcerer, instantly understood what I meant. To Huan Jiang, that was no different from a meat puppet. At this rate, some other bastard will appear from somewhere claiming to be the Southern Murim Alliance leader. Unless we eliminated the real body, that is. Isn't that right, Auntie? I turned my gaze to the Mawson Celestial Maiden who had been silently watching us. Crack! Wrinkles formed around the eyes of the Mawson Celestial Maiden, still spouting nonsense until the end, huh? It's working better than I thought, so why would I stop? For someone from the Jin clan, you've got a glib tongue like that bastard Chintijang. The Mawson Celestial Maiden sighed lightly and shook her head. Unlike earlier, she now showed no openings, and I clicked my tongue inwardly. She won't fall for provocation anymore. All over the Mawson Celestial Maiden's body, what seemed to be defensive sorcery was plastered thickly. But it's a bit surprising. I didn't expect you to bring up his main body. Do you know where his main body is? I asked without much expectation, but received an unexpected answer. Of course I do. We're the ones who made him that way at the request of the Grand Heavenly Lord. What? Even setting aside whether the Mawson sect had that much capability, if what she said was true, then they had been cooperating with the heaven-defying society for a very long time. They almost let insects inside the cult. If that woman had connected with Chintijang, she would have used the Empress position to infiltrate the cult from within. More than anything, the Cheon Yura I knew wouldn't have been born. But then I can see what you're thinking. The Mawson Celestial Maiden frowned, seemingly having read my thoughts. Don't delude yourself. If Chintijang had accepted me, I would have staked everything to reveal the entire truth to him. The Mawson Celestial Maiden looked genuinely displeased, and the sincerity behind that displeasure could be felt. It would have been better if you had told him that sincerity first. I tried to, but he coldly rejected me before I could even bring it up. I swallowed a groan at a loss for words. If what she said was true, then there was nothing more to say. This was simply father-in-law's mistake. That's why I stood on the opposite side and vowed revenge on him. For the past several decades. It wasn't just frost falling in midsummer, it was a full-blown cold wave. Couldn't you just forget him and find another man to live happily with? Forgetting the current situation, I asked this out of sheer curiosity. She must have been fairly attractive in her youth, and being heir to the Mawson sect meant she had status and wealth, so marriage shouldn't have been difficult. The Mawson celestial maiden gave a dry chuckle. If the heart were that easy to sort out, how comfortable life would be? That's true. As they say, a moment's wound can last a lifetime. Perhaps the Mawson celestial maiden was no different. Beside me, Hwan Jeong threw a dumbfounded look. Grand Duke, is this really the time to be agreeing? I quickly came to my senses and let out a fake cough. Ahem, I sympathize with your situation, but I can't just let you go now. I never intended to leave alive in the first place, boy. Didn't I say it earlier? I'll give you the most miserable death. Rumble, the Mawson celestial maiden began unleashing her power in earnest. The magnitude of her sorcery wasn't inferior to that of illusion demon Hwan Pyong, who was once called the greatest sorcerer of the demonic faction. However, that level isn't nearly enough. As I was now, even if Hwan Pyong himself showed up, I was confident I could tear him apart within 10 seconds. Let alone someone merely in his league, not even a threat. She sneered at my words. There's nothing more foolish than charging head-on into a beast, and we sorcerers don't brawl like you martial artists in the first place. Snap, the Mawson celestial maiden flicked her fingers. Then clack, clatter. The sorcery-made chains that had been coiled around Gungi began to unravel. I immediately unleashed heaven-piercing annihilation toward Gungi. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the dark energy wave of heaven-piercing annihilation swept through the surroundings. I hoped that one strike would be enough to end it. Feeling the dull resistance along the hilt, I frowned slightly. Missed. Eventually, as the dark energy cleared, Gungi, now with crimson eyes like rubies, looked this way and spoke. You've got some bad habits. He speaks more composed and dignified than I expected. He looked like some interstellar monstrosity, but surprisingly, his voice was quite refined. Boom. A faint vibration rippled around Gungi as he landed, his true body seemingly carrying substantial weight. I greet the great bloodline. I was momentarily bewildered by Gunga's behavior. Ah, he must be referring to Yeomyung. Though my lineage was somewhat notable in the Murim, it wasn't to the extent that such a being would call me great. He was likely addressing Yeomyung, who was practically the child of heavenly evil and Jaisung. As I expected, Yeomyung snorted and replied, Long time no see, you bat bastard. Judging by your state, things must not be going as planned. Shut it. Better off than you wretches who were miserably banished from the material realm. Yeomyung growled at Gungi, clearly enraged. The only problem was that, in the form of a small wolf pup, he wasn't very intimidating. Gungi ignored Yeomyung and slowly approached me. So you're the adversary the grand heavenly lord mentioned. His muscles, gleaming with a black sheen, were quite impressive, but I, being of the demonic heavens Jin clan, had a body second to none. I closed the distance to barely a jang and looked up at him. Grin, your spirit is admirable, I see. They say you're currently the strongest among humans. Those two back then were decent, but he stroked his chin, examining me as if appraising livestock. A sharp fang glinted at the corner of his mouth. I'd prefer to fight your main body, but since that's not possible now, it's unfortunate. If not now, then someday it will be. Of course, it won't be long. You're not just waiting for fate. What trick are you planning? Unexpectedly, he answered my question as straightforwardly as the Mawson celestial maiden. They said they'll use blood from war to invoke a golden technique. I know I shouldn't be saying this, but is it okay to just tell me that so openly? Blood from the battlefield. That alone gave away far too much. Gungi asked me, so will you run, a warrior like you? Naturally, if I could run, I would. I was a warrior and a martial artist, but more than a martial artist's pride, I now had something I valued far higher. But I didn't speak that truth aloud. Not likely. Heh, I thought you'd say that. The moment those words left his mouth, his fist struck straight into my abdomen in a surprise attack. Struck by that blow, I felt as though I were flying, then crashed into the opposite peak. Boom, Grand Duke? Perhaps because it looked like such an anticlimactic ambush, Hwan Jeong's eyes went wide. But then what are you so surprised about? That was just a light greeting. Gungi flexed his fist slightly and shouted this way. You didn't die from that, right? Of course not. As I stood up, shards of rock fell around me. Even with Usura's spirit deployed, my gut still feels numb. I looked across at Gungi, who was smirking. He's more refined than I thought. He hadn't lied about it being a greeting. If he truly intended to kill me, he would have aimed for my face or heart. Of course, most humans would have had their guts explode from that one greeting. One of the four atrocities, Gungi. That monstrous physical strength surely wasn't the extent of his capabilities. I gripped the 10 heavenly record immortal sword tightly. I'll kill him with everything I've got. If I can slay him in this state, it'll surely inflict a major blow to his main body. I could not allow anyone else to face this thing. It was my responsibility, and I would bury him here without fail. Just as I made that resolve bzzzzz. I turned my gaze to my right hand, where I felt a strange sensation. The sword body of the 10 heavenly record immortal sword, which had remained unresponsive no matter what I did until now, suddenly began to resonate madly. Chapter 409. Old Nemesis. 1. Why is this happening all of a sudden? The 10 heavenly record immortal sword, which was presumed to have been sealed by Yeo-myung in his later years, had never reacted this violently until now. At best, it had shown a faint response only when it encountered the lingering thoughts of the priestess Han-young in the past. That's a familiar resonance. As the 10 heavenly record immortal sword reacted, the expressions of Yeomyung and Gungi subtly changed. In Yeomyung's case, it was understandable given the past she had with Yeo-myung. Did that bastard also fight with the first senior brother? From the way his expression twisted more and more, it seemed clear even without asking. Now I remember. That sword? The bastard pointed at the 10 heavenly record immortal sword with his finger. The great warrior who followed that devil. Among all the humans I've met, he was the strongest. Excitement began to rise on Gunga's face. You are the successor of that warrior. I had no doubt that the bastard would charge in like a mad dog. However, the battle spirit that had been swelling up suddenly and completely died down. Let's stop. What? For some reason, the moment Gungi recognized the identity of the 10 heavenly record immortal sword, he gave up the fight. The first human who ever defeated me. If Yura that one's heir, then I cannot face you with just this avatar. The proper stage will be prepared soon. Is he serious? Given the presence of that absolute pride unique to the strong that Gungi exuded, it didn't seem like he was retreating out of fear. This wasn't bluster. It was sincerity. W8, are you going to break the contract, Gungi? Before I could even react, the Masan celestial maiden snapped at him in a sharp voice. But what she got in return was Gunga's sneer. Contract? What contract are you referring to? You clearly said you would cooperate as much as possible. Yes, and I am cooperating. But don't be mistaken. Gungi stared coldly at the Masan celestial maiden. It's not that we are helping with your plan. It is you who are helping with ours. Also, the killing intent that poured from his entire body crushed the Masan celestial maiden. Erg, K-Kyug, you pitiful human. Do you really think you made an equal contract with us? Don't delude yourself. The Masan celestial maiden couldn't utter a single word. In terms of level, it was the undeniable truth. If you had dared to speak that way to someone like Duel or Dachial, you wouldn't have even kept that petty life. Be thankful for my mercy. My apologies. With that, the Masan celestial maiden shriveled. Her martial prowess was not at all inferior, even when compared to a master of the extreme demon realm, yet she could not do a thing against Gungi. But I had no intention of letting the bastard leave peacefully. Are you going to tuck your tail and run? From past experience, such high-ranking beings were provoked enough by this kind of jab. But Gungi was a bit different. HMPH, is that how it looked? Far from getting angry, the bastard responded with leisure. This body is what it is, but you two are still unripe. Flinch, unripe, you say? Your current skills fall far short compared to the original owner of that sword. I couldn't argue with Gunga's words. Yeo-myung, believed to have stopped even the heavenly demon ancestor, had surely reached the realm of the supreme demon realm. As someone who hadn't even reached that wall, I had no choice but to accept it, however frustrating it was. Can't believe it? Then I'll let you land a hit. What? Come at me with everything you've got. The bastard Gungi suddenly spread both arms wide. Just as I was about to frown at that outrageous gesture, let me warn you. If you fail to deal a meaningful blow to this avatar, you will die the moment you face my true body. There was no bluster in those words. Gungi clearly meant it. Fine, if you're offering, I have no reason to refuse. I immediately gathered sword intent and struck at the bastard's body. Heaven-piercing annihilation. Kwagwagwang, a blow slightly stronger than earlier engulfed Gunga's entire body and surged backward. However, the disappointment was plain on Gunga's exposed face. Surely this isn't your full power? Though the bastard's body, struck directly by heaven-piercing annihilation, had a long gash that was all. Tusk. Gungi clicked his tongue and lightly brushed his chest with his hand. Even that wound vanished not long after. With an expression of clear dissatisfaction, Gungi shook his head. Well, fine, I don't intend to take back what I said. For now, I'll spare your life. The bastard flapped wings like a bat and soared into the sky. W8, the ritual isn't over yet. No, it's enough. Even the power of a dragon can't alter the laws. Gungi looked truly without regret. Whatever you do with the remaining power is none of my concern. How could you? Then I'll see you at the next battlefield. Noble bloodline, I eagerly await the day I meet your fangs. Without listening to the Masan celestial maiden's words to the end, Gungi truly vanished. Afterward, an awkward silence settled over the chamber. I struck the Masan celestial maiden before she could come back to her senses. Thud. A sorcerer, when mentally unstable, suffers a far greater drop in ability than a martial artist. Perhaps the shock had been too great, as the Masan celestial maiden's protective sorceries were all broken and she was subdued. Had she been a sorcerer or martial artist of equal standing, it wouldn't have been so easy, but the difference in our fundamental capabilities was clear. Well done, Grand Duke. By the way, I do have a question. Cheon Yura asked while placing a seal on the unconscious Masan celestial maiden. That strike you used on Gungi just now, no matter how I think of it, it didn't seem like your full power. Am I right? That's right. I readily admitted it. Heaven-piercing annihilation was undoubtedly a powerful ultimate technique, but it wasn't my full strength. You purposely held back. I let out a slight sigh. Exactly. There's no reason to show my full hand to an enemy like that just yet. If the enemy knows your peak, even striking at their gaps becomes impossible. If his words were sincere, then in the next battlefield, I'll be killed by him. HMPH, you don't need to take it so seriously. Yeo-myung snorted and tapped my shoulder with her front paw. He lacks the power to choose his own battlefield. Of course, if you use a clever strategy, you might drop him right in the center of one. But he can always avoid it even by abandoning the field. As long as you're alive, there's always a way to win. Why hesitate? You're not exactly the altruistic type, are you? Yeo-myung, who was spiritually connected to me, understood my character almost perfectly. Indeed, in my first life, I couldn't afford to be picky with means just to survive, and I had to make cold, ruthless choices time and again. But things were different now, because Yura wouldn't want that. Of course, if I had to choose between Yura and the heavenly demon divine cult, I would abandon the cult without hesitation. But since Yura wouldn't want that, I couldn't abandon the heavenly demon divine cult. Sensing my heart, Yeo-myung clicked her tongue. What a troublesome one you are. Anyway, I suppose we've achieved our first goal here. Though it was regretful to miss out on Gunga's avatar, the bastard and I would clash again eventually. Still watching the lingering dragon veins around us, I spoke. Can you absorb the remaining dragon power here, Yeo-myung? Are you serious? My subordinate or another ally could take it, but you seem like the most efficient choice. Honestly, I wouldn't mind handing it to Cheon Yura the sorcerer, but I couldn't fully trust him yet. Yeo-myung's innate divine art, gluttonous blooming devourer. If that could be realized in the real world, it would be a great help in future battles. For some reason, Yeo-myung replied in a dissatisfied tone. I'm the same as Gungi. No matter how much of this power I absorb, it will ultimately be consumed. Though Yeo-myung, being bound to me, had a bit more freedom in how she could utilize power. Then it's better for me. They won't be able to think of anything else, right? What an arrogant brat. From a troublesome brat to an arrogant one, but it didn't sting. So, will you accept or not? Oog, Yeo-myung contemplated with a serious expression. But the hesitation didn't last long. Fine, my nature is closer to intellect anyway. I'll gladly help mess with those bastards. Yeo-myung grinned. But before that, there's something to do. What is it? We need to find those two brats we sent down another path before coming here, don't you think? Yeo-myung had said there were rituals being held in two different places. If a being like Gungi was also at the place they went, then their lives were in danger. As it turned out, Baek Sang-ah and So-chun were unharmed. However, corpses were strewn across the path they had taken the Yeagle clan. The sorcerers of the Yeagle clan who had followed Yeagle-chun. They weren't present at the location where Gungi had appeared apparently, they had gathered here instead. Cheon Yura and I found the two inside a cave midway up a mountain peak. You're safe, Lady Baek. Only a bit of blood stained her clothes, her condition was otherwise intact. Though her expression was far from good, and it was clear why. Before her lay the corpse of a middle-aged man holding a sword, whose appearance and presence were on an entirely different level from the other members of the Yeagle clan. Sensing my gaze, Beek Sanga let out a deep sigh. This is the current Yeagle clan head, Jade Brush of Authority Yeogmun. Jade Brush of Authority Yeogmun, a renowned scholar in the Murim and a master of mechanical formations. And he was the man I used to call uncle when I was young. Judging from the situation, it seemed she had cut Yeogmun down herself. What happened here? You'll understand if you look inside. At Beek Sanga's words, I turned my eyes toward the cave interior. Beyond, countless corpses lay scattered around a massive altar soaked in blood. We're a step too late. Too late? The ritual is already over. Whoever was here before them must have fled. Can you tell who it was? From the lingering chi, it's likely Dachiel. Dachiel, the most cunning and scheming of the four atrocities. I would have preferred the blockhead duel instead. In short, another troublesome bastard. This is becoming a serious headache. The news that monsters like Gungi were being unleashed into the world was far from welcome. At that moment, Beek Sanga called me, "Young Master Jin." "Yes, lady. We need to head to the Yeagle clan immediately." "Why?" Just before clan head Yeagle passed, the brainwashing broke and he regained his senses. Yeogmun recognized Beek Sanga in his final moments and told her this. The list of sects cooperating with the heaven-defying society is hidden in the Yeagle clan head study. I had the account book of the colorful flower lord, so I already had some idea of those collaborating with them. But that only allowed for speculation, and I didn't believe the book contained every name. If what she said was true, this time we could clearly distinguish friend from foe. Beek Sanga looked at me with resolute eyes. If we can choose and kill those bastards, perhaps the Central Plains will see less blood. Chapter 410, Old Nemesis, 2, I saw determination in Beek Sanga's eyes. A resolve to willingly stain her hands with blood for the greater cause. If she truly danced with her sword in earnest, then save for a select few in the Central Plains, no one's head would remain safe. However, the logic of the orthodox path, it is not. Only now you say that, I acknowledge your resolve, my lady, but at the very least, there's no need to act on it immediately. I looked down at the unconscious Masan Celestial Maiden. For now, we can decide after interrogating the Masan Celestial Maiden. There's no rush. KKRK, the Masan Celestial Maiden, her vision blurred, felt her consciousness surfacing. Yura awake. The Masan Celestial Maiden looked this way with vacant eyes. She had been subdued so cleanly that she likely didn't suffer much of a headache. Well, as you know, the situation is over. The sorcerers of your Masan sect have all been subdued by the Cheon clan. From the moment the Masan Celestial Maiden, their leader, was taken down, there was no chance of victory left for the Masan sect. Some elder-level sorcerers fiercely resisted, but they weren't enough to overcome the elite led personally by Cheon Yura. Do not attempt to draw upon your sorcery. You know how merciless the main clan's suppression technique is. What do you intend to do with me? I coldly advised her. Confess everything you know and swear to seal the Masan sect. Do so, and I will at least spare your life. Despite her circumstances, she let out a scornful laugh. You think you can threaten me with something as cheap as my life? Indeed, someone twisted by decades of obsessive revenge would hardly surrender over something so trivial. Torture? Go ahead. If you wish to touch my brain, feel free. Even if my ego shatters, I will never hand over even a single piece of information to the likes of you. Her spirit was admirable, but to me, it was laughable. Cheon Yura, is it possible to destroy the Masan Celestial Maiden's mind and extract information from it? Her shoulders flinched slightly. Perhaps she hadn't expected I would actually consider it. Cheon Yura looked hesitant for a moment, then shook his head. It is difficult. Why is that? Once sorcerers are subjected to mental techniques, they understand well how wretched their downfall will be. Just as martial artists have their final gambit known as mutual destruction, sorcerers have similar measures. For a sorcerer of her caliber, she is bound to have prepared at least one countermeasure for her final moment. A countermeasure? Usually, they destroy their own body while simultaneously unleashing a curse on their foe. Among the Cheon clan, even our elders are trained in such techniques. I tilted my head slightly. Cheon Pyong didn't seem to have anything like that. It probably didn't work on the Grand Duke. Cheon Yura pouted. It was a silent protest. We compare her to such a monster outside the norm? Fair point. Back then, it wasn't me but the second heavenly demon who had taken over my body. Curses and petty tricks wouldn't have worked on someone like that. So, in short, mental sorcery won't work on her. Unfortunately, there's really no other way. It would be a waste to simply kill the Masan celestial maiden as she was. But releasing her was absolutely out of the question. No matter how strict the suppression technique is, if she's freed, Shed eventually break through it and become our enemy. More importantly, although she had been subdued anticlimactically, she was said to be so skilled in psychological techniques that other sorcerers even called her Saw Gal. At that moment, Yeo-myung poked her head out from within my robe. What kind of nonsense are you trying to pull now? Whatever countermeasure she's got, just crush it with force. Tusk. Crush it with force? Yeah. If you want, I could even lend a hand. As soon as she saw Yeo-myung, the Masan celestial maiden's eyes flew wide open. Demonic immortal? How can you appear in the material world again? I was slightly confused by her reaction. What? It's like she's seeing Yeo-myung for the first time, but she had been right there listening during my conversation with Gungi, hadn't she? Yeo-myung scoffed and answered my question. It's a difference in level. Beings of lower class can't even properly perceive my form. Unless I permit it, they can't comprehend me, nor the circumstances involving me. Ah, is that so? An illusion technique that deceives the world itself merely by existing. If this creature had been fully unleashed, the heaven-defying society would have been nothing more than a minor ripple compared to the catastrophe that would have descended upon the Central Plains. Please. Watch carefully. Yeo-myung, whose eyes had turned red at some point, stared directly at the Masan celestial maiden. Look into my eyes. She desperately tried to turn her head away. Where do you think you're going? Chuan Jiang grabbed her jaw and forcibly fixed her gaze. At that moment, crunch, crack, nothing occurred in the physical world, but within the spiritual realm, a distinct sound echoed as if something was being torn apart. Don't. Stop it, no. Even the Masan celestial maiden, who had withstood threats of torture without flinching, now had fear welling up in her eyes, and before long the light vanished from her pupils. Amazing. Even with the suppression technique in place, to break her this easily it's done. Ask anything you wish. Thank you, Yeo-myung. I gently stroked the space between her brows. To my surprise, she didn't seem to mind my touch. There. A bit more MHMM. What are you looking at? Wanna lose those eyes? Lower them. Chuan Jiang, who had been staring blankly, quickly dropped his gaze the moment Yeo-myung bared her fangs. Letting out a faint chuckle, I turned my eyes toward the Masan celestial maiden. Masan celestial maiden, answer my question. Yes. I started with what I was most curious about. Where is Jin Yeomyung's real body? The answer came quickly. I don't know, not precisely. The mood in the room instantly turned icy. After acting like she knew everything, she was bluffing. Suppressing the urge to throw a punch, I asked the next question. Tell me everything you know about Jin Yeomyung's abilities. Thankfully, this time she answered smoothly. I listened with great interest as information flowed from her lips. The maximum number of terminals he can control is around 100. That's fewer than I expected. Even then, at most, he could simultaneously control only about 10. Even if he has become a mental collective, he still cannot exceed the fundamental limits of a human, of course. If he could wield thousands or tens of thousands of terminals, there'd be no need for this approach. He could have simply built a force and steamrolled the Central Plains with power. It was then suddenly, a twisted smile formed on the Masan celestial maiden's lips. Jin Yeomyung believes himself to be the right arm of the Grand Heavenly Lord, a revolutionary to usher in a new world, but in truth, that is merely his delusion. A delusion? In what way is it a delusion? And then, a shocking truth spilled from her mouth. In truth, he is the sacrificial offering meant to resurrect the last of the four atrocities who slumbered long ago. If all of the four atrocities awaken, it will hasten the heavenly time in which heavenly evil resurrects. Once his purpose is fulfilled, he will be discarded. Jin Yeomyung, a sacrifice to revive the four atrocities. It's not entirely implausible. There are offerings that are judged not by quantity, but by quality. No, more importantly, you said if the four atrocities all awaken, the heavenly time can be brought forth sooner. Yes, they are ancient beings who once served heavenly evil, those who inherited his power. Just by being near them, even the slumbering fragments of heavenly evil are greatly stimulated. Gungi, chaos, duel, dachial. The demonic beasts of the mythic era, still remembered today as the four atrocities. Didn't Gamunbai, who inherited dachial's power, die by Master's hand? The essence of chaos must have been completely destroyed back then as well. Master was never the kind to leave such things unfinished. Then the Masan celestial maiden nodded. Former third Heavenly Lord Gam Unbai was Dachial's descendant. He was originally designated as Dachial's host, but his death caused the plan to fall apart. So in short, Chinjuchun is a backup. If anything happens related to that guy, it's highly likely to occur within the cult. The Grand Heavenly Lord must still be after Yura's body. According to the Masan celestial maiden, among the four atrocities, Dachial and Chaos have yet to be resurrected, which meant time was still on our side. I asked her a few more questions after that and managed to extract some fairly useful answers. Even if we head to the Yeagle clan right now, it's probably too late. Too late? Except for a few of the bloodline, the Yeagle clan has effectively already been taken over. The moment the terminal's head falls, that man will set the Yeagle clan ablaze. Everyone's expressions hardened. Beek Sanga let out a strained breath. Yuna Yeagle-yoon was one of the few bloodline survivors who, by fortune, escaped Yeagle-chun's grasp. But if she learned what had become of the Yeagle clan turning away from the pained Beek Sanga, I asked my final question. What do you think Yeagle-chun's next move will be? He will declare war on the Northern Murim Alliance. Why? The alliance leader is dead and the Yeagle clan has been annihilated. That fact helped pin it on the Northern Murim Alliance. Yes, to be fair, it wasn't exactly false. The one who cut down Yeagle-chun, the alliance leader, was the Northern Murim Alliance's strategist, first strategist Black Thunder. The Southern Murim Alliance was already unstable from the beginning, but using the alliance leader's death and seizing internal control, they can easily consolidate their scattered forces. At my monologue, Beek Sanga bit her lip. War will break out soon. They likely want blood to flow through the Central Plains. That's the goal in itself. It seemed Beek Sanga's assassination mission would have to be put on hold. As the Northern Murim Alliance leader, there was no way she could withdraw now. For now, let's quickly wrap up our remaining tasks and return to the Alliance. Everyone agreed with that. Hwan Jiang, gather a few fast ones and send them to the Yeagle clan. Understood, Grand Duke. But a few days later, a report came from Hwan Jiang stating the Yeagle clan's main house had gone up in flames. Just as we expected. Not long after, the Southern Murim Alliance officially announced the death of Alliance leader Yeagle-chun and the annihilation of the Yeagle clan, and declared war on the Northern Murim Alliance. And on top of that, news spread that the remnants of the Yuan dynasty, once driven to the north, had raised a massive army and begun marching southward toward the Hebei region. Their number sown 100,000. However, Prince Yongsa, who held supreme command over the northern army that should have opposed them, suddenly began acting strangely, causing the battle situation to take a bizarre turn. Lord Beekchung, who had been stationed in Beijing, hastily sent a request for support to our cult, and cult leader Cheon Yura responded by dispatching the cult's elite, led by Saber Demon, to the imperial court. A great storm of war began to sweep across the Central Plains. Chapter 411, Southern and Northern Great War 1, the Iron Thread Blood Palace unit is ready, cult leader. Fire! Papapapet. Hundreds of blood-red arrows embroidered the sky and rained down on a single point. Their target was a massive black serpent, stretching over 20 jang in length. Kayak! The black serpent wailed, becoming a pincushion with arrows embedded all over its body. Though its black skin could ignore ordinary blades, it wasn't resilient enough to withstand the concentrated chi arrows on the arrowheads. However, as if it hadn't taken a significant hit, the black serpent began twisting its body toward the gathering cult members. It's coming, the Guardian Hall protect the cult leader. Kayak, the gigantic body, large enough to swallow a person whole, moved at great speed, but it never had a chance to reach Cheon Yura. Quajik, you beast! A massive axe flew from somewhere and struck the serpent's head squarely. It was a strike from Left Guardian Wang Chinjial. As blood sprayed from the top of the black serpent's head, toxic mist began to rise from the surrounding ground. At that sight, Cheon Yura rebuked Wang Chinjial. Left Guardian, it's poisonous, don't get close, engage it from a distance. Yes, cult leader. Though the crimson-faced demon fighter Wang Chinjial was a master of martial arts using his fists and feet, it didn't mean he couldn't wield weapons. Especially against foes that must not be touched directly, he often wielded the massive great axe. Finish it off thoroughly? Yes, ma'am. The waiting martial artists threw chains to keep the beast from escaping into the ground. Then, Wang Chinjial and the elites relentlessly pursued its wounds and eventually severed the serpent's life. Well done, Left Guardian. It's nothing, cult leader. As Cheon Yura approached the corpse of the black serpent, she spoke. How many of our cult members fell to this thing? A small village near Suryang Peak vanished, and even the warriors dispatched to subjugate it were wiped out. I'd say at least 200. God damn it. Her curse caused the surrounding guardian lions to tense up all at once. The cult leader had not been in a good mood lately due to the strange phenomena occurring throughout the 10,000 Great Mountains. Beon, what's the damage elsewhere? Beon, who stood behind her, respectfully replied. It has significantly decreased since the 6 great demonic clans began to act proactively. Please don't worry too much. I asked about the casualties. According to the compiled figures from the reports, it's about 1,400. Crunch. In the past 2 months, 1,400 cult members who lived in the 10,000 Great Mountains had died. And that was only the number reported in the official documents. In reality, the number of the dead would likely be twice that. The problem is that these monsters appearing over time are becoming more and more ferocious. At first, it wasn't taken seriously. In a place like the 10,000 Great Mountains, where creatures rivaling spiritual beasts frequently appeared, they believed the outer hall could handle it. But when the 4 demon squads sent for subjugation suffered great losses, and the small and medium-sized clans seeking merit also retreated in defeat, the top brass of the divine cult began to realize the gravity of the situation. Convene a meeting in the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. Even if we have to overturn the entire 10,000 Great Mountains, we will protect our cult members. Cult leader. If we do that, we won't have any capacity left to deal with the outside. The current state of the Central Plains was utter chaos. The Murim of the Central Plains was on the brink of a great war, split between the north and south, and to make matters worse, remnants of the Yuan dynasty had begun advancing southward. Originally, she wouldn't have cared how they fought amongst themselves, but with a clear understanding of who was behind the current situation, standing by would be far too dangerous. But Cheon Yura was resolute. I am entrusting that to Jin Yeomyung, Sea Cult leader. The 2,000 troops currently deployed to the Central Plains are by no means small. More importantly, with Jin Yeomyung's capabilities, he can handle even the worst-case scenario. The chaos in the north was the same. The Imperial family will be enough if they have Saber Demon. Sending Saber Demon had been a decision Cheon Yura made after much deliberation. With the Sword Demon still not recovered, and with Cheon Jumun and the demonic Ghost Execution Squad remaining unpredictable variables, sending a transcendent-level expert like Saber Demon outside posed a huge risk. But she trusted her own power and made the bold call. Until the internal disorder is fully resolved, we will lock down the cult. Yes, cult leader. Send a messenger to the Cheon clan as well. Tell them to cooperate quietly in this matter. In truth, the possibility of the Cheon clan cooperating, as they continued to remain silent, was nearly non-existent. However, laying such political groundwork in advance allowed one to take the lead in swaying internal public sentiment later. Cheon Yura probably didn't give that order after such careful consideration, but it was still the right move. Except too quiet. Since the last incident, the Cheon clan had taken no action at Allen, almost eerie stillness. Even though the newly reorganized intelligence division, led by Bu Ilhwa, the vice captain of the Divine Ghost Unit, was monitoring the Cheon clan without a single gap, their movements remained undetectable. In truth, the mere fact that the Cheon clan wasn't interfering was already a blessing, but in Beon's eyes. The current Cheon clan looked like a powder keg on the verge of explosion. The cult leader believes Jin Yeomyung won't make a reckless move, but sometimes, collective madness ignored even the will of its leader. Especially when a unique existence like Cheon Juchun lurked within the Cheon clan. She could only hope the Cheon clan would remain still to the end. After the Southern Murim Alliance's declaration of war. Move quickly. The Southern Murim Alliance bastards are mobilizing en masse. Where is the military strategist Sama? We need his instructions. Luoyang, now the base of the Northern Murim Alliance, fell into confusion after the Southern Murim Alliance's one-sided declaration of war. Even with confidence in victory, the outcome of battle always required actual combat to determine. This is serious. Jai Yi, the documentation officer temporarily in charge of overall command in place of Jegul Yoon, spoke with a map in front of him. Famous sects from across the Central Plains are moving to join the Southern Murim Alliance instead of us. His expression was grave. The problem is that many of them are branch clans of the very sects forming the foundation of our alliance. the Diamond Gate under Shaolin, the Taeyong Gate under the Wudang sect, the Bakshin Gate under the Gongdong sect, and so on. Numerous major branch sects numbering in the hundreds were betraying their parent sects and joining the Southern Murim Alliance. They were probably traitors from the start. That seems likely. Otherwise, it wouldn't make any sense. In particular, the Diamond Gate was a sect located right near Songshan and had close ties with Shaolin. That such a sect would defy Shaolin's will and join the Southern Murim Alliance came as a significant shock to Shaolin itself. Hahaha Amitabha, Myung-un, who had settled into the position of elder in the Northern Murim Alliance, softly chanted with his eyes closed. At that moment, someone raised their hand to speak. Has military strategist Sama not arrived yet? The second strategist, Sama Yoon, no Jegul Yoon. She, who should have been the most actively involved in this situation, had inexplicably withdrawn from everything and remained absent. Baek Sang-ah answered firmly. The mission I assigned her is not yet complete. Until then, third strategist Yeo-myung will oversee her responsibilities. The speaker reluctantly nodded. It wasn't that Yeo-myung lacked ability as a strategist, but the absence of Jegul Yoon, who had been the central pillar, was more than enough to unsettle the leadership. Baek Sang-ah turned to me. First strategist. Yes, alliance leader. The first strategist Black Thunder Myung-jin. As the first strategist, who had rarely appeared in official settings, entered, all eyes in the hall converged on him. What is the status of negotiations with the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult? I replied nonchalantly. The Heavenly Demon Divine Cult has expressed its willingness to assist the Northern Murim Alliance in contributing to peace in the Central Plains. Ooh, then what's the price of that support? If they offered help without compensation, others would grow suspicious of ulterior motives. The Heavenly Demon Divine Cult requested dominion over the region south of Gansu Province as compensation for supporting our alliance. South of Gansu Province. Given that the northern part of Gansu was already under the influence of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, the proposal was quite reasonable. However, that's fairly rational. But what the Gongdong sect thinks. The Gongdong sect, the original rulers of southern Gansu, remained silent with uncomfortable expressions. No one else spoke, but inwardly they all hoped the Gongdong sect would concede. It was then, Alliance Leader. A warrior of the Black Sky Guardian unit entered from outside and reported. A guest has come to see the Alliance Leader. Baek Sang-ah sighed lightly and responded. This is not the time for me to receive guests personally. I don't know who it is, but tell them to come another time. They said they came from the Namchen Baek clan. Flinch. Not only I and Baek Sang-ah, but even the Saber King, who had been sitting quietly, flinched slightly. An envoy from the Namchen Baek clan. In truth, the figure who appeared before Baek Sang-ah was far too prominent to be merely called an envoy. GR grandfather? When the envoy removed his hood and revealed his identity, Baek Sang-ah was shocked. Namchen Sword King Baek Dajeong, he had come here in person. It's been a while, Sang-ah. A long time indeed, old Saber King. And you too, Grand Ducate's been a while. The Saber King and I received the Sword King's greeting with reluctant expressions. The Sword King, unfazed, greeted me once more. Though belated congratulations on your marriage. If it weren't for the sealing order, the Namchen side would have sent an envoy as well. Please forgive us for not doing so. The Namchen Sword King was speaking formally to me, someone he hadn't seen in a long time. That distance was a sign of respect toward me, who had now become the demonic faction lord. Have you finally given up on tying Lady Baek to me? He let out a wry smile. What's the point in clinging to something that's already over? If you fail, you should reflect and move on. Damn, you're shameless old man. The Saber King scowled and rebuked him, but the Sword King's expression didn't change. He asked me, this is sudden, but how do you see the flow of the current war, Grand Duke? I answered without hesitation. If we fight head-on, I am confident we'll win overwhelmingly. Naturally. No matter how many troops the Southern Murim Alliance gathered, they couldn't match the Northern Murim Alliance in terms of elite strength. The Wudang sect led by Dao Zun, the last of the three sovereigns of the Central Plains. Shaolin, long regarded as the strongest among the 9 orthodox sects. And finally, the Northern Heaven's Sword family, now considered the closest to the greatest clan under heaven. But the Southern Murim Alliance will never engage us head-on. Especially if their objective was to spread bloodshed across the entire Central Plains. They're more likely to spread out the battlefield and engage in prolonged guerrilla warfare. The longer the war dragged on, the more disgracefully it was fought, the deeper and thicker the blood would flow across the Central Plains. Heh, our thoughts align perfectly. The seasoned Sword King had accurately seen through the Southern Murim Alliance's strategy. In this war, Namchen can lend a hand. If you wish, I can incite the southernmost region of the Central Plains, centered on Fujian province, to rebel entirely. Though their influence had weakened due to years under the sealing order, the Namchen Beek clan still had the power to act on such words. I asked the Sword King with a stiff expression, "What do you want?" What the Sword King wanted was simple. I want to re-establish a marriage alliance with the heavenly demon divine cult. Chapter 412. Southern and Northern Great War II. I did not respond to the Sword King's words and remained silent. A marriage alliance, huh? Once again, I was reminded of how political he was. Of course, I could understand. Right now, if the Namchen Beek clan leaves the Southern Murim Alliance, they'll be surrounded on all sides. Especially now, when the evil Path Castle had crossed into Anhui province and was extending its reach into the southern Central Plains, it had become even more dangerous. The Saber King ground her teeth and glared at the Sword King. You damn old man, you still can't let go of your greedy ambition? Greedy ambition, is it? Is that how it looks to you? Of course it is. Do you think that child is still in a position to be tossed around at your whim? One of the two great powers dividing the world, Northern Murim Alliance leader, Heavenly White Sword Queen, Beek Sanga. That was her current status, though it did not seem overwhelming due to the unstable and chaotic times. In about 5 years, the world would surely recognize her as one of the great champions of this era. It doesn't matter anymore even if her identity is revealed. The world is changing, and it's about time everyone realized who's behind it all. She doesn't need to maintain ties with Namchen anymore. Unless Namchen bows its head and comes crawling, that is. Every word from the Saber King was right on the mark. If the Namchen Beek clan joined, it would be like gaining 10,000 troops. But the Northern Murim Alliance was no longer in a position to be dragged along by them. The Sword King gave a bitter smile. You're a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? I know my place well enough. I'm not talking about Sanga. I was referring to another girl from the clan. Hold on a moment. The Sword King could not finish his sentence. It was because someone suddenly descended and landed in front of him. A young man, clearly hastily dressed and strikingly handsome. Though I thought he was quite good-looking, the Sword King's hand had already instinctively reached for the hilt at his waist. What are you doing? The Saber King chided him teasingly, but the Sword King's gaze was serious. Who are you? The Sword King stared warily at Sochin, who had appeared out of nowhere. Even though he had slightly let his guard down, the fact that Sochin had come right up to him without being detected was shocking. Sochin bent deeply toward the Sword King. Greetings, father-in-law. Father what? The Sword King's face turned dumbfounded at the sudden ambush. Young Master Sochin? Thud. Guac. Beek Sanga's kick struck Sochin squarely in the ribs. Naturally, Sochin was sent flying far off into the distance. The Sword King's mouth slightly fell open. It wasn't the farcical scene that surprised him. It was his granddaughter's kick just now. So subtle, swift, and without any waste. Not a polished technique, but a natural strike. That could only mean one thing. Though it was just a single exchange, the Sword King instinctively realized it. His granddaughter's skill was by no means below his own. When did she become this strong? When he heard that his granddaughter had surpassed the Black Lotus Hall leader and risen to become the Northern Murim Alliance leader. Just as the Saber King had said, the Sword King did harbor a slight underestimation of her. But now, clearing his mind and assessing carefully, the Sword King realized he couldn't fathom Beek Sanga's depth. An impossible feat unless she was at least of equal level. The sparrow that left home has already become a mighty rock. And the young man called Sochin was the same. Even though he had taken a hit from Beek Sanga, this youth named Sochin's strength also seemed unfathomable. Perhaps I have grown old. It was absurd and hard to believe, but his instincts, honed over a lifetime, couldn't lie. If it's so, then he must be from the hidden shadow clan of the divine cult. I didn't know the divine cult had another young demonic dragon. Wait, Sochin. The Sword King blinked. If it's Sochin, then is he that Jin Yeomyung's disciple? What, you didn't know? He looks quite different from the report. More importantly, if it's Sochin, the Sword King's expression suddenly twisted into something vicious. Isn't he the scoundrel who kidnapped Sanga from inside our clan? The moment Sochin, who had been thrown aside, heard those words, his shoulders flinched. Beek Sanga also turned her gaze awkwardly, seemingly recalling that moment. That overwhelming skill that took Beek Sanga from none other than Beek Gongjin, the second in command of the clan, known as the Heavenly Knight's Sword. Regardless of the situation, even the Sword King, upon hearing the belated report, had been deeply impressed. However, that was then and this was now. And that bastard dares speak to me now? Well, Sochin awkwardly shifted his posture and rolled his eyes. Though it wasn't as if the Namshin Beek clan had done well, Sochin had no excuse regarding the kidnapping. Most of all, wasn't he himself the final trigger that had led to their closed-off status, with everyone's attention focused on him? Sochin chose to push forward. I said, "Father-in-law, yo, young master." Ha, as the Sword King let out a hollow laugh. Sochin brushed dust off his clothes, approached the Sword King, and bowed. "Allow me to properly introduce myself, father-in-law. I am Sochin, young master of the Yunryong-so clan and murder dragon." Beek Sanga and I blinked and looked at each other. Sochin wasn't the young master of the Yunryong-so clan, nor was he one of the 6 demonic dragons. And now he says what? This crazy bastard is lying. If Murder Demon found out, he'd try to slit Sochin's throat. What the hell is he relying on? So, Yurei the young master of the So clan. Whether the bluff worked or not, the Sword King's expression softened. Well, with skill like that, it would be strange if you weren't. Indeed, outwardly, it did seem that way. Based on Sochin's current ability alone, he could easily behead every successor candidate and claim the young master title. Haha, I am pleased that a dragon like you is with Sanga. I glanced at Beek Sanga for a moment. She was deeply conflicted about whether or not to deny that. Sensing the timing, Sochin struck again. I promised to make her happy for life, so please allow our Mar. That's enough. MMMP. I rushed over to Sochin and covered his mouth. Just how much was he planning to be scammed by that fox to say such things so casually? And if he gets exposed as not being the young master of the So clan, how's he going to handle the aftermath? Well, it's not exactly a relationship that far along. Seems that way. The Sword King nodded after glancing at Beek Sanga's expression, but who knows what the future holds. That's true. I looked at the Sword King with a slightly cold gaze. Wouldn't it be a bit unreasonable to still consider Lady Beek a member of the Namshin Beek clan now? Of course, if you wish to form a marriage alliance with our cult through someone else, we would gladly welcome it. However, please send a formal letter to 10,000 Great Mountains instead of speaking to me directly. I see. I understand the Grand Duke's intentions well. The Sword King let out a low sigh. He clearly understood this was a warning not to play tricks using Beek Sanga. After spending some time in casual conversation, the Sword King finally said to me, "One last thing. Not only Namshin, but the Namgung clan is also preparing to break the seal in coordination with their main family. If even the Namgung clan sides with Namshin, they alone would possess the power to vie for supremacy of the world. I see, today does not seem the right time, so I will return for now. Let's go, Gongjin." "Yes, clan head." Beek Gongjin, the Heavenly Knight's Sword, who had accompanied him as an escort, bowed his head. Despite the long distance they had come, the Sword King and Beek Gongjin withdrew in anticlimactic fashion. Will it be okay? No matter how I see it, the situation doesn't look too good. If they end up siding with the Southern Murim Alliance, even by a slim chance, things will become really troublesome. As the Saber King said, while the Namgung clan, who were practically blood enemies with the heaven-defying society, might be unlikely, the Namshin Beek clan joining the Southern Murim Alliance would not be strange at all, especially in the current situation where the previous alliance leader, Jegelchen, had been taken down in vain. The Southern Sword King could very well aim for the position of alliance leader. That man isn't one to distinguish good from evil when it comes to his clan. He can easily turn against his own granddaughter. Of course, there was no denying that the Sword King was fundamentally a martial man of generous heart and a good person. I knew well that he tried his best not to cross the line whenever possible, but he valued the Namshin Beek clan more than his own convictions. If it comes to that, we have no choice. Are you serious? The debt we owe the previous Sword King is immense, but that doesn't mean we can let Lady Beek's life be tossed around. You really are too kind. The Saber King clicked her tongue at my words, but she seemed rather pleased. In this era, where even the best of people rarely escape their clan's shackles, my statement clearly went against common societal norms. I turned my gaze to Sochin, who was pouting slightly. "Sochin, what?" Perhaps thinking that the meeting had failed because of me, Sochin glared at me with sulky eyes. "Do you seriously plan on becoming the clan head of the So clan?" "Not really. If becoming the clan head of the So clan is the only way you can marry Lady Beak, then I'll do it. It might seem like he was answering thoughtlessly, but Sochin's eyes were sincere. He was truly willing to bear anything for love. Sensing his sincerity, Beak Sangha slightly turned her head with a faint blush. If this war ends and you return to our cult, I spoke to Sochin with a serious expression. Defeat the murder demon with your own hands and seize the clan head's seat. You can do it, right? I don't mind doing it, but Sochin glanced at Beak Sangha and asked, is it okay to proceed like this without even checking Lady Beak's opinion? Oh, everyone looked at Sochin in surprise the moment he displayed what could only be called consideration. That was when it happened. I don't mind. Beak Sangha said in a low voice. I told you before, didn't I? Sochin young master needs to show a little more manliness. Sochin's eyes trembled widely. If you can do what Jin young master said, then I'll think about it seriously. I never thought a day would come when I commit such filial impiety. I told you to defeat the murder demon, not to kill him. Thwack! I struck the back of Sochin's crouched head. Still, the fact that he can seriously consider taking on that murder demon is frightening. A monster we could barely hold off by teaming up with Cheon Yura back then. I was once again struck by how immensely powerful Sochin had become now. Lady Beak, are you really okay with this? Though I was the one who brought it up first, I was a little worried that Beak Sangha might have made the decision too hastily. She replied calmly. The murder demon isn't someone to be taken lightly. That is true. But with a condition like this, at least he won't slack off disgracefully for a while, will he? From her tone, I could feel the deep frustration she had developed after years of witnessing every one of Sochin's lowest moments. If he actually defeats the murder demon, well, when that happens, she shrugged her shoulders slightly. That'll be a matter to think about when the time comes. The fact that she didn't seem displeased at all strangely stirred something in me. Chapter 413. War between the North and South, 3. It wasn't just the Northern Murim Alliance that was flustered by the sudden declaration of war from the Southern Murim Alliance. Even within the Southern Murim Alliance, voices of confusion were surfacing. Yeo-myung, one of the first-generation disciples of the Kingcheng sect, was stationed near Xi'an in Hubei province, which was relatively far from the front lines. Quite leisurely, Yeo-myung murmured quietly as he looked at the flow of the Dan River running north of Xi'an. Behind him, fellow first-generation disciple Yeo-myung opened his mouth. The world is in chaos, senior brother. Is this really the right thing to do? That, even this senior brother does not know. Yeo-myung let out a complaint without realizing it. It was understandable that the Murim had split into northern and southern factions due to political reasons. Since both had aligned with unorthodox sects, neither could rightfully accuse the other of being more disgraceful. However, I heard monsters have started appearing all over the Central Plains, devouring innocent civilians. Isn't this the worst possible time for us to be fighting each other? At Yeo-myung's complaint, Yeo-myung sighed once again. Demonic beasts of unknown origin had begun appearing and attacking civilians a few months ago. Though initially dismissed as rumors, the reports of destruction were growing too serious to ignore. More than anything, even martial artists of the Kingcheng sect, including Yeo-myung, had encountered them once. The government is too occupied with the Northern Rebellion. Local magistrates have also been suppressing themselves due to the continuous wars among martial artists. What can we do? It's the will of those above. Worry flickered in Yeo-myung's eyes. As you all know, the elders are acting as if possessed by something. They keep repeating that we will perish unless we annihilate the Northern Murim Alliance, ignoring all advice from others. It's almost like they've been brainwashed. At that statement from one of the first-generation disciples, the others panicked and shouted, "Hey, how dare you speak such blasphemy? But wasn't us being stationed in such a remote area a result of our collective protest to the elders?" At that remark, all the first-generation disciples fell silent. First-generation disciples of the Kingcheng sect, one of the 9 sects' one gang. They were elite among elites, suitable to be deployed in any major battlefield. Yet their placement in this remote area near Luoyang, instead of the main battlefield, was indeed a result of their protest against the irrationality of this war. Once someone opened their mouth, Yeo-myung's disciple, who had brought up the notion of brainwashing, spoke out in a torrent. Everyone's gone mad. I'd prefer the times of petty power struggles and land grabbing. Why are we so desperate to devour one another now? I can't understand it. Junior brother, the alliance leader, is dead. The Yeagle clan, which produced the alliance leader, has been annihilated. Yet the entire world knows this wasn't the doing of the Northern Murim Alliance. How can this serve as the pretext for war? That the alliance leader was at Mount Tai was information known to very few even within the Southern Murim Alliance. Naturally, the Northern Murim Alliance could not have known it. The same went for the Yeagle clan. Located south of Hubei province, their territory was closer to that of the evil Dao faction than to the Northern Murim Alliance, making it an unlikely target for a surprise attack. What's done is done, junior brother. Hwang Chial comforted the youngest. There is no good or evil in war, the victor is justice. Senior brother, that's the logic of the demonic cult. Ignoring the youngest's protest, Hwang Chial continued. But what's truly frustrating is why we are the ones receiving this kind of treatment. If we could just fight openly, it would at least feel less suffocating. That's because you're all too perceptive for your own good. Who's there? At the sudden low voice, the first-generation disciples of the King Cheng sect urgently reached for their swords. In front of them appeared 5 men and women. Compared to the first-generation disciples in their 30s, they looked slightly younger. You lot seem like juniors of the Murim. What business do you have with us? The youth at the front sneered. Juniors? Don't be ridiculous. We're no orthodox sect. Not orthodox. The aura of the first-generation disciples grew more intense. We've come as apostles of justice to punish those who stray from the trend and entertain foolish thoughts. Apostles of justice, you say? The words were absurd and out of place, but Hwang Yang immediately understood their meaning. You dare say the alliance seeks to purge us? Oh, you catch on quick, don't you? Hwang Yang scowled as he spoke. But I don't understand. You're far too weak to be a proper execution squad. The other first-generation disciples of the King Cheng sect all nodded in agreement. You bastards, barely even at the level of first-rate, how do you plan to purge us? To be blunt, just 2 out of the 10 first-generation disciples gathered here could easily take care of those 5. Smirks curled up on the lips of the young man and his group. What you see isn't all there is. What? Perhaps you know this too? SRRK. The young man pointed his finger across the King Cheng sect's first-generation disciples. The truth is, all of you refuse the glory bestowed by the sect, regardless of what's happening now. Not everyone understood what he meant, but a few of the first-generation disciples furrowed their brows in realization. Previously, the elders of the sect had summoned each first-generation disciple one by one and recommended a special procedure. The elders had tempted them, saying they could transcend human limits and be reborn as something special. As a result, many first-generation disciples accepted that offer, while those gathered here including Hwang Yang were the ones who had rejected it. There are 2 reasons why you will die today. The young man raised 2 fingers. 1, we need to spill blood for the ritual in this area. And 2, the young man's face twisted grotesquely. Unlike us who crawled back from hell, you fools turned away from the glory you could have accepted with ease. What tainted his face was intense contempt and envy. Crack, crackle, the forms of the 5 men and women began to grotesquely twist and grow larger. Monsters, don't panic, form the King Feng sword formation. 5 awakened beings from the heaven-defying society faced off against 10 first-generation disciples of the King Cheng sect. The young man, who had now transformed into a massive werewolf-like figure, drooled from his mouth as he spoke. If you had accepted the glory, you would become far stronger than small fry like us. How foolish. The young man gave orders to his subordinates. Kill them all. The subordinates, now fully transformed into awakened beings, let out monstrous cries and charged at the first-generation disciples. Hwang Yang let out a cry of horror. Could it be the monsters wreaking havoc across the world were actually raised by the Alliance? Not the full truth, but close enough. They were all going to die anyway, so there was no need to correct their misunderstanding. The awakened beings of the heaven-defying society charged toward the first-generation disciples all at once. Since they were dealing with unknown monsters, the first-generation disciples maintained the King Feng sword formation as they cautiously faced off against the awakened beings. However, Kwang, Gaia, Hwang Gong. Hwang Gong, one of the first-generation disciples, couldn't withstand even a single blow and was sent flying, coughing up blood. The awakened being who had sent Hwang Gong flying let out a sinister laugh. So this is what the elite of the 9 sects one gang is made of? Pathetic. How strong are they? Hwang Gong had clearly infused his sword with sword chi. More importantly, Wang Gong was a powerhouse known for his honed physique among the first-generation disciples. Do not face them head-on, use finesse and adapt, wear them down with precision. The martial arts of the King Cheng sect are based on speed and variability. Though not as adept in fluid strength like the Wudang sect, they were at least flexible enough to respond proactively depending on the situation. However my sword won't pierce them, senior brother. Damn it! The awakened beings of the heaven-defying society weren't seriously harmed even by sharp sword chi. Even a full-powered strike barely grazed their outer skin. Only when Wang Yang forced out enhanced chi could he barely sever a single arm. But when the young man, seemingly the leader, picked up the severed arm and pressed it to the stump, blood bubbled, and the wound quickly reattached and healed. Insane, Wang Yang felt the strength drain from his entire body. It felt like his will to fight was vanishing in an instant. You let your guard down. The young man swung his reattached arm back and forth before contorting his face into a vicious sneer. So you're supposed to be a first-generation disciple, huh? I'll make sure you don't die an easy death. Don't retreat, fight back. The first-generation disciples resisted with everything they had. However, the fundamental gap in physical strength was unavoidable, and one by one, more began to collapse, coughing up blood. Run, senior brother, we must inform the Northern Murim Alliance of this. Well, by time, junior brothers. Wang Yang shed tears of blood at the sight of his fellow disciples perishing one after another. Q-hoo-hoo, how touching. One of the awakened beings, having torn out a disciple's heart, bared his fangs in a grin. Sorry, but I won't let you go. That tearful sight is too pitiful to watch, so I'll end it here. Yeah, such a touching bond between senior and junior, not bad for orthodox scum. In that moment, a massive crimson slash appeared in the werewolf's pupils. Slash, Graya, a completely different level of agony engulfed the werewolf. The upper body of the leader was cleaved in a single strike. With both arms, his torso was separated from his lower body, and the creature screamed in unbearable pain. Who are you? Who dares? As the remaining awakened beings frantically looked around, not who dares, but rather, who graces your presence. This time, with a lively woman's voice, pure white flames shot up. Heaven-shaking path of the sacred, and the demonic radiant heaven of glory, the demonic art of the Slayer sect. The secret technique of the House of Extreme Saber, laden with contradiction, cleaved through another awakened being just as easily. This can't be. The monsters they could not handle were collapsing pathetically before people who looked far younger than themselves. The remaining awakened beings made a quick judgment. They were among those in the Jianghu who deeply understood that strength and appearance didn't always align. However, before they knew it, a formation of several hundred had surrounded them, cutting off any escape routes flawlessly. How did this happen? The awakened beings hurried to break through the encirclement with force, but as expected, the Grand Duke really knows how to use his brain. Yeo-myung appeared behind them with a murderous smile, having already surrounded the battlefield. These are troops trained specifically to deal with the likes of you. Escaping won't be easy. How did the demonic cult bastards get here? Having sensed the demonic chi radiating from the battlefield, the awakened beings belatedly realized who their opponents were. But it changed nothing. I'd love to answer that question, but to be honest, I'm just following the captain's orders, so I don't know all the details. Still, Yeo-myung's eyes curved like a crescent moon. This isn't the first time I've dealt with bastards like you. The awakened beings instinctively sensed Yeo-myung's power, an overwhelming aura incomparable to the likes of the King Cheng sect's first-generation disciples. Pop, pop, pop. Unlike the first-generation disciples who fought despite the disadvantage, these ones gave up as soon as their leader fell. 3 awakened beings each attempted to escape in different directions. Sorry, but I won't let you go. They received back the exact same words their leader had said. Yeo-myung's saber cleaved the earth. Chapter 414, War Between the North and South. 4. Yeo-myung, successor of the House of Extreme Saber. There was no doubt about her talent, destined to inherit the vast organization known as the House of Extreme Saber. 3 with a single strike, If it weren't for Ma Cholsu having inherited the unparalleled heaven-slaying physique, she would have far surpassed him in terms of talent alone. She approached me, having retrieved her saber. Will you be all right? I thought maybe capturing one wouldn't hurt. We wouldn't have gotten much useful information from them anyway. Though they were difficult for even peak masters to handle, those things were, in truth, the lowest of the low. Even compared to ones like Mad Muscle or Evil Tiger we dealt with at the Chen clan, they were far inferior. Really? Well, in any case, it counts as an accomplishment, right? Pa Yongyong looked at me with a gaze that was almost burdensome. Recognizing its meaning, I gave a wry smile. Very well. I'll pass on to you the radiant saber of containment. Yes, Pa Yongyong leapt in joy. The radiant saber of containment was one of the ancient arts of the Pa clan, passed down to me by senior brother Pa Gunchung. It hadn't been inherited in practice, let alone passed down. That's why it was convenient to offer it as a reward, without getting entangled in the complex politics of the clans. By the way, where did you even get this information? There's someone who relays internal intel from the Southern Murim Alliance. What? Really? Who? It's difficult to reveal that for now. The one who handed me information about the Southern Murim Alliance more precisely, the heaven-defying society, was none other than Han Mubik of the First Order. I still have no idea what that bastard's real goal is. He seemed to cooperate with Chen Juchen, and yet played the part of a bat by feeding me information like this. Why? He spoke to me of true freedom, but that alone didn't justify such actions. Still, the intel itself is quite useful. Of course, I didn't trust Han Mubik's information blindly. I only moved after thorough investigation and when certainty was reached. I approached the devastated disciples of the King Cheng sect. You're the top disciples of King Cheng? Yes. That's right. As you just experienced, the Southern Murim Alliance has abandoned you. More than anything, this incident couldn't have occurred without King Cheng's approval. You have two choices. Join the Northern Murim Alliance or return to the Southern Murim Alliance or King Cheng. If you choose the latter, you'll die for sure. Wang Yang declared flatly. You saw it too, didn't you? Those damned horrifying monsters. It's clear now that those monstrosities disturbing the world also stem from the Southern Murim Alliance. Although Wang Yang's words strayed slightly from the truth, they held persuasive power. Since they had all undergone the same ordeal, it was only natural their conclusion would align. However, we will return to King Cheng. Are you serious? Of course, the safer choice would be to quietly join the Northern Murim Alliance. Wang Yang gave a bitter smile. But not all of King Cheng has dipped its feet into evil. We will return, reveal the truth, and ensure the elders of our sect pay for their sins. Though it was an unrealistic plan, it was also a declaration born of their pride as members of an orthodox sect. I can't say I understand, but I'll respect your choice. A strange sense of déjà vu hit me. I felt like I had experienced something very similar before. The other top disciples also agreed with Wang Yang's decision. They still looked like death-wishing fools to me. But I suppose that's why even in decay, the orthodoxy is still the orthodoxy. There's just one thing I'd like to ask. For some reason, Wang Yang's tone became respectful. Speak. Is the heavenly demon divine cult's goal still the conquest of the Central Plains? That bastard looking to die right now from behind, Ma Cholsu, who had been silent, flared up and prepared to charge forward. We had just saved him, and now he said such a Thingonion would get angry. We did recently declare our invasion of the Central Plains several times and even carried it out, so it wasn't strange for such a question to be asked. Do you think our cult would walk the path of self-destruction in a world where heresy runs rampant? I am sorry. It's just then came something completely unexpected from Wang Yang's mouth. Before we were deployed here, we happened to overhear a meeting of our sect's elders. What did you overhear? They said an internal revolt would soon break out within the heavenly demon divine cult. The regime would be replaced, and they would invade the Northern Murim Alliance. What? It wasn't just me. Pa Yongyong and Ma Cholsu's expressions also froze. Hey, explain that in more detail. Pa Yongyong approached Wang Yang, exuding killing intent. There's nothing more to explain. That's all I heard. The Southern Murim Alliance was able to declare war even though it was clearly inferior to the Northern Murim Alliance in terms of overall power, because they were certain there'd be movement in the 10,000 mountain. I couldn't make sense of those words. Even if Saber Demon was absent, it was still too much for the Chen clan to act alone. Not unless there was an asymmetrical force capable of keeping Cheon Yura occupied in a one-on-one battle. Even if they mobilize Chen Jumun, Master is on standby, so it should be fine. Just how do they plan to pull this off? The more I thought about it, the deeper my mind sank into a swamp. The 10,000 mountain was vast. From the central part of Gansu province to the edges near Xianyang, it stretched more than 1,000 rai in a straight line, no exaggeration. Such a rugged terrain had countless places where even 100 people could hide without leaving a trace, especially during the twilight hours when the sun set and night approached. All afternoon training has concluded, Vice Captain. Good work. Myung-oh was recording in a logbook deep inside a neatly maintained cave. How are the kids responding? The deputy gave a bitter smile. They're doing their best. No one wants to get dragged back to the Jin clan again. That's true. A terrible memory surfaced, and Myung-oh's shoulders trembled slightly. Suppressing emotion, suppressing killing intent, forging only sharpness to its utmost, those were the assassins. Even such assassins, once taken to the demonic heavens Jin clan, had difficulty maintaining their sanity. Compared to that, being hung at the main gate of the House of Slaughter was nothing. Thanks to that, we're confident we won't be pushed back even in direct confrontations with most units. That's not enough. You need to be able to stand your ground even against the 34 demon squads, even if you're ranked at the bottom. For an assassination group, that was a goal so distant it was almost absurd. Because the moment an assassination failed, even an assassin ranked in the top 10 across the Central Plains would struggle to survive against a peak master. I'm not saying you must engage in direct combat. Just don't get wiped out meaninglessly. There had been a time when these children, raised over nearly 10 years, had been completely wiped out by nothing more than side-branch disciples of the Kunlun sect. I'll never let you die in vain. Myung-oh pledged with a determined voice. Though no longer a captain, these children were the very reason she kept living. But then vice captain, intruders. The 7th squad that was handling perimeter security has been completely annihilated. What? Myung-oh and her deputies' faces hardened. Though they were labeled as guards, the Underworld King unit had been trained to retreat without engaging upon spotting an intruder, which meant those assassins hadn't even had the chance to run. They were captured and killed in an instant. How many intruders? At last report only 2. Oh, only 2? That left only one possibility. The intruders were both of the extreme demon realm. Myung-oh made her decision swiftly. Seal the hideout. Inform So-soryu as well. Tell her we've come under attack and to hide quickly. Sorry, but you're too late. Emerging from the shadows outside was a burly martial artist with dimmed pupils and a scholar whose face was suffused with malevolent chi. So this is where you were hiding. No wonder you were hard to find. Myung-oh's eyes were fixed not on the speaking scholar, but on the martial artist beside him. Shin Juman? Oh, you recognize me? Ah, right. You're from the demonic ghost execution squad, aren't you? Chun murmured. Fate is truly mysterious, as he stepped toward Myung-oh. She quickly activated the mechanism array inside the cave. Then ding 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 ding. The sound of a bell rang out noisily across the entire vicinity. Break. It was the sound designated for the worst-case scenario, used solely for escape. Chun clicked his tongue slightly at the movement of presences starting up all around. I don't care about the small fry. You're the one I have business with. Me? There hasn't been a successful specimen as naturally complete as you until now. Juman drew his sword and stepped forward. KKK, it was hard pretending I wasn't interested in you all this time. Just one wrong word could have heightened the security and made things troublesome. As he said, Myung-oh had been strictly protected until now under Jin Yeomyung's orders. Only after Jin, Yeo-myung, and Gu Chil had departed for the Central Plains could a gap like this be found. I'd rather not harm such a valuable success. Want you come quietly. Myung-oh backed away, cold sweat pouring down her face. I don't understand. Why go after a small fry like me? To be fair, you are trash. Chun didn't deny it. Myung-oh's martial prowess was, at best, peak master level. She wasn't even comparable to the A-class awakened beings he had created in the past. What's important is that you succeeded without my intervention. How is that important? Myung-oh threw out meaningless questions to buy as much time as possible. But Chun, seemingly unable to suppress his amusement, answered every question diligently. Souls are extremely sensitive. Even a little stimulation causes them to deteriorate. You awakened beings didn't just receive fragments of power. You absorbed shattered fragments of their souls. What does that even mean? Without regulation, they don't harmonize properly. Most know, all awakened beings so far required periodic artificial adjustments. Without that, they would soon lose their minds and go berserk. That was something Myung-oh could sympathize with. When she joined the heaven-defying society to survive, countless comrades lost their sanity to the infusion and became monsters. Those who, after repeated adjustments, grew closer to a perfected state were called commanded. But Yura different. You survived purely, without any adjustment. If I dissect and study you, I feel I might reach what a true completed form is. Completed form? All the awakened beings created so far were made for the sake of a single completed form. The 10 heavenly lords were no exception. Though they showed slightly higher synchrony rates than others, even the 10 heavenly lords were far from being complete. So then, what exactly is this completed form? What we call the completed form is the fusion of the divine demonic physique and the soul of the grand heavenly lord, a true transcendent being that surpasses the very laws of this world. Chapter 415, War Between the North and South, 5. I couldn't understand a word of what he said. But I knew one thing for sure: if I obediently let myself be taken away like this, there was no good future waiting for me. Ch Wararuruk? Both of my arms began to transform into sharp, saw-like shapes. I could now bring them out even during the day without issue, but especially at night, my body moved as my will commanded. Yet seeing me like this, Jin Yeomyung was delighted like a child. Partial transformation, so you can fully control your awakened body state. Kwang, I sprang forward from my position and charged straight at Jin Yeomyung. Even if my body tears apart, I'll kill him in a single strike. Sword chi gathered on my sabers. Oh, even sword chi? Most awakened beings couldn't adapt to their twisted internal structures and were unable to use refined techniques like sword chi. At best, they relied on basic bodily reinforcement or crude bursts through breathing. This is too precious even to leave a scratch. This should do. Jin Yeomyung spoke while watching my saber closing in. A command. If I die, immediately hunt down and kill every last one of those in the Underworld King unit. Kyujuk. At that moment my saber halted at Jin Yeomyung's nape as if a lie. Jin Yeomyung pushed my saber aside with a finger and smiled. It works. You bastard. What will you do? Will you come quietly? Or Jin Yeomyung turned his gaze to my subordinate frozen in place behind him. Will you watch all your subordinates die before your eyes and then follow? I clenched my teeth so tightly that blood seeped from my lips. Normally, I should have abandoned my subordinates and found a way to survive. One must never give the enemy even the slightest gain. That was the attitude of a proper assassin serving their master. However, the day when the indifferent sabers of Jin Yeomyung slaughtered my comrades surfaced in my mind. And Jin Yeomyung's face overlapped with the faces of the Underworld King unit members I had cared for and nurtured with all my heart over the years. Tialsiak. In the end, I couldn't help but yield. I am sorry. With tears falling, I bowed my head. Kuk, yes, that's the wise choice. In truth, a petty group like the Underworld King unit meant nothing to Jin Yeomyung. They were merely tools to stir the other party's heart. Take her, Yeol-myung. Yes, my Lord White Demon Ghost Yeol-myung. He, the vice captain of the demonic ghost execution squad, appeared once more with one of his arms missing. Looking visibly drained, Yeol-myung pressed on my demonic blood and knocked me unconscious, then hoisted me over his remaining shoulder. Dao Zun is just resurrecting and regaining her strength. Gungi is distracted by someone else, so I can only count on chaos for now. Well, that should be enough. Jin Yeomyung's mad laughter echoed within the cave. Once everyone had left and no one remained inside, a woman's snort was heard from somewhere, and suddenly a part of the cave silently collapsed. I came to tease that bedridden wench a bit and stumbled upon something interesting. So Soryu, clad head to toe in black, tilted her head with a troubled look. What should I do with this? Gu-chil was staring intensely at the unusually open northern front. What's the matter, Gu-chil? No, just to my question, Gu-chil slightly shook his head. I just have a bad feeling all of a sudden. A bad feeling. Yes, didn't those bastards from the Azure Star sect suddenly claim that chaos would break out in our cult? Ordinarily, it would have been a worthless remark. But considering the latent threats within the cult these days, it wasn't entirely implausible. Especially since we had lost track of the demonic ghost execution squad, it wasn't unreasonable for Gu-chil to be anxious. Well, it's not something that will happen right away. We just need to do what we must. Yes. I calmed Gu-chil and entered the meeting room. Inside, the leadership of the Northern Murim Alliance was engaged in heated discussion. You've arrived, first strategist. Wisdom Talent, the administrative officer, greeted my return. How is the war front? Not very favorable. His expression darkened slightly. As you know, localized battles have begun across the border. Wars between the sects under the Alliance have started. Unless one was like the heavenly demon divine cult, with few subordinate forces, or a newly established group like the Black Lotus Union. Wars between massive powers usually began as territorial disputes between the sects under them, and most of those under the Northern Murim Alliance have suffered major defeats. Was it because they lacked skill? No, there were two reasons. One was the existence of awakened beings, against whom even the best martial artists couldn't stand if only a single one appeared, and the other the demonic beasts that had begun to run rampant across the Central Plains. We're sending reinforcements consisting of those at least peak master level and above, but even that has its limits. The battlefield has spread too wide, and in the end, the main base of the Alliance will become too vulnerable. Exactly. A quagmire of warfare. That was precisely the situation the Southern Murim Alliance desired. At least Shaolin and Wudang have been working hard in various ways. Without them, the damage would have been far greater. Shaolin's warrior monks had been dispatched in groups of 5 or 6 to the hotspots, and Wudang's involvement was similar. Shaolin had long been known for its righteous name, and Wudang needed to restore its former glory and re-establish its reputation. How will you fill the gaps they leave? The main force of the Bakshin Jihom clan will join. The clan head himself is said to be coming. Oh, the north of the Twin Heavens clans. Even the House of Extreme Saber would concede a step when it came to the Saberthiz was the supreme power in that field. If the Bakshin Jihom clan officially joins, there is no need to worry. But their goal was to spill blood across all of the Central Plains. The longer the war dragged on, the more we were simply being dragged along by their intentions. In many ways, we need to cut off their breath in one strike, perhaps reading my thoughts, wisdom talent side. Even if we aim for a short-term decisive battle, I wonder if they'll play along so easily. That's true. Even if we were to march straight to the Southern Murim Alliance's main base, it was obvious they would cling on desperately, even abandoning their own main base. In the end, only by striking at the core of their cohesion can we end the war quickly. To be honest, I wanted to barge into the Southern Murim Alliance's stronghold alone and cause havoc. Given my current level, I could probably annihilate their headquarters just by unleashing resonance chi a few times. But doing so would only be playing into the heaven-defying society's hand. More importantly, the 4 atrocities Gungi. Before I faced him again, I had to complete every possible preparation. What will you do now? Are you heading on another expedition? I shook my head at Wisdom Talent's question. No, there will be no further expeditions. The ambush against the awakened beings using Han Mubik's intel had only been a move to identify the source of awakened being production. But all we had hunted were small fry. We hadn't even encountered beings like a spirit or one of the 10 heavenly lords. Wisdom Talent, please continue overseeing overall command as you've done so far. Let the commanders on the heavenly demon divine cult side know as well. And you? For a while I plan to enter isolation and reassess my martial arts. Now, my opponents are no longer human, beings who had transcended humanity or were never human to begin with. To confront such entities, I would even have to transcend the transcendent demon realm. Heavenly Profound Divine Art 10, Heavenly Record Sword Heavenly Demonic, Divine Art, Heaven Slaying Demon Sword Blood Demon Dragon Heaven Slaying Sword Art Demonic, Heaven Usura Divine Art Usura Spirit Heaven Shaking Path of the Sacred and the Demonic, and more. It's astounding. But I really did learn a lot. Including other secret arts passed down from my senior brothers, I had mastered more than dozens of martial arts. Each one the best of its timer techniques that would rank among the greatest across the ages. Compared to the seekers who thoroughly honed such ultimate techniques and arrived at their own answers, I was nothing more than a mere mongrel who had inherited their will. Inside the secluded training chamber reserved for Ryanju, located within the old Black Lotus Union, I lightly unsheathed the underworld net sword. Kugagagung, the aftermath alone was enough to cause a faint tremor in the surroundings. Even so, I wasn't particularly satisfied. Strictly speaking, the underworld net sword isn't something that could be called a transcendent technique. Of course, if judged solely by its power, I was confident it wouldn't fall behind the ultimate techniques of my senior brothers. But that comparison was only valid against their younger days. What if I compared it to Yu Jian or Ma Sioyan in their prime? Far too lacking. And though it was just an intuition, I felt that sheer power alone wouldn't be enough to kill Gungi. In the end, I have to find my own answer. The answer was none other than this: divinity, or a path toward transcendence. The method of opening the gate leading to that Pathon's personal methodology was generally referred to as an answer. Fortunately, I had a shortcut that allowed me to seek that answer faster than others. Heavenly Demon's Dominance. Though I could replicate its appearance convincingly, I had yet to grasp the true essence of the Heavenly Demon ancestors' enlightenment. I had a strong hunch that by delving deeper into the Heavenly Demon's dominance, I would find a clue that could pierce the supreme demon realm. It was then. Been well, rookie. Suddenly, a cheerful woman's voice rang from the entrance of the training chamber. I had issued strict orders not to let anyone in, but preventing that woman in particular was certainly impossible. I rose from my seat and greeted her with a clasped hand salute. It's been a while, Elder Dao Zun. Indeed, the last of the 3 sovereigns of the Central Plains, Dao Zun Jin Yeomyung. She appeared before me just like that. I heard you beat down all the elders and became the new sect leader of Wudang. That's right. If I hadn't, Wudang would have already become one of the core sects of the Southern Murim Alliance. Indeed, if she hadn't taken control of Wudang, the sect would never have withdrawn from the Justice Alliance. What brings you here? I could have understood if it were her wandering days, but now Dao Zun surely had mountains of responsibilities. Instead of answering, she ran her gaze up and down me. Then, clicking her tongue slightly, she spoke. I got stuck with a bothersome request. From whom? Jin Yeomyung. Who did she just say? He said, once he ascended and enough time had passed, when you began to feel your shortcomings and tried to break through your limits, I should help you. You mean the former cult leader? Yes. He said formidable enemies would appear, ones you'd find hard to face even then, and if I didn't want to die with you, I'd better lend a hand quietly. I received too heavy a price for it to ignore Sai. She undid the 6 paths veil draped around her shoulders. The final of the Hwan clan's 3 great treasures, alongside the True Star Sword and the Mirror of Karma. Hadn't I already experienced through the other 2 just how powerful they could be when properly unleashed? Did you know? The True Star Sword, 6 Paths Veil, and Mirror of Karma were originally designed to complement each other's functions. I discovered that myself after studying the 6 Paths Veil for a long time. Even so, I couldn't guess what those functions were supposed to be. Well, y'all find out soon enough. Whoosh. The 6 embroidered threads of the 6 Paths Veil began to shine. In that instant, the light pouring out from the 6 Paths Veil engulfed the training chamber, repainting it in an entirely different color. And at the moment I realized the scenery around us had completely changed. It's been a long time, junior brother. Next to Dao Zun stood someone who no longer existed in this world. Chapter 416, War Between the North and South 6. At first, I thought she was personally instructing me. Even if our realms were the same, her absolute mastery was clearly ahead of mine. However, I never expected that the previous cult leader who had ascended would reappear like this. Of course, to me, it feels like just yesterday, but not for you, I suppose. You implanted a fragment of your thought into the 6 Paths Veil. Indeed, you saw it well. Though it might sound absurd, both the first and second heavenly demons had also left remnants of themselves on the earthly plane for ages. By that standard, it made sense that Jin Yeomyung could do the same. It's similar to the Mirror of Karma. Since the 6 Paths Veil is treated as equivalent to the Mirror of Karma, it's no surprise it has similar functions. Jin Yeomyung glanced around and let out a faint chuckle. Not as much time has passed as I thought. Seems like the arrangements I had prepared weren't utilized either. I'm sure we both have mountains of questions to ask, but let me begin with the most important one. Jin Yeomyung looked at me with a serious expression. A son or a daughter? What? The tension I had tightly wound almost came undone. Why do you look so dumbfounded? With the nuisance gone, you must have rutted like a monkey in heat. I smiled and clenched my fist tightly. Then I seriously measured the difference between myself and Jin Yeomyung. If we fight head-on, I'll still lose. I still couldn't gauge the depth of his strength. Whether it'd be killed in a second or last 10, I couldn't be sure. Then come at me? What? I repeated his words dumbly. I'll answer you after seeing your current strength, little brother. Don't worry about dying. It may feel like the space has been overlaid, but this place isn't real. I glanced at Dao Zun. She nodded. It's true. The 6 Paths Veil is a sacred relic originally created to assist in mental cultivation. Then, there's no reason to hesitate. I immediately raised the 10 heavenly record immortal sword and suspended it in midair. Upon seeing my sword, Jin Yeomyung's eyes sparkled slightly. I see, the sword of our first disciple founder. Were we of the same lineage, only now do I realize it. I've been truly foolish. Here I come. I focused solely on the current form without caring about what Jin Yeomyung had said. True underworld net sword, I've seen it before. He lightly opened his hand. I had certainly been blocked with one hand in the past. Even if it's gungy, it shouldn't escape unscathed facing the underworld net sword. Again, I was reminded of how absurd a monster the previous cult leader truly was. And then crack-clack. Oh, just as the underworld net sword was about to strike Jin Yeomyung's palm, the twin spirals flowing along the sword's body began to reverse their spin. Heavenly Demon Seal. Breaking that reverse field by ordinary means is impossible. That wasn't merely condensed chi. It seemed light and simple, but it was the essence of martial enlightenment embodied by the man called Jin Yeomyung. Schlick. Overload surged through my whole body, and blood began to trickle from the corner of my mouth. That's how absurdly difficult it was to control the reversing underworld net sword. But in the end, I succeeded in reversing the spin of the underworld net sword. Crash rumble. As it collided with the heavenly demon seal's massive reverse field, a tiny crack formed. But that was all. Clang clang. The underworld net sword ultimately failed to pierce through the cult leader's heavenly demon seal and was flung away. Ha! Ha! In the end, I lost grip of the 10 heavenly record immortal sword. That was all I had, and it's still not enough. But then Ho-Oh? Impressive! Dao Zun and the cult leader looked at me with surprised expressions. Why are they so shocked? Whether the crack was big or small in the end, I failed to pierce it all the same. You've improved a lot, little brother. Jin Yeomyung unusually praised me. Dao Zun also added a word. The heavenly demon seal is that cult leader bastard's absolute art. Since it was created with absolute defense in mind, even the slightest crack is intolerable. There was admiration in her eyes. As far as I know, not a single person has ever managed to cause even a crack until now. Is it really to that extent? Even for a transcendent technique like the underworld net sword, triggering a reverse spin isn't easy. No, more than just difficult, it's something you risk your life to do. It was like trying to grab and reverse spin a massive steel pillar, spinning violently with bare hands. But that's not all of your strength, little brother. You're still hiding something. So damn sharp. Bring that out too. I suspect it's a technique handed down from the previous generation. If you wish. This time, I vowed to land a solid blow and slowly gathered my energy. There was no need to rush. Since this wasn't an actual battle, I could afford ample preparation. Rumble. Beyond a simple amplification of energy, the sword intent extended to the limit, distorting the laws of the world. The Six Paths Veil is screaming. Jin Yeomyung observed me with an intrigued expression. I imbued all of my strength, drawn to the limit, into the blade of the 10 heavenly record immortal sword. And I swung. Heavenly demon's dominance, just like how Jin Yeomyung once did to me, I too poured everything I had in the form of a slash toward Jin Yeomyung. What kind of madness is this? Realizing the potential of heavenly demon's dominance, Dao Zun screamed for the first time, her face pale. The space of the Six Paths Veil began to tear apart and collapse like fabric. Seeing that, Jin Yeomyung let out a faint laugh. This won't be easy to block. In a fleeting moment, I saw an illusion of multiple arms sprouting from Jin Yeomyung. The number of arms was exactly 6. Asura. The moment the statue of Asura in the ruins, where the 10 heavenly record immortal sword had been sealed, came to mind. Rip. The heavenly demon's dominance, unleashed with full force, vanished. And that wasn't all. The ceiling of the Six Paths Veil cracked, and the dark clouds that were about to pour through were neatly erased and sealed. A miraculous sight, as if time had reversed. While I stood dazed, staring at Jin Yeomyung, he clapped and spoke. This is truly something. Little brother, was this the technique of the first founder? Yes, I answered obediently. It feels like a will to correct past regrets and set things right. Flinch, what do you mean by that? Just as I said. Jin Yeomyung added an explanation. Inside you lies a fragment of the founder. That's why you can use his absolute arts, which others normally cannot. That's true, but even so, unless your inner states resonate, you cannot fully draw out its power. Just like a Taoist cannot summon the mindset of the blood cult. Are he and I similar in spirit? Perhaps the founder is your failed self. That sounds like quite a stretch. Well, what of it? It's just a feeling. Jin Yeomyung casually dusted off his hands and asked me, is it the 4 atrocities? How did you know? Because there is no one in the Murim right now who could handle you. Including this old hag here. Want to die? Don't forget it's me maintaining the Six Paths Veil. At Dao Zun's threat, glaring with axe-like eyes, Jin Yeomyung cleared his throat softly. Unlike in the past, He was no longer the absolute dominant force. If the current little brother seeks greater power, it would likely be when entangled with something beyond human. Jin Yeomyung understood my situation precisely. Since the resurrection of heavenly evil is still a ways off, I suspected it must be one of the four atrocities, their direct subordinates. Correct. I acknowledged it honestly. The four atrocities, Gungi. Someday, I would have to stake my life in a battle against that bastard's true body. If it were the original you, simply honing the founder's ultimate arts would have sufficed, no? That's a rather mischievous statement. I could grow strong quickly, but ultimately, the limit is clear. Even if one polished the techniques of the heavenly demon founder to their limit, transcending the realm of the transcendent demon realm, one could never surpass the wall of the supreme demon realm. You understand well. Jin Yeomyung nodded with a satisfied face. Very well, I don't know how much time remains, but I'll assist you as much as I can in that time. Thank you, father-in-law. He no longer reacted to the term father-in-law. He merely stepped in close to my face and asked this. So, is it a son or a daughter? That not yet, you say? Jin Yeomyung's benevolent face began to contort rapidly. What the hell, why? That expression on his face was almost identical to the one he showed when I asked, what would happen if I crossed the line with Yura? He hated me sticking to Yura so much, and yet, why is he making that face now? Just as the conflict between North and South was beginning in earnest after a long silence, the strategist of the Northern Murim Alliance, Yeo-myung, returned. I'm fine now. Having secluded herself for months upon hearing of the Jegel clan's annihilation, her condition upon return was still far from well. Click, she removed the Black Sky Master mask she had constantly worn. Some of the executives, who had never seen Yeo-myung's face until now, were surprised at her unexpectedly youthful appearance. But more than that, the eerie aura enveloping her entire body made their skin crawl. Darkness shadowed under her eyes, and her cheeks had sunken, likely from not eating properly. Though originally of a slim build, she now looked as if only skin remained over bone, and Baek Sangha's heart ached at the sight. It's not your fault, sister, so please, don't wear such an expression. Baek Sangha and Sochin had killed several martial artists of the Jegel clan who had blocked their way. Even if the situation had been urgent, it was a cruel deed to inflict upon Yeo-myung. However, understanding the circumstances, she did not blame Baek Sangha. She only cursed her own powerlessness. Allow me to greet you all once again. Yeo-myung, having removed the Black Sky Master mask, bowed her head toward the executives of the Northern Murim Alliance. I am Yeo-myung of the Jegel clan, the last surviving member, Murim. All but a few, who already knew the truth or had come close to it, were shocked and turned their attention to Yeo-myung. I heard that the Southern Murim Alliance has placed the blame for the Jegel clan's annihilation on our alliance. But Yeo-myung will prove that their words are nothing but slander. One day, the Jegel clan was utterly annihilated. Not only the main house, but also nearby branch families and collateral relatives were massacred overnight. In such a situation, no one expected a direct descendant to have survived. Third strategist. Yes, chief strategist. Distribute proclamations across all border regions in my name. She had no intention of refuting the false charges with empty logic. The truth is, one who assassinated the alliance leader and annihilated the Jegel clan was none other than the Southern Murim Alliance. King Cheng, Jongnam, Jeomcheng, Gongsun. They plotted out of envy for the young new alliance leader and blamed it all on our alliance. Those vile acts will never be forgiven. Of course, leave it to me. Just as Wisdom Talent was thumping his chest and exclaiming, add one more thing. A voice came from the top seat, the alliance leader. Click, this time, the alliance leader removed the Black Sky Master mask. We are no longer the Black Lotus Union, there's no reason to wear this mask anymore. Eyes as deep as pitch black. A youthful face by comparison, yet cold and bearing a demonic charm. Admired as a goddess by many lower-ranking martial artists, she opened her lips. As the Northern Murim Alliance leader and daughter of the Namshan Baek clan, the heaven-slaying sword Empress Baek Sangha declares the Namshan Baek clan's allegiance to the Northern Murim Alliance. Snap. Everyone's jaws dropped wide open. Chapter 417, War Between the North and South, 7 Ba Baek Sangha. Su, Southern Mist Sword Flower. Those who were well informed of the Central Plains affairs let out cries of shock. Saber King and others who knew the circumstances also looked at Baek Sangha with expressions of disbelief, as if ready to pierce her with their gaze. You, Unnai? Yeo-myung's astonishment was plain to see. She herself had nothing to lose, so revealing her identity no longer mattered, but Beek Sanga was different. It happened then. Guo, Kyuk, Hup, Beek Sanga fully unleashed her presence, pressing down upon the entire assembly. Only a few, such as Saber King, Plum Blossom White Sword Jo Gongmyung, and Venerable Myung Unthos, who had surpassed the transformation realm, could remain relatively unaffected. Even so, they could not hide their shock at Beek Sanga's pressure. If it's just pure strength, she's not beneath me. Plum Blossom White Sword trembled at her potential. Is there anyone among the 8 armies who could handle her? Even that old Namgung might struggle. Namgung-san, known to be the foremost among the Central Plains' 8 armies. Yet Beek Sanga's fighting spirit now seemed to surpass even what he once displayed. Could it be if we fought, I might lose? No way, right? Saber King shook his head, hiding his sense of futility. He had proudly watched her growth by her side, yet the little fledgling had grown into a great rock, soaring far out of his reach. As silence fell over the assembly, she spoke again. As you all know, I practice demonic arts. Flinch, several people involuntarily tensed. It was a well-known, yet purposefully unspoken, truth. You may blame me. Even if you leave the Northern Murim Alliance in disappointment, I shall bear no resentment. However, her gaze swept across the hall. If any of you covet my position, stop your petty politics and challenge me openly. I will accept any time, anywhere. No one spoke. Among those gathered, there were indeed several who had been eyeing the Alliance leader's seat. But their ambitions were for a time after the chaos had settled, not now, when her authority was firm as bedrock. After all, the highest masters of the Central Plains, like Saber King Yeon-myung, Dao Zun Jin Yeomyung, and Plum Blossom White Sword Jo Gongmyung, upheld her rule without desire for her throne. Most of all, the fanatical loyalty of the Black Lotus Hall toward her was well known. Gulp. If I were to challenge the Alliance leader, I might end up assassinated like the evil overlord. The assassination of the new evil overlord, who had clashed with the Black Lotus Hall, had become common knowledge. Few knew the full truth, but everyone acknowledged that the overlord had indeed been assassinated after conflict with the Black Lotus Hall. Let's return to the beginning. Tack, she slapped her knee and continued. The Namshan Beek clan will join our alliance. It may take some time, but I give my word. Also, the Namgung clan will never join the Southern Murim Alliance. Expressions eased at her confident declaration. If Namshan and Namgung joined, then victory in this war was nearly guaranteed. Venerable Myung-un. Speak, Alliance leader. I intend to widen the front as much as possible. Alliance leader? What do you mean? They barely had enough strength to compress and end the war swiftly, yet she wanted to widen the front. Deploy the martial artists as widely as possible and relocate the Northern Murim Alliance's main division to the south of Luoyang. Let Shaolin take the lead in re-establishing the spirit of suppressing demons and eliminating evil. Her declaration was clear. She aimed not for war, but for stabilizing the livelihood of the people by exterminating the demonic beasts appearing across the Central Plains. Realizing this, Myung-un joined his hands in reverence, unable to hide his admiration. The people of the Central Plains shall praise your virtue, Alliance leader. Let the military department handle the distribution of our forces. It must be done delicately to avoid needless deaths. I shall keep that in mind, Alliance leader. Jegul-yoon and Wisdom Talent nodded with grave expressions. When the Lord made a decision, it was the strategist's duty to realize it no matter what. That was the very purpose of a military advisor. At that moment, several people raised objections. Alliance leader. No matter the reasoning, if we divide our forces carelessly, we may be defeated in detail more than anything. Relocating the main division is something that must be considered with the utmost caution. Leaving Luoyang and moving the main division not to the north, but further south, closer to the front lines. If we do that, the Southern Murim Alliance will seize the chance and launch a surprise attack. Those with some tactical thinking quickly realized the true intention behind the order. The Alliance leader had no intention of prolonging the war. Rather, she aimed to provoke the Southern Murim Alliance into a short-term decisive battle. The problem was, this strategy could only work if one had absolute confidence in their own power. See, could it be? That's exactly what it is. Beek Sanga nodded. If they attack, taking advantage of what they see as a vulnerability, we'd be grateful. Those to be left behind in the Northern Murim Alliance's main division would number fewer than 500. No, even 500 was too many. In her judgment, the outcome of this war would be determined solely by Jin Yeomyung and one of the four atrocities, Gungi. The result of that duel would decide everything. The meeting, which felt like it spanned eternity, finally ended. Baek Sang-ah collapsed mentally exhausted onto the floor of her office. So-chin approached and helped her up. "Are you all right? What do you mean?" So-chin, who laid her head on his thigh, asked her. "Namshin Baek clan, you decided on your own, didn't you?" At those words, Baek Sang-ah's eyes widened slightly. So-chin, who always seemed indifferent to the world, had made such a sharp observation. "It's fine." "Really? What could grandfather possibly do? If he's that upset, he can go join the Southern Murim Alliance for all I care." Had her past self from a few years ago heard that, she would have been utterly horrified. That was how much she had grown enough to cast off the shackles of her clan. I am a little worried. These bold actions we've taken if they're rendered meaningless by something far greater than we imagined. As Jin Yeomyung had said many times before, a great calamity was approaching this world. And now, even without those words, she felt it instinctively. Something massive was coming. Something that would be of no benefit to this world. Part of the reason she had impulsively revealed her identity was to protect Yeo-myung, but the main reason was because she sensed a threat so overwhelming that such concerns no longer mattered. "Don't worry," So-chin clenched his fist. "No matter what happens, I'll protect you, my lady." Baek Sang-ah smiled gently. His determined face was a far cry from the lazy good-for-nothing he had been during their days in the Black Lotus Hall. Looking closely, he even seemed kind of cute. Maybe he's grown a little. She reached out and gently toyed with So-chin's neatly combed hair. Overwhelmed by the tenderness she had never shown before, So-chin leaned in for a kiss. However, his lips were stopped by Baek Sang-ah's palm. "Where do you think you're going?" Until she was certain that So-chin had completely changed, Baek Sang-ah had no intention of allowing him her lips. After all, this type had a high chance of reverting the moment you let your guard down. So-chin's face drooped in disappointment. "Hupyeong County, Henan Province. My lords, please help us. A demonic beast took my son and you're such a nuisance. Get lost already." Thwack! The old man who had been clinging to a martial artist's leg was mercilessly kicked aside. Gong Yu-gwai of the Evil Path Castle, a first-rate master, grumbled as he shook his leg. "Damn it, why are elites like us being assigned to some rural backwater?" Hupyeong County was located north of Jumejum, a fairly large city even within Henan Province. Naturally, given that it was at the county level, its value as a forward base was considerable, and thus the deployment of high-level martial artists was a given. But to Gong Yu-gwai and the other masters from the Evil Path Castle, this place was nothing more than a barren backwater with nothing to gain. The bald giant paired with Gong Yu-gwai, Chial Wang-gwai, responded. "I heard that demonic beasts have been popping up around here too. No wonder the government troops were being overly cautious. Even here. Didn't you hear what that old man you kicked earlier said? How would I know that?" Gong Yu-gwai clicked his tongue in irritation. He wasn't the kind of person who had the leisure to listen to an old man's ramblings. Damn it, with the local hicks watching us like hawks, we can't even loot. It would have been better if we were sent to the Southern Murim Alliance's main division instead. True. I've heard the Orthodox lot over there are at least somewhat reasonable to talk to. In the case of branch clans or local Orthodox sects, there were still many idiots blinded by a useless sense of justice. In contrast, the Southern Murim Alliance's main division was known to tolerate any means necessary as long as it led to victory. If things go south, we can just loot everything and run bad news. It was then. "A demonic beast has appeared." What? Gong Yu-gwai and Chial Wang-gwai were startled. Far off in the distance, a commotion was breaking out along with screams. What the hell? Why would a demonic beast be out during the day? Normally, demonic beasts only caused trouble at night, quietly appearing and disappearing. And they rarely came near populated areas like this. Besides, this is a county. Even in the worst case, there should be at least 100 government troops gathered here, no matter how much they disliked it. There were two reasons they hadn't left this place. One was fear of retaliation from the Evil Path Castle, and the other was that they didn't want to deal with the demonic beasts now appearing throughout the Central Plains. Monsters said to be capable of turning even first-rate masters into a mere meal if approached carelessly. The sects in Hupyeong County and its surroundings had attempted large-scale subjugation efforts, but all had failed. Should we run? Are you crazy? Don't you know it's even more dangerous outside the county? Recently, merchant caravans and escort agencies across the Central Plains had drastically reduced their operations. Even bandits and pirates affiliated with the 72 forts and 18 strongholds were reportedly closing early or hiding, so for just the two of them to leave the county would be a matter of risking their lives. Huh, what now? Gong Yuguai frowned at Chiao Wangguai's sudden reaction. Doesn't it look like the sky's turned a bit red? You drunk again? It's nowhere near sunset yet, huh? Gong Yuguai scolded his partner and looked up at the sky only to widen his eyes. Why, you're right. Even though the sun was still high, for some reason, the sky was red. No, it wasn't just red. Even they, who were only first-rate, could feel it on their skin, a mysterious and ominous presence creeping over their entire bodies. What the hell is that? How would I know? The two instinctively knew something major was about to happen in the world. It was then. A massive shadow suddenly appeared in the once clear sky. It wasn't a cloud. At some point, dozens of massive monstrous birds had gathered above Yeo-myung County. One of them looked down at the two with crimson eyes. And then, the monstrous bird dove straight down toward them. Huh, who? It's way bigger than I thought, Crunch. That was the last thing Gong Yuguai and Chiao Wangguai ever saw. Chapter 418. Omen of Destruction. 1. The atmosphere at the main division of the Southern Murim Alliance, which had initiated the war, was quieter than expected. However, many could feel a subtle madness within that stillness. Has the Azure Dragon Guardian unit not departed yet? I reported yesterday, but it will still take 3 days for them to return from the operational area. Is that so? Then, has the White Tiger Assault Unit not been dispatched either? The administrative officers below were racking their brains due to the elders of the sect's constant urging. At some point, the top brass of the Southern Murim Alliance began unilaterally ordering deployments, driving the Alliance's martial artists to the battlefield. If it were merely the Alliance's own doing, one could resist it as an unjust order. The problem was, even the elders of the sects dispatched to the Alliance seemed to be under some spell, parroting the same words over and over again. One could refuse the Alliance's commands, but rejecting the elders of the sects was a different matter. It seemed as though they had been collectively bewitched, yet upon deeper conversation, their responses remained entirely ordinary. I've heard a large number of demonic beasts have appeared near the Alliance recently. Wouldn't it be better to resolve that concern first? They're likely experiencing the same thing. Besides, the Alliance's martial artists won't be the ones suffering the damages, so there's no need to worry. At the words of one elder from the Qingcheng sect, the martial artists beneath couldn't help but reel internally. Perhaps if it were the Evil Path Castle, one might expect this but to hear such things from a Taoist practitioner. Is this really right? How can someone say that so shamelessly the martial artists who had gathered under the ideal of righteousness found their loyalty shaken every time such words came from the so-called leadership? They followed because they couldn't betray their sects, but truthfully, many wanted to abandon everything and return to their main sects. Just then, Gongsun-un, who had been quietly listening from the side, stroked his mustache and spoke. Well, that's convenient. According to the latest urgent report, demonic beasts have formed a horde and launched a massive assault near Yeo-myung County. The martial artists were speechless at the repeated remarks. The county had been attacked and he called it convenient? A few who knew Gongsun-un looked at him in alarm. Though he was known for his greed, he wasn't someone to speak with such extremity. Elder Gongsun, what do you mean by that? The hypocrites of the northern forest are needlessly scattering their forces under the pretext of saving the common people. I heard they're even moving their main base south from Luoyang. That was precisely the kind of act one would expect from those deserving to be called the Murim Alliance. Preserve all your strength. If they offer their heart on their own, we ought to gladly stab the dagger in. Kehuha. A chill ran down their spines. In that moment, a few sharp-sensed individuals detected a faint trace of malevolent chi briefly flicker around Gongsun-un's eyes. It was due to an emotional surge momentarily disrupting his heart demon's soul repression art. But it was such a fleeting instant that few noticed it clearly. Only a very few, that is. Inside the Southern Murim Alliance, those beginning to suspect the top brass were increasing one by one. Dao Zun Jin Yeomyung could not hide her displeasure at the scene before her. Are you sure this is okay? What do you mean? She frowned at Chen Tijang's counter-question. I am obviously talking about just sitting cross-legged and meditating like this for days. Currently, Jin Yeomyung and Chen Tijang were facing each other in deep meditation. The difference was, Jin Yeomyung's consciousness had sunk deep into unconsciousness, whereas Chen Tijang, who was guiding him, remained relatively unaffected. Heh, wasn't that kind of training despised in the Taoist path as a heretical side practice? Indeed, that was true. Dao Zun herself could meditate in seclusion for years, even decades, with only food grain pills. However, at least you understand this isn't some demonic cult-style training. Extremes of live combat, again and again. Instantaneous enlightenment born from that. The teaching method of the demonic cult was none other than enlightenment following trial. I thought you'd have smashed that heavenly defensive will of his hundreds, maybe thousands of times over. But Jin Yeomyung didn't do that. Instead, he taught a short incantation and had him repeat it endlessly in his mind. And this was the result. Training that causes this little brother pain has no more meaning. No meaning. His body has reached near the absolute limit a human can attain. Beyond this point, unless he was born with transcendent potential like Jin Gunak, further progress is impossible. Even without invoking the Asura spirit, he could now deflect blades with his bare body. Jin Yeomyung himself envied the burly men of his family, but in truth, only a rare few among them could match his durability. His spirit may occasionally waver, but the roots run deep it will never break. Jin Yeomyung presumed that Jin Yeomyung had undoubtedly faced greater hardship than what he was now enduring. It was a misconception to think that those who had endured numerous ordeals developed minds strong enough to never waver. In fact, having faced despair and ruin again and again, they were more susceptible to shaking. But precisely because they had overcome the threshold of death, though they might waver, they would never break. And that was already attempted once by someone else on this little brother. Doing it a second time has no meaning. Attempted, you say. By who? Well, that much even I don't know. Whoever had tried, that was definitely not one of his subordinates. Out of pride, Jin Yeomyung deliberately withheld that fact. This little brother has always possessed more than enough qualifications. Rather, it's just that he hadn't been able to challenge it until now due to his body and certain circumstances. Qualifications, huh? Jin Yeomyung's gaze turned toward Jin Yeomyung's chest. Heh, even overprotection should have its limits, you know. Dao Zun couldn't understand Jin Yeomyung's words. Her expression darkened. You know it too, the celestial energy is twisting rapidly. Not much time is left. I am aware. Jin Yeomyung agreed. It appeared the suppressive force had weakened rapidly since his own death. Even so, it will be all right, even if much is distorted. For the first time, Jin Yeomyung looked upon the youth before him with a warm gaze. Though he constantly nagged, calling himself father-in-law, and hadn't yet been handed a grandchild, he was an utterly impudent fellow. But if it's this little brother, he will be able to restore everything in the end. 10,000 mountains. Underground cult leader exclusive training chamber near the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. F-whoosh, F-whoosh, F-whoosh. The remnants of the one-iron walls piled high in the wake of a powerful destructive force. This training chamber is no longer usable. Cheon Yura clicked her tongue as she looked at the cult leader-exclusive chamber on the verge of collapse. Though built of one-iron walls, they couldn't withstand her destructive power and had ultimately crumbled. She looked at the spectacle she had created and smiled with satisfaction. At least now I won't lose. From behind, watching the scene of destruction, Yeo-myung bowed deeply with a face filled with admiration. Congratulations on reaching complete mastery, cult leader. It's still far off. In the distance, a vast wall loomed. For now, she could only see it from afar, but if she kept walking the path, one day she would reach that wall. And once she surpassed even that wall, then she could truly be called the heavenly demon. What could be more joyful for a martial artist than having confidence in their own growth? We'll need to rebuild the chamber later. Yeon, for now, look into melting down the broken one iron for reuse. I'll see to it. There was no need to rebuild the walls using one iron again. At least until she stepped down from the cult leader's position, this training chamber wouldn't be needed again. Stepping down, huh? Suddenly, Cheon Yura imagined a future that had yet to come. The next cult leader. That role was more likely to be passed on to a child born between her and Jin Yeomyung, rather than another member of the Cheon clan. A child with a slightly stiff expression, she touched her lower abdomen. My realm has risen, but somehow the balance of my body has shifted. Her hand moved downward. Where her fingers stopped, lay the cause of that imbalance. A transformation of the body. It wasn't body reformation. In fact, it was closer to a negative transformation for a martial artist. Near her lower abdomen, something other than the Danshin was absorbing her chi and energy. However, from the perspective of someone who wasn't a martial artist, this change was cult leader. Seeing her hesitate, Yeon tilted her head. Yeon, Go ahead and ask. Typically, isn't it said that a woman carrying a fetus begins to show physical signs after about a month? Yes, that is correct. She hadn't experienced it herself, but that's what she knew from what she had learned. Why do you suddenly bring that up? It had already been several months since Jin Yeomyung had left 10,000 mountains. In that time, Cheon Yura had ended her closed training and had been actively moving about. There had been no visible changes to her body. That's why she hadn't even imagined that something abnormal had happened to her master. Cheon Yura lowered her head slightly with a somber expression. Is it because of the special body called the divine demonic physique? She sensed it instinctively. This would take a considerably long time before it could come into the world. She was not an ordinary person. Realizing that once more, she felt her mood sink sharply. Beyond, the truth is just then boom. A surge of combat energy burst not far from this location. Cheon Yura, whose senses had been honed to the extreme, immediately picked up on it. She reacted at once. Beyond? Yes. Although Beyond could not sense it due to her lower cultivation, she had been with Cheon Yura since childhood and was trained in reading her cues. She too drew her sword and assumed a battle stance. Not far from here lay the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. If battle had broken out at the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, there could be only one reason. Rebellion. Cheon Yura shot toward the surface like a cannonball. Behind her, Beyond and the Guardian Lions followed at full speed. And before long, when she arrived at the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, what she found was Murim, the great guardian known as 1,000 kills a day, kneeling on one knee with one arm missing. And strewn all around, dozens of guardian lions lying dead, slaughtered mercilessly. Cheon Yura's gaze locked onto the fiend. You bastard, we meet again. The grand heavenly lord, wearing the appearance of the priestess Han-young, smiled gently from within the blood sea of dead mountains. I had planned to wait until things were more ripe, but it seems the time has come sooner than expected. How dare you touch my cult members? Her restrained fury shot toward the grand heavenly lord. Seeing the aura, he narrowed his eyes. Oh, so you've finally subdued your demonic nature? You've certainly become more useful. SHHHK. Sorry, but I am not your opponent, I know. Her sword pointed not at the grand heavenly lord, but at the thing behind him. That creature was the one that had severed the great guardian's arm and massacred the dozens of guardian lions. Jin Yeomyung wanted to enjoy this longer, it seems. A shame. But if the cult leader disappears, the divine cult can still be consumed with minimal losses, so I guess I've honored our agreement well enough. With those words, the grand heavenly lord stepped back slightly. He surpasses Gam Unbuy Me greatest masterpiece yet. I hope y'all be satisfied. The creature he had brought was a humanoid monster with a smooth, white body. There were no discernible facial features. It was human-shaped in form only. The distinctive trait was the small, bird-like white wings sprouting from its back, and lastly go chaos. In the monster's hand was a familiar blue sword. Chapter 419, Omen of Destruction, 2, Chaos, huh? I had heard the name before. The four atrocities, chaos. But more than the name itself, what really unsettled Cheon Yura was the strangely familiar aura emanating from that creature. They said it was the greatest masterpiece, but that was still incomplete. It hadn't fully mixed yet, which was why she could sense it. Jin Yeomyung will mourn. She drew the heavenly demon divine sword. Even before, she had been an unmatched supreme expert in the world of Murim, strong enough to sever the arm of the sword demon. Beyond? Yes, cult leader. Beyond too seemed to have sensed the latent power of chaos and had shrunk back in fear. Don't you even think about confronting it. Support the great guardian and get out of there. She had grown significantly after experiencing the spiral array. Though her martial prowess was nearing the realm of the extreme demon, honestly she wouldn't last a single second against chaos standing before her. See cult leader? Beyond expressed her protest, but Cheon Yura remained cold. The left and right guardians too. Take the guardian lions and withdraw from the heavenly demon pavilion. We cannot accept that command. The purpose of the guardian hall is to die in your place, cult leader. Even if we meet a meaningless, meat-shield death, it changes nothing. Thanks to Jin Yeomyung's intervention not yet corrupting them, the loyalty of the Guardian Hall remained firm. Silence. Cheon Yura subdued the objections of the left and right guardians with killing intent alone. If you useless fools die pointlessly and get yourselves killed, who will I have left to command? You're not fit to deal with that thing, so take the damn hint and get lost. They were overwhelmed by mere aura, despite being at the level of extreme demon. The two guardians, unable to protest further, had no choice but to quietly retreat at Cheon Yura's command. And not long after, pillars of blue-white and red-black light shot up into the sky. That day, the heavenly demon pavilion, which had stood for over 1,000 years, vanished. Senior, wake up. Get up, eunuch senior. I opened my eyes, feeling groggy. As always, every time I woke up, my body felt heavy and my vision was blurred. Probably because my body had been contaminated and ravaged by consecutive battles. Is that you? My vision hadn't returned yet, but among my comrades, there was only one person who'd slander me as a eunuch. Well, then I must be. What else would I be? For some reason, I felt a slight chill in their voice. They spoke bluntly. The operation starts in an hour. Is that so? It felt like I had just awoken from a dream spanning decades. As I sat up, it felt like my whole body had been submerged in water. I heard the familiar clink of armor. It was once a radiant suit of silver armor, but now, dulled and stained with blood and flesh from repeated battles. Truly, I realized once again how outdated and antique I looked. By the way, who was our target again? At my question, they slightly parted their lips, wearing a look of contempt. Senior, have you lost your mind? It's that lunatic cardinal of fanaticism. Ah, the cardinal. You forgot the bastard who killed? Right. The worst kind of monster, who had devoured an entire continent and forged an almost immortal body. One of the fanatics' gatekeepers and someone even more annoying than the fanatics themselves, at least to me. But didn't you also die by his hand? Huh. The sudden thought made me frown. Sorry, I think my memories got jumbled. Their expression turned grim. It wasn't strange like the name fanaticism implied. Being tainted by his mana and having one's mind twisted was almost expected. They spoke cautiously. Maybe you should sit this one out and rest. I shook my head. That's not happening. If I, the main player, drop out, the operation falls apart, doesn't it? That's true. It might sound self-congratulatory, but among the 20 or so members of this assault unit, there was no one who could replace me. I had survived to the very end and managed to drive my sword into the heart of fanaticism. Again, this strange memory, though it had to be something I had never experienced, vague feelings of déjà vu kept surfacing now and then. Senior. What? I gulped down cold water, trying to clear my mind. The guy sat next to me with a suggestive expression. If you're really feeling uneasy, he said this. Want to do it with me once? Piwa, I spat out the water I had just drunk. Choking, I glared at him. Are you insane? I am perfectly sane. Since many here had pushed their minds and bodies to the extreme, it wasn't rare for members of the death squad to find solace in each other's bodies and company. More than anything, this guy, at least in terms of looks, was undoubtedly one of the most striking among the women in the squad. Naturally, there were many who had their eyes on him, but I shook my head firmly. No, he frowned and leaned in close. Why not? Do you hate me? I'm not exactly lacking in the looks department, you know? I deliberately frowned and raised my finger. It's not that I hate you, but my ideal union between man and woman is something more sacred, something where we share our feelings in a solemn atmosphere. After listening to my views on love for about a minute, he muttered in a low voice. You damn eunuch bastard. He backed away from me. If you don't want it, just say no. Don't give me these weird excuses. He walked away from me with a disappointed look. I secretly chuckled while looking at his back. Honestly, who was I to refuse such an offer from someone like him? But not now. I'd learned the hard way that giving your heart in a place like this only left you with loss. When the death squad to kill fanaticism was first formed, it had more than 200 members. And now, about a year later, only around 20 remained. Even that was after some replenishment along the way. Feeling another wave of déjà vu, I murmured, I once swore I wouldn't fail again. Fail? Maybe he overheard my muttering, turned his head and asked, I think I once said I'd protect someone. Said I'd woo someone. Something like that. What, are you saying that to me? His expression eased slightly. I stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Let's focus on surviving first. Relationships can come after. He pouted a little. When it's all over, don't even think about backing out. Seriously. Sure. Roast me, boil me, whatever you want. He seemed to like that answer, and his expression finally brightened. But he died in the next operation. Now that I think about it, what did his face look like? I remember he was stunningly beautiful. Ah, I remember now. He had sharp eyes, within the quietly sunken darkness. Jin Yeomyung murmured in a small voice. Are you dreaming of the past? At some point, Jin Yeomyung's aura began to tremble unsteadily. I don't know what kind of life you lived in the past, but there is one thing I was sure of. Jin Yeomyung looked directly at Jin Yeomyung's tormented face with calm eyes. That you never brought your life to its proper conclusion. To dedicate one's life to a woman named Cheon Yura was certainly commendable and praiseworthy. However, such a resolution was not something ordinary people could make. No matter how great a figure, they would never sacrifice their life for another. It might be possible in the rare case of a blood tie, but Jin Yeomyung had no such relation. A lingering regret from the past, is it? It was only when something unresolved remained from the past that one could resolutely decide to offer up their life. Of course, it was probably also because Yura, having grown to resemble Howell, was simply too captivating. Recall it clearly and bring it to a close. Recognize the difference between now and then. Just feeling that difference will let you see the next wall you must surpass. In an instant, a foreboding sensation brushed past Jin Yeomyung's entire body, but he forcibly ignored that feeling. Even if it were true, it had not yet reached the level of being the worst. The sudden emergence of demonic beasts that swept across the entire Central Plains. Because of it, the war between the Southern Murim Alliance and the Northern Murim Alliance entered a new phase. The Tang clan has sent a request for support. Those bastards. The Sichuan Tang clan, who had enthusiastically invaded the domain of the evil overlords of heaven by joining hands with the Amei sect, could no longer afford to stay the course after the demonic beasts began indiscriminately attacking both civilians and Murim alike. The damage seems to be truly catastrophic. According to reports, Chengdu has become a wasteland, and the Amei sect is struggling to even defend their own headquarters, let alone provide external support. Sichuan is rugged terrain, after all, while Chengdu and its surroundings were mostly flat. The problem was that the region was surrounded by treacherous mountain ranges. Those mountains were the primary territory of the demonic beasts. In a way, the Murim of Sichuan was effectively besieged by them. The Tang clan declared that if the Northern Murim Alliance aids them, they would never forget the favor and would formally join the Northern Murim Alliance in the future. At those words, the senior leaders of the Northern Murim Alliance clicked their tongues. Too late. They should have said that from the beginning. At this moment, our alliance has no resources to spare for Sichuan. We too are struggling to defend our own sex. The war between the South and North had unexpectedly shifted into a lull. Due to this abrupt foreign threat, they had become too preoccupied with simply defending their own homes. However, it was undeniable that both North and South were now shedding more brutal blood than before the war. Alliance leader, what will you do? All eyes turned to Sangha. We will not abandon the Murim of Sichuan. But it wasn't because the Tang clan lacked numbers that they asked for help. To pierce the skin of those so-called demonic beasts, one needed to be at least of first-rate martial artist level. Sending mediocrities like lower-ranked swordsmen would only incite resentment. I will dispatch the Black Wind Sichuan unit. Them? At the mention of the Black Wind Sichuan unit, many people's expressions turned grim. They were a type of penal force composed of those who had surrendered from the evil overlords of heaven. But Sangha was resolute. If the Tang clan and the Amei sect cannot even accept that much help and refuse our support, then they are not worthy of gathering under the northern banner. And one more thing. Sangha looked around the room and spoke. The current crisis is severe enough to warrant putting aside even blood feuds of the past. For now, it may just be about putting out fires in a burning house, but soon it will become a matter of survival. Some tilted their heads as if to say, is it really that serious? But the sharper among them had already sensed that what she said could very well become reality. Dao Zun asked in a low voice, Alliance leader, how far ahead are you seeing? A true Murim alliance. Sangha's resolve was unwavering. A dreamlike coalition never once achieved in history, where justice, evil, and demonic paths all came together in harmony. We will unify South and North and rally all the sects of the Jianghu under one force. Oh, ooh. At Sangha's declaration, many nodded in agreement. In a chaotic era where Murim was split into North and South, the one at the helm needed at least that much ambition. But Sangha hadn't set it out of ambition. In the end, someone has to do it. She sighed quietly. Back when she had confided her troubles to Jin Yeomyung in the heavenly demon divine cult, she thought she'd be able to retire soon. Driven by duty and responsibility, she had dragged things along until now, and found herself in a position where stepping down would mean death. Fate really is cruel, her sigh deepened. Chapter 420. Omen of Destruction 3. After the meeting ended, Sangha once again collapsed in the middle of her bedroom. Life, seriously. As a child, she wanted to become a sword mistress respected in the Murim, like the Azure Moon sword mistress of the Southern Seas Badaham or the Lotus sword mistress. A former master of Amash wanted to become a female expert who commanded the Central Plains. And now, though the title had the prefix Heavenslaying attached, she had succeeded in earning the honorable title of sword mistress at a young age. Of course, the process was far from what she had ever wished for. I want to throw it all away. Sangha suddenly thought so. She had already reached a point in her life where a sage's moment often visited her. But with a much heavier burden pressing down on her shoulders than before, her mind was gradually beginning to sink somewhere deep. It was an early symptom of inner demons. It was then, is it hard? Before she realized it, So-chin was watching her with worried eyes. Lying on her bed, Beek Sangha glanced sideways at So-chin with a feeling akin to a headache. This place was meant to be the exclusive space of the Alliance leader. Wasn't the man before her stepping into such a space far too easily? Where had her privacy gone? What made it even more absurd was the fact that So-chin wasn't even sneaking in. When So-chin came to her chamber, the guards at the entrance just opened the door for him automatically. It spoke volumes about how So-chin was regarded within the Northern Murim Alliance now. Should I say something? She considered scolding the guards severely, but eventually lost the will and buried her face again. For some reason, she didn't want to do anything at all right now. A silent stillness lingered in the room for a while. Beek Sangha quietly buried her face in the bedding, and So-chin wordlessly watched over her. Perhaps after nearly a quarter of an hour had passed, So-chin opened his mouth in a quiet voice. If it's really so hard that you feel like you absolutely can't endure it, So-chin's voice thundered in her ears. Then you can just throw everything away and run. Her eyes wavered. Wherever it is, I'll go with you. What she wanted to hear most at this moment, those words came from none other than So-chin. That's surprising. I didn't expect you to say something like that. So-chin scratched the back of his neck with an awkward smile. Ah, well, my life has been a series of escapes. You see, so maybe I can kind of see what you're feeling or something like that. That's not what I meant. An expression void of clear emotion, yet meaningful, was directed at So-chin. Young Master So-chin, can you truly give everything up? Yes, So-chin answered without hesitation. Status, honor, wealth, and even martial arts. Even if I had to bury myself in some secluded valley in the outer regions and live as an ordinary man for the rest of my life if you were by my side, I'd gladly do it. So-chin's expression was sincere. To begin with, martial arts had never meant much to So-chin. He had learned them simply to survive, and later, had merely inherited the robe because Dao Zun took an interest in him. Beek Sangha chuckled softly and sat up. If the world really goes to ruin someday, that kind of option might not be so bad. You mean, but not right now. Her once softened expression hardened once again. I'll do everything I can, again and again. That damned master who forcibly implanted this power and use it was undoubtedly for a time like this. So-chin nodded. I'll stay by your side, no matter what. Anyone who tries to harm you, I'll kill them, whatever it takes. Before too, he stirred up a fuss about killing the Southern Murim Alliance leader and whatnot. But this time, So-chin's words carried a different kind of weight. Beek Sangha could feel it and let out a small laugh. If, by any chance. Yes, really, just if we lose this war, it was a hypothesis that must never come to pass. Still, if such a thing were to happen, then, shall we go around the Central Plains as a pair of assassins? So Jeong, the teacher who once taught assassination to the two of them, had said. If they were together, they could dye the Central Plains in blood. The two of us. So-chin smiled brightly at those words. That sounds wonderful. Whether it was a killing journey or a good deed, as long as he was with her, So-chin didn't care what it was. Beek Sangha's decision to extend the front lines to save the people caused severe strain on the Northern Murim Alliance in less than a month. The trading companies in Luoyang are reluctant to fund us. Others feel the same. At this rate, the Alliance's treasury will soon run dry. Her gaze shifted sideways at the more dire financial state of the Northern Murim Alliance than anticipated. There, Jai Yi and Jegelyun were hanging their heads like criminals. Strictly speaking, they were essentially the top administrators of the Northern Murim Alliance, so the blame partly lay with them. Strategy and finance are separate matters. This blunder was the result of the rapid expansion that occurred when the Black Lotus Hall evolved into the Northern Murim Alliance. Beek Sangha let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Do we have to worry about self-destruction before we even win? My apologies, Alliance leader. Most of the Northern Murim Alliance's early operational funds came from donations and investments by trading companies. Because it had gathered for a righteous cause, major sects were also shouldering a substantial burden, but with the continuous regional skirmishes, that too was reaching its limit. Beek Sangha frowned at the petitions coming from all sides. Do I have to ask grandfather for help after all? The Namchen Beek clan was one of the wealthiest families in the Central Plains. Though they had chosen to shut their doors due to a series of missteps, it also meant they had the confidence in their wealth to do so without hesitation. I've yet to receive a reply from the main house. The Namchen Beek clan had not responded to Beek Sangha's formal request to join the alliance. Given the Sword King's personality, he was likely calculating the pros and cons carefully while observing the shifting situation in the Central Plains. Or perhaps, displeased that she had decided the clan's participation on her own, he remained silent. Either way, it wasn't a pleasant matter. I can't lower myself to approach. Knowing grandfather, he'll definitely try to meddle with the alliance's structure. As Beek Sangha struggled with her inner conflict, good news arrived at the Northern Murim Alliance. Alliance leader, the Saber King burst into the hall with a delighted face. The Bukshin Jeom clan has arrived. At last, the Bukshin Jeom clan had joined the Northern Murim Alliance's headquarters with 500 martial artists. It has been a while, Alliance leader. I've heard much about you. A middle-aged martial artist with a mane-like beard that gave him a lion-like presence. The man before her was one of the top 5 saber masters in all the world. It's been a while, Lion Saber Lord Jin Yeomyung. Beek Sangha no longer wore the Black Sky Master mask, which was why Jin Yeomyung used the word a while when addressing her. The warriors of Bukshin who had accompanied their clan head frowned deeply at Beek Sangha's attitude. From the outside, it looked like a mere girl woman, no less was sitting stiffly at the same table as their master. In terms of rank alone, as a daughter of the Namchen Beek clan, Beek Sangha was in no position to even raise her head before Jin Yeomyung, clan head of Bukshin. But she had not come to greet him as a daughter of Namchen. Good, Jin Yeomyung instead smiled with uplifted corners of his mouth. Old Hyung Nim wasn't wrong. He kept praising you endlessly, saying that times have changed and a great rock has appeared to sweep over the Central Plains. Thank you for the compliment. Who would have thought that little girl would grow up this much? Jin Yeomyung's hand moved toward the saber at his waist. Clan head, what are you doing? The leadership of the Northern Murim Alliance panicked at his sudden movement. He made Beek Sangha an offer. 5 breaths. How about it? If that's your wish. Facing one of the 2 powers that divide the world, I don't plan on going easy. Though in a duel, it was customary for a senior to give the junior the initiative, like offering the first move or 3 to 5 breaths time, Jin Yeomyung deliberately refrained. And in the blink of an eye, before anyone realized it, Jin Yeomyung's lion saber had already clashed with Beek Sangha's twin swords. How did they even draw their blades? The martial artists in the hall hadn't even seen the moment they drew their weapons. Only about 5 people inside had clearly sensed the drawing of their blades. Fast! They say the Lion Saber Lord is a master of heavy blades, and his speed truly lives up to the name. KKK, clan head, if you let your guard down, y'all pay dearly. With someone's sinister mutter crack. Creak, Jin Yeomyung's muscles suddenly expanded explosively across his entire body. It was the manifestation of Jin Yeomyung's sword intento, overwhelmed directly with brute force. Under such pressure, sorry, but Beek Sangha smiled faintly. There are now no more than 3 martial artists in all the Central Plains who can overpower me with strength alone. Beek Sangha then poured her chi into her twin swords in earnest. Pure, black demonic energy spiraled up, wrapping around the blades. And immediately after, her twin swords began to push back Jin Yeomyung's lion saber. This can't be. That lion saber lord is losing in strength? Martial artists with some insight realized just how outrageous the situation was and stood agape. Not only was Jin Yeomyung physically trained, but the Bukshin Jeom clan's representative technique, Northern Dipper Soul Emperor Chi, was one of the most famous power-based martial arts in the Murim. Yet even that Northern Dipper Soul Emperor Chi couldn't match the heaven-slaying Chi in terms of strength. Boom! The moment his foot was pushed back a single kun, Jin Yeomyung hastily detonated his energy. With that, a repulsive shockwave burst forth, and the figures of the 2 were flung to opposite sides. Murmurs rose. There was no need for even 5 breaths. In just a single second, many had realized who held the advantage between them. Alliance leader, this old man has been truly enlightened today. You flatter me. Jin Yeomyung sheathed his saber and gave a slight bow. No further fighting spirit was visible in him. The Bakshin Jeom clan will spare no support, be it manpower or resources, for the Northern Murim Alliance. We shall also do our utmost to pacify this chaotic Murim under the guidance of the Alliance leader. As the Alliance leader, I am simply grateful for Bakshin's resolution. Only then did Beek Sanga bow to express her gratitude. However, something feels off. Though she bowed, her expression had, for some reason, sunk into coldness. What kind of man Jin Yeomyung truly was, Beek Sanga didn't know. After all, she had last met him when she was just 7. But the combative nature of the Bakshin Jeom clan was said to rival even the house of extreme saber of the divine cult. It was none other than the Saber King, a member of Bakshin himself, who had confirmed it several times. He's not the type to test the waters and back off. Knowing well just how insane the Pa clan was, it made no sense that the head of a clan known to be their equal would retreat so easily. If someone like Pa Er-yang of the Pa clan were standing there, he would have risked any loss for a life-or-death duel. Injury? No, at least not at this point. Not injured. She had heard that the clan head had been seriously wounded during the heaven-defying society's assault on the Bakshin Jeom clan. But that was already some time ago. What is this? Why is it different from what I've heard? In truth, this was minor enough to dismiss as trivial. However, for some reason, her instincts, honed through training under So Jeong as an assassin, kept issuing a warning to her body. Never, ever let your eyes off the one before you. And then, for a split second, it lasted only a fleeting instant. But in Jin Yeomyung's eyes, she thought she saw something red shimmer briefly. Chapter 421, Omen of Destruction, 4, Am I Mistaken? Beek Sanga shook her head inwardly. No, that's no illusion. Even if it was just for a moment, she did not ignore her instinct. The same symptoms that had afflicted the members of the Yeagle clan. The extremely wicked, evil heart demon soul repression art. Should I kill him here? As her fingers subtly opened and closed swoosh. Is something wrong? Jin Yeomyung suddenly turned his head and stared directly at Beek Sanga. It was a chillingly sharp reaction, but she smiled faintly and brushed it off. It's nothing. I suppose I've just had a lot on my mind lately. Ah, yes. I've heard that the Alliance's finances haven't been doing well as of late. Jin Yeomyung stepped closer and lightly patted her shoulder. It seems things haven't been resolved smoothly with Namshin yet. Though Bakshin isn't exactly overflowing with wealth, we'll do our best to support the Alliance's finances. Thank you, clan head. Beek Sanga received his goodwill with a perfunctory smile. And so, Bakshin Jeom clan ended up joining under a blemished reputation. That night, Saber King approached Beek Sanga with a strange expression on his face. For that bastard to just leave quietly like that, there's something off. Did you think so too, grandfather? Of course. The reason he got injured was because he recklessly tried to take on an awakened being by pushing others into the fight instead. Though not widely publicized, his belligerence was well known among those in the know. He's not the type to care about public image. Did he receive some kind of secret message? Or maybe challenge someone to a rankless fight? There was no such thing. Really? This is bizarre. Saber King rubbed her curled beard repeatedly, his face stern. Grandfather, that's why I am asking. Among the ones who joined us this time, is there anyone who can be called the clan head's closest aide? Closest aide. Someone who can meet with the clan head privately at any time. Yet also not quite someone you'd call the second in command. Finally, Beek Sanga's gaze met with Saber King's, someone who wouldn't immediately notice if I cast a venom spell. Saber King's expression hardened. Sanga, you Beek Sanga answered with silence instead. Damn it. Saber King scratched his head furiously and said, For now, there's me. You're not a traitor, grandfather, so it doesn't matter. Then there are the clan head's direct descendants, excluding the eldest. The second and third sons. Beek Sanga shook her head. It wouldn't be them either. Why not? If it were them, they'd choose to poison or incapacitate the clan head rather than brainwash him. Especially with something like the heaven-destroying poison, it'd be much easier. At the word brainwash, Saber King's expression turned frigid. He wanted to immediately ask what kind of absurd suspicion this was, but he held himself back. Then the last suspects would be Chief Administrator, Jin Yeomyung, and the Northern Sea Black Dragon Unit's captain. Chief Administrator and a Martial Force captain, of course. The Chief Administrator goes without saying, and Captain, Jin Weho of the Northern Sea Black Dragon Unit, is the clan head's younger brother. The Chief Administrator was said to have risen to his position from the Jin clan's collateral line through recognized merit. Both had plausible standing. I'll have to assume it's both of them. Even if one turned out to be innocent, it couldn't be helped. Given the situation, if the clan head had truly been compromised, it was only natural to suspect his closest aides. Now tell me, what made you say all this? Well, Beek Sanga recounted the trace of evil art she had sensed from Jin Yeomyung earlier that day. As expected, Saber King exploded with anger and denial. Unbelievable. The Jin clan's bond is incredibly deep and strong. For the clan to have maintained such prosperity for 1,000 years near the divine cult's domain, that kind of bond was essential. Still, blood is thicker than water. Even someone like Saber King couldn't help but turn a blind eye to the truth. The divine cult's 6 great demonic clans have also persisted for 1,000 years, and yet they've often crossed the line for power. Crack! Saber King bit his lip. Wasn't he the one who had come to Beek Sanga first, concerned about Jin Yeomyung's strange behavior? Are you really certain about this? There's no physical evidence. Of course, there couldn't be such a thing as evidence, but even if it was just for a moment, I trust my instincts. Saber King's expression contorted painfully. Jin Yeomyung was more than just a younger brother he had spent a lifetime with. It was hard to believe that someone like him could have been compromised without even realizing it. What do you want from me? We can't act against him right now, but I want to make it certain. Her intention was clear. Yura planning to set a trap. Yes, Beek Sanga intended to entangle the entire Bukshin Jeom clan in this. For that, I need your help, grandfather. I looked around the ruins of the shattered ancient temple. Though called an ancient temple, it was merely an illusion created by the erosion of another realm. We won. After a fierce battle, the Suicide Squad had finally succeeded in tearing out the Cardinal's heart. But the price of victory was devastating. Half of the Suicide Squad members had died in the battle, and among the dead was one of them. Don't even think of leaving anything behind. I retrieved the corpse that had begun to mutate from contamination. Since it was corrupted by the power of the evil god, burial wasn't an option. To prevent it from being recycled, it could only be cremated with sacred fire. Crackle, crack, crackle. As I cremated his body, I glanced around and thought to myself, I survived more than I expected. In truth, it wasn't that half had died, it was that half had survived. Originally, only 3 were supposed to make it out alive. Originally, I rubbed my forehead as DJ Vu surged up again. There are no what-ifs in history. The phrase originally should never have reason to exist. At that moment, someone placed a hand on my shoulder. Thank you. He was one of the survivors, a middle-aged knight. He had fought on the front lines with me and was nearly killed by the Cardinal's tendrils. That strange sword art you suddenly unleashed, if not for that, more of us would have died. Myself included. That movement was completely different from the greatsword techniques you usually used. Did you awaken to it on the spot? Maybe. It really felt like my body had moved on its own. It was the complete opposite of the large, full-power strikes of my usual sword style. The absurd thing was realizing that I was more proficient in this technique I had never used before. There's no doubt. This is a far more advanced sword art than the one I knew. I tried to replicate the sword art composed of 10 movements using only the motions. It still didn't align perfectly with the greatsword, but if I could fully master this sword art, I was certain I could save many more lives in the battles to come. If only I had been able to use this a little sooner, maybe that guy wouldn't have died. Fate was endlessly cruel. Thanks to randomly awakening a single sword art, I had saved many, but the one I most wanted to save I couldn't. I stared at the fading flames of the sacred fire and made a vow. I'll offer the head of that fanatical bastard at your shrine, and if there's a next time, I'll never let you be taken so meaninglessly again. Holding the urn that contained his ashes, I began walking forward once more. Bukshin Jeom clan had poured in an immense amount of wealth into the northern Murim Alliance, to the point that even other sects found Bukshin's actions strange. Isn't Bukshin overexerting itself? I think so as well. Bukshin is by no means as wealthy as Namchen, but such glances soon faded. It was a hard time for everyone to harbor suspicion. There's a reason they're called the Twin Heavens, no? They wouldn't commit unless it was within their capacity. Indeed, isn't it the sect closest to being called the greatest under heaven, surpassing even the 5 great clans? Of course, they have the resources to be generous. All we need to do is praise Bukshin's righteousness. Whatever the case, thanks to Bukshin Jeom clan's active investment, the Northern Murim Alliance could finally breathe. Soon after the operation proposed by Beek Sanga began in earnest. Until now, they had merely dispatched support to collateral clans and provincial sects. But now, the main forces stationed at headquarters began spreading out to the battlefield. With the rapid departure of the masses, only about 800 remained in the northern Murim Alliance headquarters. And even among them, the majority were hired servants, maids, and laborers. The number of actual combatants barely exceeded 300. Considering that the previous Luoyang headquarters had always housed at least 5,000 residents, the Northern Murim Alliance's headquarters now felt virtually empty. And the Southern Murim Alliance did not miss that gap. There's something I am curious about, Alliance Leader. Please speak, clan head. In the now quiet temporary headquarters of the Northern Murim Alliance, Baek Sang-ah sat across from Jin Yeomyung with tea between them, exchanging small talk. I heard from others, but is it really all right to leave the main base so empty? It sounds as though the Alliance leader is hoping for a surprise attack. That's correct. Baek Sang-ah slowly nodded. The difference in strength between the Northern and Southern Murim is clear. Without creating this sort of opening, they would never go for a short-term decisive battle. I see. Then there's one more thing I am curious about. Jin Yeomyung's expression disappeared at some point. What will you do if the enemy brings a force far beyond your expectations? A force beyond expectations. They've joined hands with the heaven-defying society. What you see on the surface may not be all there is. Jin Yeomyung glanced around subtly as he spoke. The only force left here is the Alliance leader's personal guard, the Black Sky Guardian Unit. They may be warriors who can each face 100 men, but even so, isn't it risky to leave your protection to them alone? Perhaps so. Baek Sang-ah continued sipping her tea as she replied. But what's there to worry about? The clan head of Bukshin remains here with the clan's finest warriors. Above all else, she formed a chilling smile at the corner of her lips. No matter how many of those bastards come, there ain't no match for me. Ho, that's quite the confidence. It's justified confidence. I've heard that recently, a battle unit of 200 or 300 slipped quietly out of the Southern Murim Alliance's headquarters. They likely attached the Golden Dragon Heavenly Sword Squad and a few stragglers to it, didn't they? At that level, it's easily manageable. Previously, the Golden Dragon Heavenly Sword Squad had lost its captain, monstrous sword lord Gongsun-su, and 30 of its members, but it wasn't annihilated. From the Southern Murim Alliance's standpoint, a bit of reorganization was all it needed to be usable again. I see. Jin Yeomyung nodded and fell silent. A brief silence fell between the two. It was Baek Sang-ah who broke it. Of course, there may be variables. For example, an unexpected internal calamity. Q-hu-hu-hu, an internal calamity. What a sharp observation. At some point, Jin Yeomyung's voice had subtly changed. When did you notice? Baek Sang-ah answered nonchalantly. From the moment I realized this tea I am drinking contains something called the heaven-destroying poison. Jin Yeomyung's eyes twisted in horror. You knew and you drank it? Nothing less than the heaven-destroying poison. Whether fire mirror or profound mirror level, once hit, no martial master in Murim history had ever survived it. Was the most fearsome and lethal poison. Holding the empty teacup, she spoke. Uncle Jin. No, Lion Saber Lord Jin Yeomyung. I am sorry, but smirk. For me things related to death no longer work. As she lifted the cup with a smile, her face glowed with an irresistible, alluring light. Chapter 422. Heavenly Timing, 1. Several years ago, when Baek Sang-ah and Sochin became disciples of murder demon Sojeong. Kyug, Kyuk. The two of them were dying miserably in a void where there was nothing but emptiness. Under the pretense of training, they had suffered tortures that made them experience death literally hundreds of times at the hands of Sojeong. But the manner of those deaths was not singular. Baek Sang-ah clutched her throat as she coughed up black blood from her 7 orifices. This time it's poisoning. Upon reaching the realm of the extreme demon, one became immune to most poisons, an attribute known as myriad poison immunity. Especially in the case of Sochin, who had survived a harsh childhood, his resistance to poison was even higher. However, be it Baek Sang-ah or Sochin, neither could withstand the unidentified poison that Sojeong had administered. Baek Sang-ah tried to resist by forcefully detonating even her innate chi, but the moment it touched the poison, not only did her innate chi vanish, but the surrounding sword intent also disappeared. This is a poison even Master struggled with considerably. Kyug, strictly speaking, it transcends the category of poison. It is something else. It's a mutual annihilation, where sword intent devours sword intent. Sword intent was the proof of one's identity. Whether it was big or small, controllable or not, Any being with sentience innately possessed it. To erase such sordid intent was to obliterate a being's existence from its foundation. It was a poison that should never exist. Still, you should be able to endure. What's infused in the poison isn't the priestess' intent, but my own. Haha, endure my ass. If even myriad medicines were ineffective and one died like an insect, what was there to endure? So Jeong squatted down before the two trembling figures and spoke. The moment you experience death, just that one instant you will face the moment when the concept of death takes form. It's a moment that crumbles instantly, as fleeting as a breath, yet it's the only time when it manifests as a tangible form of energy. Among the infamous unorthodox masters in the history of the Central Plains, many had manipulated malevolent qi, but few had ever handled death qi. Most living beings cross the three-way river before they can even perceive it. Even when handled, it was usually through zombies or external mediums rather than one's original internal energy. That was how impossible death qi was for any living being to contain. One of the reasons I chose a different path, instead of modifying master's true inner arts like my other senior brothers and sisters, was to prepare for the unpredictable. So Jeong, uncharacteristically fluent, continued to respond to variables. If one could control the energy of death, then they could be free from any kind of death except their natural lifespan, even if it was the heaven-destroying poison. Crash, the teacup in her hand shattered into powder and scattered. Unbelievable. Even if poisoned, one could pretend to wield internal energy for a moment. But the black death qi coiling around her entire body was far beyond the level a poisoned person could emit. Jin Yeomyung, there's no point asking someone brainwashed like you for a satisfying answer. Brainwashed? You arrogant wench? Jin Yeomyung's aura exploded as if in a seizure. Her reaction showed she had heard something that should never have been said. This one joined hands with them for the prosperity of the clan. Do not dare try to shake me with talk of brainwashing. Jin Yeomyung immediately shouted toward the outside. Yeomyung, Ilho, strike that bitch down. At her signal, Jin Yeomyung and Jin Ilho, who were waiting outside with elite forces, were supposed to ambush Baek Sanga. However, there was no response at all from outside. As Jin Yeomyung widened her eyes in disbelief, I had a feeling. Baek Sanga sighed, pressing her forehead. Never thought it would be both of them. Why, what are you ignoring Jin Yeomyung's words? Baek Sanga raised her voice toward the outside. You may come in, both of you. Kriok. This time, the door burst open in an instant, and standing in the open doorway were Jin Yeomyung, subdued by the hand of Saber King, and his younger brother Jin Ilho, unconscious at the hands of Sochin. Jin Yeomyung's lips parted slightly. Clan head. Saber King, carrying Jin Yeomyung on his shoulder, rebuked her with a horribly twisted expression. When did someone of your caliber ever fall for such a petty scheme? Older brother Hyun, how are you here? Jin Yeomyung glared at Saber King with eyes full of betrayal. It was an utterly shameless reaction, but from Jin Yeomyung's perspective, Saber King was no different from a traitor who had abandoned the Bukshin Jeom clan. Then what about the North Light Sea Dragon unit? All subdued. What? Jin Yeomyung's expression turned to one of utter disbelief. No matter how she thought about it, it made no sense. Baek Sanga resolved that doubt. This temporary building actually has a certain mechanism array embedded in it. The only ones who knew the true nature of that mechanism array were its designer Jai Yi and Jegul Yoon, just those two. It completely blocks out all external sound and sensation, and she slowly rose from her seat. It makes one unable to notice the disruption in their own senses. It wasn't poison. Most poisons wouldn't work anyway, and if it were a fast-acting toxin instead of a chronic one, it would have been noticed immediately. If there was a way to confuse the senses without affecting the flow of internal energy dream-blurring incense, you used the sense of smell? You're quite perceptive, though at this point, realizing it made no difference. You dare use such a cheap trick. Cheap or not in the Murim, isn't the fool the one who falls for it? Jin Yeomyung's shoulders began to tremble with rage at the insult that went beyond imagination. To quietly die at my hands would have been a merciful end. You're a fool. How is dying by your hand considered merciful? You'll soon understand why. As the red hue around Jin Yeomyung's eyes darkened, his mind was completely consumed by madness. I'll tear you limb from limb, Kwagwagwagwang. As a peak expert at the transformation realm released her combat energy surge, the entire building began to erupt. He's got even stronger than before. The demonic soul repression technique couldn't increase internal energy or qi, so this must have been power drawn from latent reserves. This is dangerous, she wasn't referring to her own danger. At this rate, things would escalate into a life-or-death struggle, and if Jin Yeomyung continued to burn through his latent power like this, he would die regardless of the outcome. According to Grandpa Hyun, he's not inherently evil. He's just a victim of poison. But even so, she couldn't let him go. Even if he loses his martial arts, I'll try to spare his life. Pushed back by Jin Yeomyung's combat energy surge, Baek Sang-ah finally drew her twin swords. She had already confirmed the difference in skill from their previous clash. If she and So-chan attacked together, they could likely subdue her with ease, but then Baek Sang-ah's gaze suddenly whipped southward. From not too far away, she began to sense a multitude of hostile presences. Southern Murim Alliance? The problem was their numbers far more than she expected. 500 no, 1,000 no, even more. How? This wasn't the 200 or 300 reported earlier. Her mind was stormed by unending questions. She had made considerable efforts to establish an information networks. How had they gotten here without a single report? I definitely expected some level of ambush. But this not only the number, but the density of the presences that could be called elite warriors was overwhelming. It felt like the entire leadership of the Southern Murim Alliance had descended here. Lady Baek, I know already. Understanding So-chan's shout, Baek Sang-ah cried out downward. Black Sky Guardian Unit, we heed your command. Although it was a surprise attack, even after subduing the elite forces of the Bukshin Jeom clan, the Black Sky Guardian Unit still had strength left. However, retreat preparation. The Black Sky Guardian Unit, who had resolved to fight to the death, were thrown into confusion by the sudden order to retreat. They had sworn to fight alongside the Alliance leader, even if it meant burning their lives away. I can't afford to be prideful. Just as Jin Yeomyung had declared, the enemies had indeed brought a force that exceeded all imagination. In this situation, there were only two possible explanations. Either they had broken through to this place that swiftly and silently, or there was a traitor within that they had failed to identify. What the hell? With that many enemies approaching, why isn't there a single report from the front? Saber King, too, seemed to have sensed the Southern Murim Alliance's army and erupted in rage, grinding his teeth. It's already happened. What are you planning to do? With every passing moment, the reality became clearer. The level of the enemies converging on this place. The Southern Murim Alliance had truly committed their forces. Originally, the standard strategy would be to avoid direct combat and consolidate scattered forces to form an encirclement. But that approach Yeomyung, like the Lion Saber Lord, Jin Yeomyung would never permit it. From within, the Bukshin Jeom clan. From without, the Southern Murim Alliance. Baek Sang-ah admitted she had been a little overconfident. She had certainly left openings to lure attacks, but the enemies had lunged with sharpened fangs, intent on dying alongside them. Young So-chan. Yes, lady. Y'all join me, right? Of course. What are you thinking, Sang-ah? Don't tell me. Baek Sang-ah cut off Saber King. Grandfather Saber King, please take the Black Sky Guardian Unit and the civilians and head as far north as you can. What? Are you saying the two of you will remain here alone? There should be limits even to recklessness. However, the answer that came was completely unexpected. No. Are you insane? Why would we charge straight into that force head-on? Unless one was a monster like Mr. Jin, currently training hard beneath Luyang, such a thing was impossible. We're going to do what we're best at right now. Ch Wararuk. Before anyone noticed, So-chan had summoned the 9 heavens celestial thunder, wreathed in black lightning around both arms. A demonic beast that displayed extreme performance in rough terrain. From this point on, it was time to hunt. If there was one fortunate thing in the midst of the sudden worst-case scenario, it was that there wasn't a traitor within the Northern Murim Alliance. How curious. Those Northern Murim Alliance bastards haven't even sensed our presence. Jiak-yu, one of the elders of the King Cheng sect, grinned sinisterly. They would never imagine the existence of sorcery. In fact, the sorcery factions that had cooperated with the heaven-defying society were not limited to the Masan sect or the Heavenly Illusion clan. Even smaller forces had succumbed to temptation and lent their aid far more sorcerers than anyone had anticipated. And now, they were pouring all their resources into concealing the main forces of the Southern Murim Alliance. It's a pity the demonic cult isn't settled yet, but if it's the Bukshin Jeom clan, they should be able to at least stall them. The demonic cult? What about it? Jiak-yu answered reflexively at the sudden question. The sky of the demonic cult will soon change. No, perhaps it already has. With all four atrocities awakened, that damned cult leader woman won't be able to survive. No, wait. Yeo-myung suddenly realized his slip of the tongue and furrowed his brows. This information was not something he should have revealed to his disciples yet, who just asked that, but Yeo-myung couldn't finish picking up his own words. Siagak. A handsome young man landed gracefully nearby, and the heads of the Kingcheng sect disciples standing beside Yeo-myung were severed cleanly from their bodies. Chapter 423. Heavenly Timing, 2, Ch Wararuk. The 9 heavens celestial thunder, wreathed in black lightning, slit the throats of the Kingcheng sect disciples in a single strike. It was a sudden ambush, but Yeo-myung responded swiftly. Vast azure clouds, the Kingcheng signature technique, Chingun Jiakajum, extended like a serpent and slashed at the throat of the attacker who had landed nearby. However, the Chingun Jiakajum passed futilely through the opponent's neck. Flinch. Realizing that he had cut through an illusion, Yeo-myung's expression twisted briefly, but the body of a martial artist prepared for what came next. However, Yeo-myung's resistance ended there. KGH. A stabbing pain, as if being pierced multiple times in the back with a blade, struck instantly, and Yeo-myung's body froze on the spot. How? Yeo-myung couldn't finish his sentence. His entire network of major acupoints, including the Devil's Hole, had been subdued in a single move. For someone like him, an apex-level masterto be overpowered so easily? Don't tell me. It's the Northern Murim Alliance leader and the Death King's consort. The Death King's consort. A nickname referring to Sochin, the lover of Beek Sang, also known by the alias Death King. Surprisingly, almost no one knew Sochin's true identity accurately, not even within the Southern Murim Alliance or the Northern Murim Alliance. In fact, he had almost no visible activity even within the heavenly demon divine cult itself, so it was only natural. The first time Sochin was properly given a nickname was after he assassinated the new evil overlord, Lee Jae-sung. Damn it, if the Death King's consort is here, then I am as good as dead. In that moment, a red gleam flickered in Yeo-myung's eyes. Knowing full well what kind of person the new evil overlord was, Yeo-myung instinctively sensed his end, despite being surrounded by the Southern Murim Alliance's forces. Thus, his decision was swift. Crack. Where do you think you're going? Kug. Yeo-myung's suicide attempt was stopped by Sochin's swift intervention. Sochin stomped firmly on the back of the unconscious Yeo-myung's head and spoke to Beek Sang. Looks like we've found something worthwhile this time. He certainly didn't behave like someone from the orthodox side. From targeting the neck right from the start to so readily attempting to throw his life away. His behavior was all too unorthodox for someone supposedly from the righteous sects. Beek Sang sighed with a hardened expression. It seems something has happened within our cult. The sky is changing. Not something one would utter lightly or based on trivial information. If a rebellion had truly occurred in the heavenly demon divine cult and the cult leader had been replaced, it meant the rear flank, which the Northern Murim Alliance had considered a safe zone, had been sealed off. But so it seems, whatever. Sochin's unexpectedly indifferent response made Beek Sang blink. Young Master Sochin, aren't you worried? This means a rebellion has broken out in the heavenly demon divine cult, Sochin shrugged. Rebellion, it could happen. I heard they fought the Chen clan too. And no, I mean even if it were true, wasn't this way too unconcerned? Reading her gaze, Sochin stated firmly, we're in no position to worry about that right now. Sochin's judgment was cold but realistic. We can deal with the heavenly demon divine cult's affairs after we survive this mess. You're right, young Master Sochin. Beek Sang admitted her misplaced concern. Right now, securing their survival had to take priority. More importantly, these Geisthi are not afraid of dying at all. The ones who ambushed them tried too readily to initiate mutual destruction when things turned against them. Most failed before they could even try, but even one successful attempt could be fatal. What's even more troublesome is we still don't know who's commanding this army. True, every military force had a commander. Especially with such a precise and sharp ambush, the Southern Murim Alliance couldn't have managed this without a leader. The problem was that even after executing such a clean ambush, the Southern Murim Alliance moved like a disorganized mob, showing no trace of coordinated action. A contradiction, plain and simple. In the end, we might have to go straight into their center. Until now, they had managed to nibble away at the enemies in the outskirts by utilizing the terrain of the forest. But from this point forward, they had to be prepared to be fully exposed to danger. especially once the enemies realized that the temporary main base of the Northern Murim Alliance was Mtino. One could predict how their movements would change. In the end, this war won't end unless we eliminate their leader. Baek Sang-ah made her decision. Let's go. Gladly. Sochin had already decided to follow her wherever, however far the path led. The moment they approached the center of the enemy camp from that point on, the notion of assassination lost its meaning. It was merely a continuous repetition of cutting down the endlessly charging enemies. Baek Sang-ah and Sochin rushed straight toward the center, where the Southern Murim Alliance's leadership was likely stationed. Something strange. The pressure felt looser than expected. Warriors of the Southern Murim Alliance kept appearing from the front like a swarm, and although they were cutting them down steadily, it couldn't compare to the overwhelming pressure they'd felt during the war against the evil overlord. SSSRK. Wiping blood from her cheek, she turned her gaze to Sochin. Young Master Sochin, something feels off. Sochin also furrowed his brow as he withdrew the 9 heavens celestial thunder spread out in all directions. It's like they're luring us in. As if inviting us this way a trap, not sure the deployment of their forces was too irrational. They should have sealed off all routes and worn them down, or focused elite warriors on one point to annihilate them. Instead, the enemies weren't using any tactics for many versus few combat. On the contrary, it felt as if they were tossing out just enough prey to say, "Don't run away." Young Master Sochin, what would you do in this situation? Sochin immediately replied, "I'd retreat for now and regroup with allied units." At this point, the frontline troops must have realized the enemy's incursion and would be converging on this area. Baek Sang-ah's lips parted slightly at the unexpectedly reasonable and standard response. "You're the same man who charged alone to assassinate the evil overlord?" Sochin shrugged. "Right now, your safety is at stake. Young Master Sochin, you know this already, but right now we need to minimize the bloodshed." "I know that." Sochin cut her off. For some reason, a hint of anger colored his next words. "But even if this whole region becomes the blood sea of dead mountain sif lady is safe, I don't care how many people die." She realized again. The person before her had grown up in the ruthless environment of the demonic cult. Well, it's a bit extreme, but it's also rather sweet in its own way. Baek Sang-ah couldn't bring herself to make such a harsh decision like Sochin. Even though she wielded demonic chi, death chi, and bore the nickname heaven-destroying, her roots were righteous. Upright? Of course, one didn't cry justice in a war where the victor took all, but if she could reduce the damage, she was the type to willingly sacrifice herself. For now, let's head to the center. As long as it's just you and me, we can always escape. Nod. Sochin gladly respected Baek Sang-ah's choice. Like that, Baek Sang-ah and Sochin cut down hundreds and finally arrived at what appeared to be the main base of the Southern Murim Alliance. And there, they witnessed a scene where 300 of the Southern Murim Alliance's top leaders were gathered. What is this? Baek Sang-ah immediately sensed something ominous from them. None of them seemed to be preparing for battle. Even though these were the ones who had sent sacrificial pawns at them, not a single one had drawn their weapon. Instead, they sat comfortably, facing them as if welcoming guests. And at the center of them, all Baek Sang-ah spotted a young woman around her own age, seated on a jade throne in the heart of the camp. With drowsy eyes, the woman looked their way, her hair long enough to be unthinkable for a martial artist. But Baek Sang-ah sensed it instinctively. That woman seated in the center was the new leader of the Southern Murim Alliance. Before Baek Sang-ah could open her mouth, the woman slowly stood up. At that moment, those who seemed to be high-ranking, unorthodox experts stepped forward and lifted her hair with silk, preventing it from touching the ground. They were definitely not just attendants. Each of them appeared to have surpassed the absolute realm, and all wore identical uniforms, and their number reached as many as 50. Don't tell me the 10,000 ultimate commanders, alongside the Golden Dragon Heavenly Sword Squad Unit and the Yaksha Celestial Dao Unit, one of the 3 great martial divisions of the Central Plains. Within the Southern Murim Alliance, there was only one group capable of uniting that many unorthodox martial masters. While Baek Sang-ah's thoughts raced, the other party bowed gracefully. "Welcome, Northern Murim Alliance leader. I've always wanted to meet you." Given the opponent's identity, their tone was surprisingly courteous. "You, who are you?" To this, the other responded readily. "They call me Ju Yang, the Sovereign of Heaven, Sovereign of Heaven." Even if her name, Ju Yang, was unfamiliar, the title Sovereign of Heaven was already so infamous in the world that none in the martial realm would not know of it. "So you're the new Evil Path Castle leader?" She gave a slight laugh as she replied, I am also the new Southern Murim Alliance leader now. I heard the sovereign of heaven was a young man. That was indeed what the intelligence reports had said. Ju Yang twisted her long hair in her fingers and replied, It's not hard to tweak what gets shared with the outside world. I didn't want to die pointlessly before the time came. Like that idiot Lee Jae-sung, who couldn't even fulfill his duties properly. Baek Sang-ah felt a strange sense of discomfort from the undertone of her words, until the time came. Instead of answering, Ju Yang asked her a question in return. Sovereign of heaven and subordinate of heaven. Don't you think those are grandiose names for people like us? She was clearly an awakened being of the heaven-defying society. Yet the martial energy she emitted only reached the early stage of the absolute realm at best. If she had entered the later stage of martial cultivation, she might be counted among the top masters, but for someone who claimed the title of king, it felt exaggerated. The titles given to us awakened beings like king don't mean ruler in the usual sense. Then, what do they mean? Sacrificial kings, prepared for when the heavenly timing arrives. SSSRK. At some point, she had drawn a small dagger from her robes. She smiled as she looked at the blade, which gave off a dangerous aura. Among the awakened beings of the heaven-defying society, the ones most suited to be sacrifices. Sack, riffis, clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, the hundreds of warriors gathered inside all simultaneously drew their swords. What was strange was that even those who seemed unfamiliar with weapons also held swords, and none of their pupils showed the slightest glint of light. Wait. Baek Sang-ah's face twisted grotesquely. What the hell is this bullshit? The honorifics dropped from her mouth. You'd be better off just attacking. If you used all their power, you'd have a decent chance of taking down the two of us. So why the hell are you doing this instead? Those gathered here were all the core of the Southern Murim Alliance. Even just the masters at the absolute realm numbered in the dozens, and among them were many nearing the transformation realm. Even Baek Sang-ah and So-chin could not handle them all. However, Ju Yang showed a self-deprecating smile. Because that's the fate of those who made a pact with evil. She then lightly waved her hand toward the rear. Puck, 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 puck. And just like that, the hundreds of Southern Murim Alliance leaders began stabbing their swords into their arteries and committing suicide in response to her gesture. One by one, more and more collapsed to the ground. Martial artists who had trained all their lives and polished their techniques met a hollow death with just a single motion from her hand. Baek Sang-ah and So-chin were at a loss for words in the face of such a surreal scene. And not long after a massive ritual was initiated using their deaths as the medium. It's been a while, you two. Gungi of the Four Atrocities. He had appeared. Chapter 424. Heavenly Timing 3. I lay sprawled out, dazed, with severe wounds all over my body. The armor, already tattered from the beginning, had been completely smashed and had lost its function as armor. The sword I was holding had its blade utterly disintegrated, rendering it useless as a weapon. Everything around me had turned to scorched earth, and once again, just like that one time before, a meteor shower was pouring across the black void of space. In such a scene, someone spoke to me. Are you satisfied now, child? Well, I vaguely shook my head. Not satisfied at all. You killed me more perfectly than ever before. And yet, why are you still dissatisfied? Because, in the end, I couldn't protect anyone. Subjectively speaking, 20 years had passed. I had crossed countless lines between life and death and had killed him once more, and I had survived. Even though I was severely injured, it was no longer a fatal wound like in the past. I was not at death's door. But still, that didn't mean I had been able to prevent the deaths of others, those who had stepped into the final battle with me. Though I had saved far more lives than in the previous time, they had all still perished in the end. In short, the outcome had not changed. Someone spoke again. You've realized this world is false, yet you still grieve. I am afraid ill fail to protect and lose them again. There's no next time for me. There's no escape of the heart left called next life. Ah! I groaned and lifted my upper body, feeling pain surge through me. I managed to keep the promise about seducing her, but there's a mountain of things I need to overcome to keep the next promise. What is that next promise? Heaven-allotted lifespan together. To the question, I answered without hesitation. Ah, the old age part sounds a bit off, so maybe I'll just keep it to heavenly lifespan. 100 years is too short. 1,000 years feels lacking. 10,000 years sounds just about right. Someone might say my conscience has exploded if they heard this. But after all the suffering I've endured, isn't this much of a reward only fair? By the way, your voice is surprisingly calm. Was that your real voice all along? I had never heard such a steady voice from them before. Right up until the final confrontation, they'd only repeated things like worship me, surrender to me, do not follow the false light, and so on. They were always consistent with mental attacks. Well, not that it matters. I grasped the sword hilt left in my hand and gently invoked my sword intent. Then, naturally, the energies of black gold intertwined and formed a new blade. Unlike before, when they had repelled each other, this time they harmonized like yin and yang, like tai kai, merging smoothly. The transcendence slumbering within had clearly reached the divine realm. I looked toward the slowly vanishing remnants. I am thankful to you, thank you, lady, for helping me to the end. Pretending to be a fanatic couldn't have been easy. Crackle, crack, crackle. From within the black remnants, a human figure flickering with light appeared. Though it only mimicked the form of a human woman, it had no facial features. Still, somehow, it looked like she was smiling benevolently. You've completely become one of their kind now. So it seems. This golden light I had been using until now originally wasn't mine, it was hers, but now it had become entirely mine. Still, there's one last thing left connecting you and me. I know, will you use it? If the time comes where I must, I will. If I do use it, I might be able to save my beloved, but I want reach a happy future. The 3 privileges she gave me when I came to this world. The last of them still remains. Don't worry too much, lady. I smirked and rested the blade on my shoulder. I'm going to live a long, long, happy life. And with those final words crack, my submerged consciousness began to resurface. Yeah, crackle, the world shattered like glass. Her form disappeared. And then, I bowed my head deeply toward the final companion who had fought beside me until the decisive battle. Thank you, senior brother. I awakened from the long dream and slowly opened my eyes. Congratulations on achieving complete mastery, little brother. The first thing I saw upon opening my eyes was my father-in-law smiling gently. It's not complete yet, father-in-law. Whether it's complete or not, we can confirm it right away. Jin Yeomyung extended his hand toward me. Heavenly demon's seal at that moment, a pressure akin to a massive palm pressing down on the earth surged toward me. The old me would have frantically resisted, trying to deflect the heavenly demon seal. But now I withstood that pressure with composure. An immense gravity pressed down on my entire body. K-kuguk, K-kugaguk. As my vision distorted under the strain, I heard Jin Yeomyung's voice. If you can spread your sword intent to form a domain, it's extreme demon realm. If you can focus and temper it into a single point, it's transcendent demon realm. And then boom, the rebound enhanced chi I emitted deflected the heavenly demon seal. And if you can freely refine it and cloak yourself as though wearing it, then you've truly surpassed the transcendent demon realm. Sword intent? Literally intent and thought. It is a formless entity with no physical substance. Refining something formless inherently violates the natural laws. In other words, reshaping sword intent in such a way means wielding power that transcends those very laws. Congratulations! You've reached the same level I had when I ascended to the position of cult leader. Jin Yeomyung never spoke such words lightly, which means now you possess the bare minimum qualifications to remain by Yura's side. This man, seriously, did he really want to turn his own daughter into an old maid? It's genuinely baffling how Han Mubik in his past life managed to meet this man's standards. Meeting my gaze, he let out a small chuckle. I know. As I synchronized with your consciousness, I observed your memories. And his expression darkened slightly. I came to understand clearly the mistakes I made when you didn't intervene. He slightly bowed his head toward me. Thank you for protecting Yura, and from now on as well please take good care of her. Why is that? I was sure Id heard these words from him once before, but this request felt completely different now. Because if it's you, I am sure y'all bring everything to a proper conclusion. Father-in-law, what do you mean by that? Unfortunately, there's not much time left. Just as I was trying to identify the source of my unease, Dao Zun cut in. There's a guest outside. A guest, her graceful brows furrowed slightly. A guest who shouldn't be here. It seems things have gone quite awry. More importantly, the Six Paths Veil's power is being depleted. I'd like to give you time for a proper farewell, but this is it. Just as our meeting was sudden, so too was our parting. Yet I didn't feel regret or despair. The figure before me now was nothing more than a thought form. If I survive and continue ascending, one day I'll reunite with the true body of my father-in-law who became a demon immortal. I see, but truly, for the last time. Jin Yeomyung grasped my shoulder. There's one thing I must pass on. No, it's more of a piece of information than a transmission. Information? What soon flowed from Chen Tijang's mouth was something truly unexpected. A way for you to ascend to the heavenly demon's throne. I straightened my attire and exited the underground training chamber. It seems at least a few months have passed. Judging from the musty smell coming from my clothes, it hadn't been just a day or two. I followed Dao Zun and welcomed the guests who had arrived at the Southern Murim Alliance main camp. And the moment I confirmed the identity of that guest, I understood why Chen Tijang had once again asked me to take care of Yura, and why he had revealed the method to ascend to the heavenly demon's throne. Why young Master Jin Lady Sabion, who was supposed to protect Yura at her side, had arrived here looking completely ragged like a beggar. Young Master Jin, the cult leader. The moment she saw me, she broke into sobs and collapsed on the spot. Something had gone wrong in our cult, and something had happened to Yura. I wanted to abandon everything and rush to the cult immediately, but with events already in motion, that wasn't an option. As I struggled with the feeling that I might lose my mind any moment, I turned to the woman who had brought Sabion. What happened? Ghostly strategist immortal Chen Yunryong. Vice captain of the Heavenly Thunder Corps, ghostly strategist immortal Chen Yunryong. Also an aide to Chen Yeomyung, she couldn't withstand the killing intent I radiated and collapsed on the spot. If you don't answer properly, I'll kill you. That is, I didn't know why she had brought Sabion out of there. But I had no room in me to consider that now. Killing intent please, only after I retracted my killing intent did Chen Yunryong manage to catch her breath through gagging. I showed no sympathy and immediately grabbed her by the collar and lifted her up. Speak. This incident was not by his will. He told me to make sure you know that. So what happened to Yura? I don't know exactly. You think it ends with I don't know? Gah. Her barely stabilized gut twisted again, and blood started seeping from her 7 apertures. She couldn't believe the situation she was in. Even with all her inner power drawn to its maximum, she couldn't withstand the pressure of just one presence. And the opponent wasn't even using any inner strength. Monster. At this rate, her organs would be crushed and burst from the inside. As the fear of death crept up to her very nose, Chen Yunryong's eyes rolled back and something trickled down her leg. Sensing she would die of shock at this rate, I clicked my tongue and let go of her collar. Thud. Collapsed to the ground, she trembled like a worm. Realizing I had overreacted, I sighed and pushed my inner force into her through her chest center. After a long while, when I judged her to be stabilized, I asked again. Tell me, what happened to Yura? She looked at me as if I weren't human, but something else, yet she finally regained her composure enough to swallow and speak. The cult leader will be safe. On what grounds? He wouldn't allow the cult leader to die. Nonsense. I dismissed Chen Yunryong's nonsense outright. You think the likes of Chen Yeomyung can guarantee Yura's life? If Yura had truly been harmed, the Grand Heavenly Lord himself would have already made his move, no matter the circumstances. There's no way someone like Chen Yeomyung could guarantee Yura's life. Just then, sacrifice. He said he'd buy as much time as he could so come back without delay, even while trembling. Chen Yunryong relayed Chen Yeomyung's message to the end. He said you'd understand if he put it that way. I lowered my head for a moment. Only after realizing it wasn't too late, yet did my mind cool down. All right. Considering the Grand Heavenly Lord's objective, Yura couldn't die just yet. In fact, her death would ruin the Grand Heavenly Lord's entire plan. Because what the Grand Heavenly Lord sought in the divine demonic physique wasn't just the flesh. I slowly raised my head and turned my gaze to the southeast. Even if it's a bit rough, I need to finish this fast and return. The direction I turned to was where a presence had been tickling my senses for a while now. It was where one of the 4 atrocities, Gungi, resided. Chapter 425. Heavenly Timing. 4. Damn bastards, what do they think life is worth? Beek Sangha bit her lip hard. Hundreds of experts from the Southern Murim Alliance, including the commanders of the 10,000 Ultimate Commanders Unit and elders of the 9 Sex 1 gang, had thrown away their lives far too easily. It was certainly not of their own will, but had they truly not foreseen that they would end up like this, that's an amusing remark. Whoosh, spreading black wings, Gungi sneered at Beek Sangha. For someone among the current generation, most specialized in slaughter, to say thatho ironic. No matter what power one possesses, what does it matter? Beek Sangha pointed one of her swords at Gungi. Power is just power. Indeed, a sound principle. Gungi's lips curled like a crescent moon. But there are far too many wretches in the world swayed by such power. All those humans sacrificed for my summon and every single one ended up like that because they were driven by that so-called power. Beek Sanga could not refute those words. The reason they had cooperated with the heaven-defying society wasn't for wealth or status, but for advancement in their realm. In other words, power. But ill-admitted people have earned the right to say such things. Gunga's killing intent began to intensify. Cold sweat trickled down Beek Sanga's forehead. Can I win? The answer she gave herself was negative. Last time, she had been utterly overpowered and had barely escaped with her life. The gap in fundamental capability was overwhelming. If I could drive sword intent into its very core, it might be possible, but the problem was that even with her offensive power, piercing that skin was no easy task. I assure you there won't be any delays or escapes like last time. Damn it. Step. Before she realized it, Sochin stood beside Beek Sanga, growling at Gungi. This time, I'll make sure to kill you for real. Gungi laughed mockingly. So you still have breath to speak, you who barely escaped with your life. Don't you know the two of you alone can't do anything to me? Then it doesn't have to be just the two of us. What? Flash. At the sound of those words, white and dark crimson waves surged toward Gunga's neck from both flanks. Blood dragon shattering explosion sacred flame treading path Quagwagwang, the saintly demon heaven-shocking saber, and the blood demon dragon heaven-slaying sword art unleashed power that exceeded realms, striking Gungi hard. From the force of the impact, Gunga's body was instantly hurled far away. You too. Ma Cholsu and Pa Yongyong captains of the heavenly demon divine cult Reinforcementshad arrived. Since it had been difficult to pair them with the Northern Murim Alliance members, they had been given independent operational authority and they were the first to show up here. Beek Sanga was glad for the sudden appearance of reinforcements, but also concerned. No matter how outstanding their skills were, the opponent was what he was. However that wound. Beek Sanga saw marks engraved on Gunga's body where the two ultimate techniques had struck. That meant their martial arts possessed enough potential to tear through his skin. Gungi, stroking the wound left on his neck, smiled faintly. This is a familiar resonance in many ways. He could feel the echoes of humans from 1,000 years agathos he had joyfully battled to the point of having his limbs severed. While Gungi was immersed in a sudden wave of nostalgia, what the hell is that monster bastard? That's not human, is it? Ma Cholsu, who had appeared in the arena, opened his mouth slightly while staring at Gunga's face. Pointed fangs, eyes without whites, and even massive bat-like wings. The situation hadn't looked good, so he had just charged in, but looking closer, it was far more dangerous than he had expected. A monster that shouldn't exist in the human world. Pa Yongyong agreed as she spoke. What is that thing? Is it what Jin Yeomyung called an awakened being? For something like that, it seems far too powerful even though they had unleashed the blood demon dragon heaven-slaying sword art at 80% strength. It had only barely managed to graze the surface. Even that brat Jin Yeomyung's younger sibling, the Usura spirit, wasn't on this level. More than anything, the opponent hadn't even used any outer arts it seemed, he had just taken the attack with his bare body. Toward the two confused figures, Beek Sanga shouted, "That bastard is not an awakened being." Huh, he's not? A monster of a higher dimension, just as the young master of the So clan said, a creature that should not exist in the human world. Hey, Sochin, is that true? To Ma Cholsu's question, Sochin nodded, don't let your guard down. At your level, he could take your head off with a single strike. Ha! Compared to Pa Yongyong, who found Sochin's words absurd, Ma Cholsu nodded somewhat seriously. If it were the old you, the loafer, I wouldn't have believed it, but the current So-chin was no longer the loafer who used to hang around with Jin Yeomyung in the past. He was the lover of the Northern Murim Alliance lord, who divided the world, and a serious contender for inheriting the hidden shadow So clan. I believe you now. This was a change in perception as massive as heaven and earth turning over. In fact, among the 6 great demonic clans' younger generation, Sochin's reputation had once been in the pits. Yet, even with such rare praise, Sochin muttered in a low voice. Like he didn't mess around back in the day too. What was that? Nothing at all. He had the urge to bring up Ma Cholsu's flamboyant past, but with the monster Gungi right in front of them, now was not the time for mind games. Pa Yongyong, Ma Cholsu, Beek Sanga, and Sochin all pointed their weapons at Gungi at once. So 4 against 1, even with 2 individuals possessing power near the extreme demon realm, the situation was still hopeless. If we retreat, that bastard will surely carry out a massacre in the vicinity. After all, The very reason he was summoned was to annihilate the Northern Murim Alliance. Even if we escape with our lives, that faction called the Northern Murim Alliance would surely be erased from this world by that monster. At that moment, Suddenly, Gungi tilted his head and looked off into the distance. Well, something interesting has happened. For some reason, Gungi began baring his teeth in excitement. I had intended to finish this here, even if the stage was crude, but now I am feeling a bit regretful. What nonsense is that? It means your pitiful little lives have been extended for a moment. And the moment those words ended, wah. A colossal darkness tinged with gold veiled the sun, and its aftermath cast shadows over their faces. Heavenly demonic divine art, heavenly clear net from the sky, a massive black gold pillar struck down on Gunga's position. What is that? From the point where the pillar of light landed, a massive shockwave exploded. With a wave that paralyzed all vision and hearing, the ground tore apart, and the four resolute figures were flung hundreds of jang away. A supernatural feat far beyond the principles of typical martial arts. Unconsciously, Ma Cholsu and Pa Yongyong let a name slip from their mouths. Sea Cult Leader. To their knowledge, only one being could manifest such divine might between heaven and earth. The previous cult leader, once called the Heavenly Demon, whose depths were said to be unfathomable. But the former cult leader was no longer. Then who in the world could cause such devastating destruction? GHHHK. Only after a long while did the explosion's aftermath subside. Beek Sang-ah and the others finally realized that someone was floating in the sky like a celestial being. Jin Yeomyung, how is it, Yeom-myung? You once said you had no intention of sitting on a throne covered in ruin. I did. In that sense, haven't I kept our promise quite well? Jin Yeomyung, the new clan head of the Jin clan, and now the leading candidate for the next cult leader, silently gazed at the ruins of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. A battle that had suddenly erupted in the Heavenly Demon Pavilion due to the Grand Heavenly Lord's ambush. That battle ended swiftly, even before the 34 demon squads and the 6 great demonic clans who supported her could intervene. As a result, cult leader Cheon Yura went missing. Great Guardian 1000 kills a day Mujeong was also missing. The left Guardian and right Guardian were captured, and the Guardian lions who resisted until the end were mostly killed. With just one thunderbolt-like ambush, the entire force of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion had been annihilated. Jin Yeomyung, walking through the ruins of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, asked in a calm voice, "Where is the cult leader? Who knows? You didn't kill her, did you?" At Jin Yeomyung's seemingly sensitive attitude, Jin Yeomyung tilted his head. Why react so sensitively? It's not like the cult leader matters anymore. After a brief moment of thought, Jin Yeomyung clapped his hands. Is it for revenge for the former cult leader? Don't worry about that. No matter what happens, that wench won't die peacefully. Twitch, so she's alive at least. Probably. Most likely that Grand Heavenly Lord bastard sealed her away somewhere. I don't know where though. Now that it was all over, Cheon Yura no longer concerned Jin Yeomyung. Sensing that probing further would only draw suspicion, Jin Yeomyung changed the topic. What about the movements of the other 6 great demonic clans? As if waiting for that question, Jin Yeomyung smiled slightly. The Jin clan quickly declared a seal-off. The Pa clan and Ma clan haven't shown any response yet, and lastly, the Black Gold Sa clan Jin Yeomyung pointed toward a head hanging in the distance. As you know, they surrendered after ending up like that. The severed head belonged to none other than the clan head of the Black Gold Sa clan, Thunder Commander Sa Myonin. Sa Myonin was the only clan head among the 6 great demonic clans to respond to the Grand Heavenly Lord's ambush. The sword demon Ma Seongwon was still in critical condition and confined deep within the Ma clan, and saber demon Pa Aryang had been dispatched far away to Beijing at the request of Lord Baekjung. So Munyak still remained secluded, and Jin Gunak had been too far away to respond at the time, meaning only Sa Myonin had been able to react to the Grand Heavenly Lord's ambush. However, despite using the thunderous divine demonic art at full power, Sa Myonin could not withstand even 3 seconds against the pure white monster chaos, brought by the Grand Heavenly Lord, before his head was severed. What do you plan to do with the Black Gold Sa clan? If you want to take control of them, don't worry about that. The clan's eldest son who survived will inherit the position. The eldest son of the clan referred to none other than Sa Bihwen, who had been defeated in a political struggle against Sa Byeon and had fallen into ruin. Eldest son? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? A sneer formed at the corner of Jin Yeomyung's mouth. Turns out he was secretly kept alive. Even someone like Thunder Commander must have had some parental affection left. Thanks to that, it made swallowing the clan much easier. Naturally, Sa Bihun pledged unwavering loyalty to the heaven-defying society and Jin Yeomyung without hesitation. In this absurd situation, Jin Yeomyung let out a quiet laugh. Still, it's unfortunate we couldn't eliminate the cult leader's handmaiden. How did she manage to escape? By the way, wouldn't that be something the Heavenly Thunder Corps would report to you? Doesn't seem like something you'd need to ask. To Jin Yeomyung's sharp question, Jin Yeomyung gave a prepared answer. As you know, ever since I became clan head, I've deliberately kept my distance from the Heavenly Thunder Corps. But that won't be necessary anymore. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Jin Yeomyung nodded as if he understood. Since the divine ghost unit of the Jin clan, which was to replace the Heavenly Thunder Corps, reported to him first, it made sense for Jin Yeomyung to say such things. Jin Yeomyung opened his arms wide as if to reassure Jin Yeomyung. Now, as promised, you shall rise to the position of cult leader of the heavenly demon divine cult. And once we eliminate that Jin Yeomyung bastard, it will truly be the beginning of our era. An unmistakable joy bloomed across Jin Yeomyung's face. Just like we vowed long ago, the day has come when the three of us truly control the heavenly demon divine cult. Indeed, that vow had it not been forgotten until now. Jin Yeomyung looked at Jin Yeomyung with a slightly bitter expression. One last thing, I have something to ask you. As much as you'd like. The phrase one last thing tugged at him slightly, but Jin Yeomyung willingly allowed his brother to speak. And then, the moment Jin Yeomyung quietly asked something in a very small voice. Your true body is in, isn't it? Jin Yeomyung's expression froze. How did you know that? Chapter 426, Heavenly Timing 5, how did you find out? Jin Yeomyung's expression hardened. Regardless of the trust he felt toward the other party, the location of his true body had been perfectly hidden from everyone. There was only one person who knew where it was. As expected, Jin Yeomyung closed his eyes. For a moment, memories from the past flashed before his eyes like a lantern carousel. Indeed, just as he said, there was a time when he had vowed to surpass even the Heavenly Brain Clan and become the real power behind the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. However, that vow had been crushed not by anyone else, but by Jin Yeomyung's betrayal. You asked how I knew? The strange dissonance that emanated from Jin Yeomyung created wariness on Jin Yeomyung's face. Because someone told me? Who was it? Jin Yeomyung's expression began to show signs of agitation. Brother. Instead of answering, Jin Yeomyung called out to Jin Yeomyung. A self-deprecating smile formed on his lips. Just as you dedicated your life to the pursuit of knowledge, I too gave mine to someone. Absurd. Jin Yeomyung knew very well who that someone Jin Yeomyung referred to was. Still holding on to a woman who's already dead and belonged to someone else? But what can I do? Pop. Jin Yeomyung's fan snapped open. Her face still vividly appears before my eyes, refusing to fade. Jin Yeomyung couldn't see Jin Yeomyung's face hidden behind the fan, but he could clearly feel the emotions. Regret, pity, and a thirst for revenge. I swore I would get revenge on the one who used the heart demon soul repression art on her. It's a very old vow. So now you're saying y'all take that revenge on me? Me, who made you the cult leader? Cult leader. A title that might have held meaning over a decade ago, but now was utterly worthless and devoid of any appeal. Before all this happened, that person secretly came to me without your knowledge. He said your true body is hidden beneath the mansion where we once lived together. Grand Heavenly Lord. How dare he? Jin Yeomyung roared, filled with fury. It was a location hidden even within the Jin clan's domain, a place now in ruins where not a single soul ever tread. A place that left wounds on us all. I too avoided remembering it, even subconsciously. That's why I was so surprised, that you had hidden your true body there. Yeomyung, revealing the location of his true body, something that must never be discovered, was no small matter. It was a declaration of intent from the Grand Heavenly Lord to purge him. That person said your purpose was to be a sacrifice. The heavenly timing approached faster than expected, and you must now be sacrificed. He suggested that I take your place, as your seat would soon be vacant. And the fact that Jin Yeomyung brought up those words now meant he had reached his conclusion. Papapapap. Suddenly, something like black bandages shot out from Jin Yeomyung's shadow and began to bind his entire body. Yeomyung, sorry, but it wasn't me. As he said, Jin Yeomyung wasn't the one who had cast the spell. From the beginning, Jin Yeomyung's skill in spell arts leaned heavily toward theory, not practical execution of high-level sorcery like this. At that moment, from the elongated shadow beneath Jin Yeomyung, an elderly hunchbacked man emerged so old it was impossible to guess his age. Recognizing the old man's identity, Jin Yeomyung was struck with horror. Why, you patriarch? The previous head of the Heavenly Brain Clan and the current lord of the Supreme Demon Palace, Heavenly Researcher Cheon Yura. It's been a while, Chena. Jin Yeomyung, bound by shadows, screamed with venom in his voice. When the cult was being torn apart, I didn't see a trace of you. I thought you were dead, but you were alive all along. Since the enthronement ceremony of cult leader Cheon Yura, he hadn't shown himself once at the Supreme Demon Palace, his jurisdiction. His aged, wrinkled face showed deep worry. I had feared this might happen, and now it has. This nonsense. With the shackles of the former cult leader removed, you're no different from me now, are you? Well, that's true. Now that Cheon Taejung had ascended, there was no one left who could restrain him. But that has nothing to do with you becoming a sacrifice right now. I want to see the true fruit of the divine demonic physique, into which I once poured the passion of my youth. But at the same time, I do not wish to stop the tragedy it may bring. Jin Yeomyung frowned at the ambiguous response. What are you planning to do? The scales are now evenly balanced on both sides. So I plan to see it through to the end. Chwararuk, a few more tendrils burst forth from the shadows, completely binding Jin Yeomyung's entire body. Oh, and even if you try to send another avatar, it won't be easy to overcome. It seems First Order holds quite the grudge against you. The fate of the world is drawing to its final act. In that great chaos, there will be no role left for you. Patter, quietly become the sacrifice for the resurrection of the four atrocities. Heavenly Researcher Cheon Yura slammed Jin Yeomyung straight into the shadows. For the one who had seized control of the Cheon clan from the darkness and defiled the heavenly demon divine cult with wicked schemes, it was an absurdly anticlimactic end. After Jin Yeomyung disappeared, Cheon Yura looked up at the sky and sighed. The sky has turned completely red. The complete resurrection of the four atrocities did not simply mean that four powerful beings would emerge. It meant that all things long dormant in the world would begin to awaken and turn the world into hell. So, what will you do now? Obediently follow the grand heavenly lord's orders. Jin Yeomyung stared intently at Cheon Yura. You already know what kind of choice I'll make, don't you? Cheon Yura let out a small scoff. True, you're just as crazy as ever. Heaven's clear illumination. It was the answer I arrived at in my own way within the endless dream. I cannot become complete on my own. No matter how much I pondered and struggled, the answer never changed. I live for Yura. So Yura must exist for my life to be complete. The same goes for martial arts. A life where martial arts has become a part of many martial arts too, could not avoid her influence. Kugagugu, as the dust that swept across the ground settled thud. Suddenly, the ground where Gungi stood cracked open, and his true form shot toward me. Impressive! Bang! Gungi's fist flew directly toward my head, trying to crush it. I drew a circular motion with both hands. Sun and moon radiant circle. Then, something resembling a halo appeared before me and effortlessly deflected Gunga's punch. Pyang, a massive shockwave scraped past my head and split the clouds above. What incredible strength. If I took that head-on, I wasn't sure even my limbs would remain intact. Was this the true form of Gungi, the strongest martial artist among the four atrocities? That's my 10,000 phase Tai Kai? From down below, that brat Sochin pointed his finger this way. Well, I guess it was surprising. While the structure differed slightly from the 10,000 phase Tai Kai he used, the fundamental principle was the same. You've changed a lot in such a short time. Gungi didn't launch his next attack and simply stared at me. Rather than saying you've grown stronger, it's more accurate to say you've recovered. This is confusing. Either way doesn't matter. I slowly drew the 10 heavenly record immortal sword. Today, I'll make sure you retire forever. I like that confident tone of yours. He wore a vicious smile. A battle large enough to turn the world upside down was about to erupt. I still couldn't grasp the difference between our current abilities, but I had no intention of dragging it out. I needed to finish him quickly and go rescue Yura. But then, for some reason, I couldn't sense the usual fighting spirit from him. Instead, with arms crossed, he calmly looked my way. What are you doing right now? I'm thinking. Thinking? The original plan was to massacre all of you here and then head north to regroup. Gungi pointed a sharp finger somewhere on the ground. To do that, I sacrificed every person I'd gathered up until now for this event. There lay the corpses of the Southern Murim Alliance masters who had committed suicide. Each one of them was capable of leading the core of any sect. But Gungi grinned. Just a little more patience, and the stage will be perfect. Indeed, this place was far too small to be called the kind of stage he referred to. Didn't you appear here to carry out the grand heavenly lord's order to eliminate me? I did, but there's no reason to obey orders from an unawakened fragment. That bastard sure acts on his own whim. Everything that the heaven-defying society had gathered and smuggled so far people and resources alike was embodied in him. Yet he had no intention of obeying the society's control. Your blood must be boiling to fight me too, right? So what will it be? After some hesitation, he left the decision to me, but if he had no intention of fighting, there was only one choice for me. Leave. When we meet again, I'll kill you for sure. Gunga's expression twisted slightly at those words. You've got something more important than our fight, don't you? I didn't bother denying it. Right now, my highest priority was Cheon Yura's safety. Rather than wasting time clashing with him, avoiding the fight was the better option if possible. Buzzkill, but fine. Gungi spread his wings. I'll be waiting at the place where I met my avatar. If it was the place where I met his avatar, that would be Bakryongsan. No, that was a name for Tisun. Whatever happens to you going forward, it'll all come to an end there. All conclusions, try not to die in vain at the hands of the other brothers before you get there. Kyuhuhu, his laughter sounded like mockery toward the hardship I'd face ahead. With that, Gungi vanished. I stared for a while at the place where he had disappeared. I'd only met him twice, but somehow I had the feeling we were bound by a persistent connection. Pa Yong-yong ma Cholsu vice captain. Yes, Lord. The moment I used the term vice captain, the two bowed respectfully. A rebellion has occurred in our cult. There's no concrete evidence, but you can take it as certain. In that case, the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult's 2nd Battalion will now return to our cult. Naturally. Though the situation in the Central Plains was complicated, nothing could take precedence over our cult. Just then, wait, young Master Jin. No, demonic faction lord. Beek Sangha raised her hand and spoke. I don't know exactly how the rebellion occurred in our cult, but if we retreat recklessly, we might suffer great losses. We must gather accurate intel first. Sorry, but if a rebellion truly has occurred in our cult, we don't have the luxury to worry about such losses. Immediately, Pa Yong-yong and Ma Cholsu objected. Their eyes clearly showed the determination to eliminate anyone who got in their way. But Beek Sangha wasn't backing down either. While you and the two of them might be able to handle danger, most of the people you've brought are all post-prodigy level disciples of our cult. If anything goes wrong, it could deal a fatal blow to the future of the cult. Moved by the force of Beek Sangha's argument, the two looked at each other with strange expressions. Her point wasn't entirely wrong, but for someone from an orthodox faction to say, our cult, like that with genuine concern, it was as they were wrapped in such an odd feeling. A familiar voice called out from afar. What, is the fight already over? Master, Elder Dao Zun? Just in case something happened, Dao Zun Jin Yeomyung, who had stayed behind in Luoyang, had suddenly flown over here. Dao Zun landed and spoke to me immediately. Not even 2 hours after you left, hundreds of old demons swarmed into Luoyang. I saw a few familiar ones all looking for you, brat. Old demons? Not just demonic practitioners, but old demons. Which meant, regardless of where they belonged, their individual power levels were not something I could ignore. The one who seemed to be the leader introduced himself as the Vice Lord of the Supreme Demon Palace. Chapter 427. The Path of the Heavenly Demon One. If it was the Vice Lord of the Supreme Demon Palace, then it was undoubtedly the retired Extreme Demon Realm, Ghost Shadow Demon. I had heard that he was over 90 years old this year, and he was a legendary elder who had been active since the era of the 4th cult leader. But more important than his existence right now was the Supreme Demon Palace itself. What the hell? Why is the Supreme Demon Palace appearing here? Not only Ma Cholsu, but even Pa Yong-yong showed visible signs of shock. Those who had been granted a peaceful and carefree old age away from the grudges of the Central Plains only moved for one reason: when the survival of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult was at stake. Even in my previous life, they had only moved when the allied forces of justice and evil had broken through the outer defenses and advanced near the 8 demon seals. Heavenly Researcher, what are you thinking? Whatever the case, the fact that they had moved meant that something serious enough to threaten the cult's survival had happened. It meant that something truly grave had occurred concerning Yura. I guess I should go to Luoyang to meet them, but it seems I won't need to. From afar, the presence of hundreds was approaching. Is that really the Supreme Demon Palace? Before long, hundreds of figures descended and landed before us. Among them were numerous retired elders of the Qin clan, like the White Bone Demon Ghost, the Eradication Divine Beast, and the little heartless demonic Empress, whom I had met in the past during the Heavenly Thunder Corps. Every single one of them was at or beyond peak master level, with none below that rank. It was a truly formidable force that had reached profound heights in the transcendent realm. Not even a single squad of the 34 demon squads could compare to this power alone. This was the force of the Supreme Demon Palace, which formed one pillar of the 5 great halls of the cult. A magnificent sight. Just what kind of battle took place here? An elder exuding an unusual presence at the front marveled at the traces of destruction spread around him. Ghost Shadow Demon. He didn't seem like a man over 90 at all. What a vigorous body. After briefly surveying the surroundings, Ghost Shadow Demon respectfully clasped his hands toward me. Faction Lord. It has been a long time. It has indeed, Vice Lord. I believe the last time we met was during the cult leader's coronation ceremony. Ho ho ho, has that much time already passed? There was no trace of hostility in his demeanor. Clack. However, Pa Yong-yong and Ma Cholsu had already flanked me, glaring sharply at Ghost Shadow Demon as if to guard me. It was an excellent response, as it was still uncertain whether they were friend or foe. Perhaps sensing this, Ghost Shadow Demon chuckled softly. Please be at ease, young masters of the 2 clans. We did not come to fight you. Well, who knows about that? Pa Yong-yong replied in a curt tone. The fact that the Supreme Demon Palace is here must mean that something serious has occurred within the cult. Ma Cholsu added his voice. And in such a situation, can anyone say for certain which side the Supreme Demon Palace is on? At their words, Ghost Shadow Demon's smile deepened. Ho ho, how astute. Truly, you are worthy of being the future leaders of the 6 great demonic clans. His eyes gleamed with pride toward his juniors. He then pulled a letter from his robes. A message from the Lord. A message from Heavenly Researcher. I accepted the letter and quickly read its contents. Inside was a detailed report of how the Heavenly Demon Pavilion was attacked by the Grand Heavenly Lord and the developments observed thereafter. The Celestial Guard, the Demonic Emperor Blade Unit, and the Heaven-Crushing Dragon Unit, who guarded the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, betrayed us. They ambushed nearby units, annihilated them, and then attacked the pavilion. Crinkle. The Guardian Hall was the cult's final shield to protect Yura. Naturally, even among the 34 demon squads, the very best were stationed around the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. Those bastards all betrayed us. Still, there was something I couldn't understand. All 3 guardians were extreme demon realms. Combined with the Guardian Hall's power, they should have easily held out until reinforcements arrived. However, as I read the line below, I understood the situation. An entity suspected to be one of the 4 atrocities intervened, overpowered all 3 guardians in an instant. Then that entity dueled Yura in a one-on-one fight, which led to the destruction of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. She disappeared afterward, and the Qin clan began seizing control of the cult's core, including the 5 great halls. The Pa clan and Jin clan tried to resist, but they were unable to reverse the situation. I couldn't help but scoff at how absurd things had become. All of the lower 6 elders, except for the Yama Blade, joined the Qin clan. Meanwhile, Thunder Commander was killed, and his eldest son, Sa Bihwen, entered the Elder Council as acting clan head of the Black Gold Sa clan. Furthermore, Great Elder Jin Yeomyung and Yama Blade Mu Jin were subdued and imprisoned. With Thunder Commander dead, how could any other clan leader or acting leader participate in the Elder Council? In effect, the Elder Council had been hijacked by the Qin clan. With the Ma clan remaining passive, the Pa clan and Jin clan have decided to wait for my return rather than hastily engage in a final battle. Although the attack on the Heavenly Demon Pavilion happened abruptly, it had concluded just as swiftly and successfully. In truth, sending the Supreme Demon Palace to me, in a situation where the dynastic revolution had effectively succeeded, might have been a signal that they intended to side with us. He's testing the waters. Knowing Heavenly Researcher's true nature, I realized he was weighing his options between the heaven-defying society and our side. Sorry, but I no longer intend to be swayed by you. F whoosh. The letter turned to ash and scattered in the air by Samadhi true fire. I closed my eyes briefly. It didn't take long to make my decision. Vice Lord of the Supreme Demon Palace, Ghost Shadow Demon. Yes, Faction Lord. By the law of the cult, from this moment forth, the Supreme Demon Palace comes under my direct command. That is only natural. Your retirement is revoked. Not merely until my return, but until every single issue plaguing this cult is resolved, you will follow the orders of this faction lord and devote yourselves completely. Revocation of retirement. At those words, the expressions of Ghost Shadow Demon and the elders of the Supreme Demon Palace stiffened. This was not mere cooperation, but total submission. Immediately, opposition welled up from Ghost Shadow Demon. That is not something the faction lord can decide. Only a few with personal ties to me looked troubled. The rest of the elders glared at me with intense fury for attempting to revoke their retirement. Even if Yura the cult leader, it's the same. By the sacred law of the heavenly demon, the Supreme Demon Palace has been granted absolute autonomy for 400 years. You rewriting that at your whim is a violation of law. Ghost Shadow Demon's tone changed. You seem to be overheated and incapable of rational thought. I'll give you a chance to reconsider. Do you truly believe you can suppress this rebellion in the cult while turning even the Supreme Demon Palace into an enemy? Ordinarily, those words would be valid. But would those same words be valid if spoken to a previous cult leader? The ones incapable of rational thought are you fools. I lifted one foot and brought it down. Obey the command of the heavenly demon. Kyung. Herg. A tremor shook the earth, and the ground began to quake. No one here was so clumsy as to lose balance from a mere earthquake, but there was no one who could fail to realize the overwhelming power imbued in my stomp. I, demonic faction Lord Jin Yeomyung, shall return to the cult and purge all those who initiated this rebellion, and restore cult leader Cheon Yura to her rightful position. If I subdue the rebellion and the cult leader remains absent, the presence of the Supreme Demon Palace elders began to collapse all at once. Then I shall become the fourth heavenly demon of this cult and act as her proxy until her return. Are ridiculous? Unprecedented. You would claim the title of heavenly demon without being a blood relative of the Cheon clan, and then presume to act on behalf of the cult leader. Every word out of your mouth is nothing but nonsense. They were right. From top to bottom, everything I said denied the cult's history. But there was one thing that allowed me to overturn it all. So what if that's the case? The aura of black gold spread outward, forming a massive domain. Obey the most fundamental law of the cult. Power, the rule of the strong. Though I had not undergone the formal succession process, I had already been acknowledged by the previous one. I was the demon who reigned over the heavens. Heavenly demonic divine art, heavenly demons dominance. The domain of black gold extended across 10 li in every direction, pressing down upon every living being within. Kyuk, Gaha. Not only the elders of the Supreme Demon Palace, but even those at extreme demon realm like So-chin and Beaksanga, as well as Ghost Shadow Demon, were unable to withstand the pressure and began collapsing. What is this? This domain is nothing like the one we saw from the Cheon clan. Some among them, who had secretly experienced heavenly demons' dominance during the prior Cheon clan incident, muttered in disbelief. The technique from before was nothing but a flashy husk. Now I had fully mastered its ultimate technique. Of course, the difference was absolute. Whether you help me or not, it makes no difference. It only changes how much of a nuisance I'll have to endure. Gook, Gwaya, I approached the struggling Ghost Shadow Demon who was still fighting to stand. Ghost Shadow Demon, do you still think I'm unqualified? That is cough. Just as the Ghost Shadow Demon was about to reply, if you still want proof, fine. I withdrew heavenly demon's dominance. Only then did I start to hear harsh breaths escaping here and there as they shook off the pressure. Why even us damn bastards, Ma Cholsu, barely holding on with the power of heaven-slaying star, grumbled while clutching his collar. I raised a single finger toward the panting Ghost Shadow Demon and the Supreme Demon Palace elders. There isn't much time, so from now on, exactly 1 moment. Their gazes gathered on my finger. Use all your strength to attack. I will subdue all of you within that moment. What? Subdue, you say? I have no intention of killing a single one, since we'll still have to work like dogs afterward. I finished my statement while accepting the baffled looks from the Supreme Demon Palace elders. So, come at me with all you've got. For a while, silence hung in the air. As the Ghost Shadow Demon and elders exchanged glances, Kugyukung, suddenly the ground cracked and something burst out from beneath, grabbing my ankle. It was a hand, but the texture was rough and coarse for a human's. That was definitely a type of puppet created by a special method. All right then, no reason to refuse. The voice of the corpse terror demon lord, whom I had seen once during the Heavenly Thunder Core incident, echoed in my ear. Being a master of puppetry, he had secretly hidden puppets beneath the floor even in such a situation. As the corpse terror demon lord signaled the start, the elders began rising one by one. A fight against a strong opponent with no fear of death sounds good. To have to work hard again at this age, but if the opponent is worth it. Though retired now, these were demonic practitioners who had dominated an era. Warriors who loved blood and revered strength, having experienced over 100 battles. Just that work alone would be enough. But if you can really subdue us all without a single casualty, within one moment ghost, shadow, demon wiped the blood from his lips and smiled wickedly. Faction Lord, the Supreme Demon Palace recognizes you as the fourth heavenly demon and will gladly obey. Even if it is the word of the Supreme Demon Palace Lord, Ghost Shadow Demon nodded as if it were obvious. Of course. The Vice Lord's orders cannot take precedence over those of the heavenly demon. Good. The moment those words ended, the elders simultaneously surrounded the area, beginning to draw up demonic chi. You all, stand back. I ordered the four to retreat, then flicked my hand toward the nearly 300 elders surrounding us. Then come at me. Papapapat, the Supreme Demon Palace's hidden strongest force, one pillar of the 5 great halls, all charged at me at once. Chapter 428. The Path of the Heavenly Demon, 2, Bang. Starting from the moment the puppet's hand that had grabbed my ankle was ruthlessly shattered. The old monsters of the Supreme Demon Palace all charged at me in unison. Kyuhaha, back then you were just a brat who could talk a lot, but you've grown up quite a bit. Indeed, you have. The 2 elders of the Chen clan who had passed acquaintance with me reached me first. Screech, screech, screech. The ghost soul ice palm of thousand-handed witch Chen Myurong came flying from the left. And the strange thousand explosion of the temporal demon lord came from the right. Purely in terms of destructive power, their strikes were on par with those of the extreme demon realm. However, Sun and Moon Radiant Circle. Just like with Gungi, their ultimate techniques curved and slipped past without touching my body. Wait, isn't that the 10,000 phase Tai Kai of Dao Zun, that old hag? It looks similar, but it's different. That circle lacks the destructive force stemming from Wuding's unique distortion. Rather, it resembles the completed cycle closer to the primordial origin of the Tai Kai circle. Several elders frowned as they analyzed the mystery just shown. Impressive. Try receiving this again. The thousand-handed witch and the temporal demon lord laughed heartily as they prepared their ultimate techniques again. Unfortunately for them, their chances had run out. Bang. As a massive repulsive force appeared, both of their bodies were flung hundreds of jang away. The blood-boiling atmosphere inside instantly cooled down. Not simply because 2 of them had been helplessly blown away, but because the force they saw reminded them of something none had ever been able to surpass, something absolute. The seal of the heavenly demon, the real seal of the heavenly demon, the former cult leader, Chen Tijang's signature technique. To be exact, it was only called his signature technique because no one else had ever drawn out something beyond it. To the old monsters of the Supreme Demon Palace, that force was enough to evoke the scent of the previous cult leader. I smiled bitterly at the old monsters who didn't even dare think of attacking. This feels a bit like cheating, so ill withdraw it. Though it wasn't yet at Chen Tijang's level of completeness, it was still impossible for anyone below the extreme demon realm to penetrate it. I picked up a branch lying nearby. Let's go with this. Creak. The moment they saw me holding a branch, the faces of the old monsters simultaneously contorted. What I had done was something they only did when instructing young heirs of their clanciate this greenhorn dared to pull it on them. This should be just right if I don't intend to kill. You arrogant brat. Unable to contain his rage, one of the old monsters gathered power in both hands and charged. Pa Ryokwiwang. Stop. Even for you, this is too much. Those still tethered to reality hurriedly tried to stop him. But he paid no heed and unleashed his palm technique at full power toward me. Pa Ryokwiwang was a hidden master who had pierced the wall of the extreme demon realm after entering the Supreme Demon Palace. But he wasn't capable of piercing my branch. One strike, bright spiral opening the heavens. A single slash swung from top to bottom. That one slash cleaved through the tyrant ghost demon palm that Pa Ryokwiwang prided himself on. What, Kwagwagwang? Struck by the crescent-shaped slash flying through the cleaved gap, Pa Ryokwiwang met the same fate as the 2 before him. Now that even the hidden powerhouse, Pa Ryokwiwang, had been neutralized, no one else dared move easily. Could such a slash capable of cleaving the tyrant ghost demon palm really be performed with just a tree branch? I swear, even the sword demon couldn't manage that. Before the slash was released, the branch should have long turned to ashes. This wasn't a matter of internal arts. The free shaping of sword, intent, the ultimate martial art. A divine art impossible to achieve without truly transcending demonic boundaries. As the old monsters hesitated, struck by the difference before them, what are you all cowering for, you damned geezers? Eradication divine beast Jin Yeomyung shouted toward them as he charged at me. Even though his refinement level was not as high as Pa Ryokwiwang's, he laughed heartily and threw a strike at me. Have you ever seen someone this shameless? Giving such a name to a techniquerent you ashamed. I smiled in return at what wasn't quite a rebuke. He had always supported Yura from the beginning. Even in this situation, he was worthy of my respect. If it were Yura, she'd love a name like this. Surprisingly, the eradication divine beast affirmed my words. That might be true, then what is the second form? This. I extended my folded elbow and thrust straight out. This move, bright net ascending to heaven. Flash. Though the shooting sun of the Diankang sect was said to be the fastest sword in the world, it wouldn't be able to catch up with this speed, which bordered on reversing causality. In an instant, a penetrating wound opened on his shoulder, and the eradication divine palm was rendered powerless. And just like that, Jin Yeomyung was knocked out as well. I lightly shook the tree branch towards the tensed veterans of the Supreme Demon Palace. We don't have much time, so I'll move quickly from now on. If I subdued them one by one, it felt like even a single moment would pass us by. Thud, I stepped lightly and hurled myself straight into the lion's den. Respond! Show that brat who we really are. The veterans of the Supreme Demon Palace hesitated only briefly, then raised their momentum and launched a counterattack. They were indeed the martial artists who once led the divine cult of a past era. Waves of absolute techniques surged from all directions. Amidst that overwhelming pressure, I gracefully moved my feet and began countering the incoming absolute techniques. Amazing! Despite never having coordinated before, the veterans of the Supreme Demon Palace formed an organic formation like comrades who had trained together for decades, probing for openings on my side. Thud, 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 thud. As if they knew that simply expanding the range wouldn't work, they began compressing their energy to extreme levels so that their techniques wouldn't overlap. Of course, that didn't mean there weren't wide-range attacks flying at me. A toxic mist strong enough to melt the surrounding terrain in an instant spread out, and to hinder even the slightest movement of mine, something akin to iron tendrils laced with neurotoxin was scattered in all directions. More than anything, the precise arrangement that didn't interfere with their allies' trajectories was truly impressive. Don't blame us for being ruthless. If you claim to be the heavenly demon, this much should be something you can laugh through. Of course, I hold no grudge at all. The tree branch drew a gentle arc from left to right. Third form, bright net heavenly trap. Hwa. A vortex of chi began to rise around my body without warning. That vortex began to suck in all the toxic mist and traps laid around me. The control, it's being taken? You damn monster bastard. What they deployed wasn't a simple trap. It was a secret technique that defied the laws of nature, laced with sword intent, and wouldn't budge with just average destruction. But that technique lost control too easily and swept over their own allies. Ag! Bloodlight poison demon, you crazy bastard. How the hell do you use the 10,000 poison blood shadows dance? The bloodlight poison demon, who once reduced the elders of the Tang clan to a puddle of blood with this very technique, was so shocked when it struck his own allies that he went beyond panic into full-on hysteria. But that shock didn't last long. Sensing the danger, I struck the bloodlight poison demon's jaw with my tree branch and sent him flying. While the veterans of the Supreme Demon Palace were disoriented by the wave of poison chi, I weaved through the toxic mist and steadily reduced their numbers. Thwack, thwack, thud, thud. The veterans, struggling in desperation, couldn't withstand the blows of my tree branch and collapsed. Those at the rear, barely unaffected by the poison mist, gathered themselves and charged forward, but fourth form, bright net thousand loves. As the poison mist cleared and revealed 1,000 sword projections, they all slightly opened their mouths and lost their will to fight. Insane, at the sight of countless sword projections painting the sky, the veterans uniformly lowered their arms. One of them let out a hollow laugh. I heard the heaven-slaying demon sword wields 12 sword projections, but isn't this a bit too much? Not a single drop of fighting spirit emanated from him. The others were no different. They had completely lost their will to fight and began murmuring in small voices. Can we even call that a technique or martial art? If the initiation requirement is the supreme demon realm, maybe? Not even heaven sword, it's heaven love. Is he bragging that he's henpecked or walk? The one foolish veteran's abdomen was instantly pierced for spouting nonsense. There was no need to go beyond the fourth formby then. All fighting spirit from the Supreme Demon Palace was utterly crushed. So, will you continue? Everyone stayed silent, watching one another. Only about 100 remained, and about half a cune of time left. If those 100 were to charge at me, ready to burn their lives all at once, honestly, it wouldn't be impossible for them to buy at least half a cune. More than anything, their opponent was restricted by a vow not to kill. But no one inside the hall dared to make a move, because most of them were thinking, isn't this enough already? As that strange silence continued stretching on, I suppose, there's no need to go any further. The vice leader of the Supreme Demon Palace, Ghost Shadow Demon, stepped forward and approached me. Then he slowly lowered himself onto one knee. Thud. He slammed his head against the floor in a full obeisance. Vice leader of the Supreme Demon Palace, Ghost Shadow Demon Ganmo. I pledge my loyalty to the fourth generation Heavenly Demon. That was the beginning. Thousand Life Killing Ghost, Jinsu, pledges loyalty to the sky of the divine cult. Mad Warrior Jin Manho pledges his loyalty. Blood-willed Demon Sword, Maharian, offers his blade to the new god. Thud, thud, thud. All the veterans of the Supreme Demon Palace who still had their limbs intact simultaneously bowed their heads to the ground. Even among those who had been knocked down, those who hadn't lost consciousness quietly lowered their heads from afar and pledged loyalty. In the midst of that grand scene, I looked up at the sky, now completely red, and slowly closed my eyes. I'll come rescue you right away, so wait just a bit longer. Then I opened my eyes again and declared to them, from now on, I am your master. We heed your command. The veterans of the Supreme Demon Palace responded in unison. Tend to the unconscious, and have the injured recover their bodies. And once you've recovered, I turned my head and looked at Ma Cholsu and Pa Yeong-myung. We will return to the cult. At those words, Pa Yeong-myung held her sword in a reverse grip and clasped her hands. If the Heavenly Demon Pavilion is under their control, we won't be able to use the normal return route. What do you plan to do? If the cult was seized by them, then just like the enemy, we would also have to stage a surprise attack. But I shook my head. No. Well, use the normal return route. You're crazy, no? What exactly are you thinking? Ma Cholsu questioned me in disbelief. In response, I smirked and asked him back, are you afraid? Wahat? You think I, the young master of the great Ma clan, would fear those riffraff? As Ma Cholsu shouted in fury, Pa Yeong-myung calmly advised, but if you choose to break through the front, our strength might be completely drained before we even reach the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. If we were just comparing raw power, that might be true. But even now, Pa Yeong-myung couldn't clearly see the reality before her. Pa Yeong-myung? She bowed her head. Yes, Lord no, Heavenly Demon. Are you truly unaware of how you just addressed me? Her eyes slowly widened. Be clear from now on who it is that leads you. Absolute, the immutable supreme being who permits no rivals. We return to the cult. We heed your command. Pa Yeong-myung dropped to one knee in obeisance. Chapter 429, The Path of the Heavenly Demon 3, Drip. Drip, water droplets fell between the cracks of the cave's ceiling. Because it was so quiet, even these sounds felt loud in this cave somewhere in the 10,000 great mountains. Rustle, rustle. With the sound of something scraping against the ground, a massive half-human, half-beast appeared. It was a demonic beast with the upper body of a human woman and the lower body of a spider, a hybrid that should not exist in the mortal world. On the spider's back sat a woman. How is it? The spider lowered its head as if apologetic. The physical restraint is perfect, but there is a strong binding seal on the mind. A seal? Yes, because of it, her mind is actually protected. The spider lifted one of its legs and pointed at that thing, wrapped tightly in spider silk. That thing was Cheon Yura. If sorcery doesn't work, what about other methods? I apologize. With my ability, I can't go any further. No matter how strong the mind was, it was still that of a mere human. A powerless human, once subjected to bodily torture and brain interference, would usually break quickly. However, if someone external had performed an additional intervention, it would not act according to the subject's own will. The spider had been severely retaliated against while trying to bypass the seal and had since refrained from laying a hand on Cheon Yura's body. Still being a nuisance. That Cheon Taejong bastard. The woman, Grand Heavenly Lord, clicked her tongue. In the end, it meant she had to break through that seal head-on, and in doing so, she had no way of knowing how much time it would take. Chaos is immobile due to injuries. Dachial is in the middle of a resurrection ritual, and Duel is also replenishing his power, so the only one left is Gungi. The problem was that this Gungi bastard was absolutely unmanageable. Grand Heavenly Lord rubbed her forehead and let out a deep sigh. I sent him to kill Jin Yeomyung, and he comes back saying keeping him alive would make things more fun. She wanted to tear him apart and kill him on the spot, but her ambitions had yet to bear fruit, and she couldn't afford to discard such a force. The spider quietly watched for a cue. As a mere demonic beast, it wasn't its place to comment when it came to someone like Gungi. At least the assimilation is working. Jin Yeomyung did something useful for once. In particular, capturing the anomaly known as Myung-o was worthy of praise. If not for that, the surprise attack on the Heavenly Demon Pavilion would have happened much later. For now, continue to stand guard. Yes, Grand Heavenly Lord, and mobilize the others. Find Heavenly Researcher at all costs. He must die. At present, the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult was nearly completely brought under control by the Qin clan. The 6 great demonic clans had kept their distance and stayed inactive, while the smaller forces had mostly been purged or had bowed their heads once again to the Qin clan. Thus, the Qin clan had successfully taken control of the Elders' Hall, the Golden Demon Hall, and the Heavenly Thunder Core without significant opposition. However, the unexpected defection of the Supreme Demon Palace had been something even the Grand Heavenly Lord hadn't anticipated. Because it had rarely exerted influence within the cult, she had delayed handling Itonly to get stabbed in the back. She had attempted to pursue them hastily, but the old demons of the Supreme Demon Palace had already left the 10,000 Great Mountains. Given his ambition, there's no way he left the 10,000 Great Mountains quietly. He must be watching from somewhere. The Grand Heavenly Lord knew well that Heavenly Researcher had a vague, undecided nature. Even if it means mobilizing the awakened bodies and the divine beasts find him. Understood. The spider bowed respectfully. With all presence gone again, the spider scratched her cheek lightly and muttered to herself in the cave. I've felt like someone's been watching this area the past few days. Maybe I should've just reported it. The spider's sensory perception was among the best, even compared to the divine beasts under the Grand Heavenly Lord. Thus, the idea that a mere human could elude her senses didn't even cross her mind, especially since there were numerous children around the cave as well. Well, probably just my imagination. I don't want to get scolded for reporting something uncertain. Clan head, we've summoned all household members currently operating outside. At the Supreme Commander's report, Jin Gunnak asked, "Preparations? We're ready to move at any time. Any news of Un? Nothing yet. Shall we investigate further?" Jin Gunnak shook his hand. No need. In our current situation, no news is good news. In the current situation, Jin Yeomyung, holed up in the 1,000-day pass, was ironically safer than anywhere else. A sudden betrayal by part of the 34 demon squads. Then the fall of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion and the rampage of the Qin clan. In this sequence of events that occurred almost in one breath, the 6 great demonic clans could do little but stand by and watch. What did the Pa clan say? They replied that, with both the clan head and the young master absent, such a grave matter could not be decided under the authority of the acting clan head. And the Ma clan? They gave a similar response. Jin Gunnak clicked his tongue with a displeased look. Indeed, with the clan's main powers either away or incapacitated, it made sense they couldn't afford to gamble recklessly. He could understand emotionally, but it didn't change the fact that their lack of decisiveness felt disgraceful to him. It can't be helped. We'll proceed with just our 2 clans. Outwardly, the Jin clan had declared seclusion, but internally they were preparing for war with the fate of the clan on the line. Jin Gunnak clenched his fist and muttered softly, "If we fail, we're traitors. If we succeed, it's a revolution." He had initially planned to wait for Jin Yeomyung's return, but after about a month passed, he changed his mind. Unlike other clans, the demonic heavens Jin clan had no choice but to stake its fate with its eldest son, Jin Yeomyung. The Jin clan's name was already at the top of their kill list. We must act before it's too late. Jin Gunnak summoned all the bloodline members who held positions within the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. It was an act of relinquishing the Jin clan's influence within the cult. Except for the previous elders of the Supreme Demon Palace, whose whereabouts had suddenly gone dark, everyone responded to the clan head's call and gathered at the main household. How is the situation outside? still intense. It looks like they're just waiting for us to make a move. Currently, the vicinity of the main house was tightly surrounded by the Cheon clan's underlings, especially since in a few days, the enthronement ceremony for the new cult leader would be held at the ascending demon seal. This level of vigilance was only natural. Good, ill show them just how natural it is. They weren't facing the Cheon clan's main force, just a bunch of underlings. He could wipe them out within half a day. Annihilate them all and head south? Jin Gunak was just about to give the order for a full-scale sortie. Clan head, urgent report. Martial artists on watch rushed in with a report. They're suddenly retreating. What? Outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, near Yunru Valley. This place, where the lowest ranks of the cult gathered, was in turmoil for unexpected reasons. Why the hell is there such a crowd? Due to the rebellion at the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, numerous minor groups had begun migrating en masse to the outer regions to avoid being swept up in the aftermath. But the real problem wasn't them. Yunru Valley was a gateway that connected directly to the outside of the 10,000 Great Mountains. If the Heavenly Demon Divine cult clashed with external forces, this would be the first place affected. They're coming. With someone's cry, a strange tension began to fill the entire valley. The demonic faction Lord is coming. Jin Yeomyung, who had led the late-blooming prodigies of the cult on an expedition to the Central Plains. Now, in this overturned world, he was returning. While Yunru Valley boiled over with tension and excitement, who did you say is coming? A young woman in tight-fitting clothing crawled out of a hut with hollow eyes. Finally, I don't have to keep hiding from those spider bastards. The hardships she had endured over the past month were beyond words. So Soryu, with her head buried in her hands, let out a deep sigh that could collapse the floor. Brother Byok, so much has happened. I am really tired. She had every right to say that. Over the past time, she had walked the edge between life and death more times than she could count. But I did a lot, so I believe ill be praised. She had reorganized the Underworld King unit shattered by Chinjuchun's ambush and tracked down the location where Myung-oh was taken. And she had recently obtained information that would be most helpful to Jin Yeomyung. Time to move. The real work begins now. She steadied her limp form and raised her hand. At her gesture, the surviving Underworld Kings responded in unison. Using the regular return route didn't mean they intended to move leisurely. Then, I'll leave the cleanup to you. The war is pretty much over anyway. Don't worry and go. The war sparked by the sudden declaration of war from the Southern Murim Alliance had ended in futility when its leadership was suddenly massacred. The Northern Murim Alliance had emerged the victor, but that didn't mean their fight was over. There were still countless pressing issues piled up like mountains around us to harvest the fruits of victory just yet. The war isn't the real problem. Soon, yes, I know that well too. Beek Sanga covered my mouth as if to say further words were unnecessary. I understand your concerns, but to young Master Jin, Lady Cheon comes before all else, doesn't she? Go. Though I felt guilty toward her, I could only nod. So Cheon, I know, don't worry about Miss Beek, worry about your wife. Never thought I'd see the day you look reliable. Truly, life is long enough to see strange things. And so, leaving the Northern Murim Alliance behind, I returned swiftly to the 10,000 Great Mountains, leading the Supreme Demon Palace and the Expeditionary Force. A day after crossing the border of Gansu Province, this is strange. Not only I, but also Pa Yongyong and Ma Cholsu looked at each other with puzzled expressions. The southern part of Gansu Province was under the cult's domain. Yet even though we had entered that territory, there was unexpectedly no interference or resistance. If the Elders' Hall had been seized, wouldn't it be normal for an extermination order to have been issued? Originally, fierce battles should have begun as early as this area. But there was none, as if someone had forbidden any deployment. The first resistance we met came only at the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains near Yunru Valley. I am sorry, but you can't go any further. The squads guarding the cult's outer regions, Wind Demon Squad and the Fire Demon Squad blocked our path. I asked the two unit leaders, who had drawn their weapons a little ahead. Whose orders are you blocking my path under? It's the order of the Internal Affairs Officer. They couldn't hide their nervousness before me. Though the Wind Demon Squad and Fire Demon Squad together boasted over 1,000 warriors, behind me stood twice that number, including the old demons of the Supreme Demon Palace. Even if the entire 4 demon squads were summoned, it would only serve as a delay tactic. I questioned the two once more. Is the order of an internal affairs officer more important than the command of the demonic faction lord? They bowed their heads even deeper. "We apologize, Lord. The 4 demon squads are directly under the Internal Affairs Officer. We cannot obey orders from another chain of command." "I see." I clicked my tongue quietly. Had they attacked first, it would have been easier to deal with them. Facing people who loyally serve the cult out of duty was uncomfortable in many ways. "It can't be helped. All units," just as I was about to give a merciless command, "stew-whoop." From within the formation of the Wind Demon Squad and Fire Demon Squad, someone's voice rang out like a lion's roar. "Huh, that guy?" A scholar in his late 30s came running, dragging someone in restraints, shouting at the top of his lungs. "4 demon squads, open the way right now. Unless you want to see your superior die right here." The restrained man shouted back at him with fury. "Ex-External Affairs Officer, you bastard. Are you insane? If they find out, silence, Internal Affairs Officer." I've already made up my mind. Recognizing who it was, I stared in disbelief. Jin Yeomyung, the scholar. He had been appointed as External Affairs Officer during Yura's administration, and now he had appeared here with the Internal Affairs Officer bound. Chapter 430. Civil War Within the Divine Cult. 1. At the very peak of the 10,000 Great Mountains stood the soaring Demon Peak, one of the 8 demon peaks known to be the highest. The blade-like wind blowing from the summit was so harsh that even seasoned martial artists could barely endure it. Amidst that wind, I, Jin Yeomyung, the demon gentleman, stood and gazed down at the view below. A strategist's mind must always be burdened with thoughts of what comes next. Yet, at this moment, I was thinking of absolutely nothing strangely so. If anyone had looked into my eyes, they would have described them as utterly hollow. How much time had passed like that? "I have returned, my lord." At some point, a quiet female voice sounded behind me. The light returned to my eyes that had been blank to the point of appearing vacant. "You've done well, Ryonga." It must have been a difficult task. "You did well." Jin Yeomyung placed a hand over her chest and lowered her head. "If it is your command, this girl is ready to do anything." What Jin Yeomyung had accomplished this time was no minor feat. During the chaos of the Grand Heavenly Lord's assault, she had extracted none other than the young master of the Black Gold Saw clan. How fares the Heavenly Thunder Corps? They are still awaiting the right time to fulfill their mission. At those words, I suddenly let out a laugh. "My lord?" Startled by my unexpected laughter, Jin Yeomyung widened her eyes. "No, it's nothing. The reason for my laughter wasn't anything grand. If the heaven-defying society hadn't orchestrated this event, if that demonic faction, Lord, hadn't existed, perhaps the Heavenly Thunder Corps might have become a wicked faction, secretly ruling the cult from the shadows." That thought had suddenly crossed my mind, but that was all just a what-if. History has no use for such things, then I'll leave it to you as before. Jin Yeomyung's expression suddenly darkened. "My lord, I wish to remain by your side until the very end." Her voice was desperate enough to sound like a plea. "However, I once lost the one I loved, and now I have lost every brother with whom I shared blood. I do not wish to lose you as well." My resolve was firm. "Even so, please." With just that one word, Jin Yeomyung had no choice but to hold her tongue. It wasn't simple kindness, it was the unmistakable wall of someone unwilling to share his end with another. She bowed her head, dejected. "As you command." I watched her for a moment with pity, then changed the subject. "Where is he now? He should be nearing Yunru Valley by now." A sneer curled at the corner of my lips. Though he bears the name of the Supreme Demon Palace, I thought he would gather more force before advancing, still as overconfident as ever. No matter how formidable a master of the transcendent demon realm he may be, he cannot handle everything alone. Does he have a secret move capable of overturning this situation? Or is he prepared to set the divine cult aflame, heedless of sacrifice? If that were truly the case, I would be gravely disappointed in Jin Yeomyung. He may seem reckless, but he's not one to act without thought. Let's head to the Elders' Hall first. Yes, by the time I arrived at the Elders' Hall, many had already gathered upon hearing news of Jin Yeomyung. On the right stood figures starting with Sa Bihwin, the acting clan head of the Black Gold Saw clan. Then came others like Gu Yumhyul Jio Wang Garak, Gwang Raha Yo Jin, white-faced demon general Jang Gilsan, and blood flow spear Yang So Byunglisser elders. On the opposite side were the new 10 heavenly lords from the heaven-defying society. As I appeared in the Elders' Hall, they all paid their respects in one form or another. "We greet the cult leader. We greet the cult leader." The members of the heavenly demon divine cult maintained decorum, but the newly joined 10 heavenly lords only gave the slightest nods. As I scanned the hall, I turned to someone showing clear discomfort in the distance and asked, Lord of the Golden Demon Hall, where are the inspectors? Flinch, Yeo-myung, known as the thunder-smiting demonic sword, who had been appointed as the new Lord of the Golden Demon Hall to replace the previous Lord purged alongside Sa Myeongnin, slightly trembled at the shoulders. That is, this meeting was not just a regular one, it was a full summit at the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, attended not only by the elders but all top leadership. Naturally, the internal and external inspectors, who oversee both internal and external affairs, were also supposed to be present. However, at this very moment, neither the internal nor external inspector could be seen. The new Lord of the Golden Demon Hall clenched his eyes shut and spoke in a voice as low as a mouse. Both inspectors have deserted the Golden Demon Hall and defected to the demonic faction lord. What? Ha ha ha, they've gone mad. Some cast looks of disbelief. Others laughed in sheer absurdity. And still others hurled insults at the Lord of the Golden Demon Hall for failing to manage his direct subordinates. At that moment, white-faced Demon General Jang Gilsan furrowed his brow and shouted, I can understand that bastard external inspector, but wasn't the internal inspector on our side? Just how did you manage your men? I have no excuse, even if I had 10 mouths. The defection of 2 inspectors was no trivial matter. Though their personal forces were not great, the issue lay in their authority as inspectors. If that authority was wielded effectively, there was a high chance that many currently neutral factions would be swayed. I swear, the external inspector was being watched without any gaps. Unless there's a traitor from the inside, there's no way he could have slipped out of the Golden Demon Hall. Is that what you call an explanation? You useless fool. Jin Yeomyung raised a hand to quell the rising fury directed at the Lord of the Golden Demon Hall. What's done is done, we'll assign blame later. Only then did the elders settle back down, their fury subsiding. My gaze shifted toward Gwang Rahai Yo-jin. Gwang Rahai? Yes, cult leader. Ever since Cheon Yura had been ousted, Gwang Rahai, who had supported the heaven-defying society from the start, stood as the effective second-in-command among the elders. How many of the 34 demon squads can we mobilize? After finishing her calculations, she answered, including those currently guarding the outer perimeter, we have a total of 25 squads ready. My eyes then turned toward a graying middle-aged man. 7th Elder. Yes, cult leader. The last surviving member of the Council of the 7 Elders, the youngest 7th Elder responded. What's the movement from the Jin clan? They looked ready to charge, but suddenly went quiet. No doubt they've heard of that damn faction lord. There's no need to commit full force. Just block them from linking up. Understood. Though the 7th Elder couldn't fully comprehend my reasoning, he accepted it nonetheless. There's no need to concentrate our power. It's already been proven that numbers mean little against him. Everyone present knew well what price the Chen clan had paid trying to overwhelm him with numbers. As long as the other 6 great demonic clans don't move, we still have superiority in both quantity and quality. Well, spread our forces wide, deploy the awakened bodies and divine beasts of the heaven-defying society, and exhaust his strength methodically. Just as this plan was settling in, that is a mistake. A faint, weary voice came from the heaven-defying society's side. 6th Heavenly Lord, is it? Yes. Sangdo, the 6th Heavenly Lord and Elder of the Hei Nam sect, a grand advisor of the imperial family, and the priest of heavenly evil. Thought to have perished during the Yu family's sacred mountain incident, he had now returned and appeared within the heavenly demon divine cult. Numbers are not meaningless. Rather, we should grind all of our forces to push with overwhelming volume. His expression betrayed undeniable hostility and wariness. He is the one who killed even a former entity, awakened as heavenly evil, albeit incomplete. Do not hold back our strength. You speak far too lightly for someone commanding no subordinates of his own. At once, discomfort rippled through the cult's side. If they fought that way, the cult would lose its capacity for self-sustainability, leaving only a crumbling foundation behind. Might as well throw that pale monster who captured the cult leader into the fray. At those words, the 6th Heavenly Lord quickly shook his head. Apologies, but one of the 4 atrocities, Chaos, is seriously injured and cannot move. We must buy time for recovery. Just as the elders from our side were about to erupt in fury at his evasion, we're spreading the line precisely to buy that time. My words cut through their anger. And this decision is not about conserving our forces. Then what is it? I don't know why, but his way of thinking is closer to the orthodox sects than a demonic practitioner. This was something I had confirmed multiple times. It was an undeniable truth. Closer to the orthodox sects. He can't coldly sacrifice his subordinates like we do. Like those hypocrites from the orthodox sects, he's unnecessarily sentimental. Especially when he's at a disadvantage in overall strength. But if we expand the front line carelessly and he breaks through, 1 point breaks through, with what objective? The man's expression momentarily showed confusion. The heavenly demon pavilion. Even if he occupies that wrecked ruin, what difference does it make? The former cult leader? How would he even know where she is? Or is he going to aim for the grand heavenly lord, whose whereabouts we don't even know? The sixth heavenly lord was at a loss for words. If we stop fighting and pull back, what exactly can he do? Indeed, innermost depths of Yunru Valley. Once the secret spiritual herb farm of the Heavenly Illusion clan, it was now the residence of the Three Elder Army. As the master of the residence, the Three Elder Army was curled in a corner, trembling. I sat across a table facing the external inspector, Jin Yeomyung, also known as Jin Yeomyung. Your performance was quite convincing. I am grateful to hear that. The desperation in his demeanor had vanished completely, replaced with the composure and ease of a scholar. True to the title of thousand-faced scholar, Jin Yeomyung was not only skilled in disguise techniques, but could also perfectly control his emotional expressions. He unfolded his fan and spoke playfully. Well, that fool lord of the Golden Demon Hall did smother me with surveillance, but it wasn't anything too difficult. But abducting the internal inspector would have been impossible. Did Jin Yeomyung help you? Not more accurately, I tilted my head slightly. It must have been the Heavenly Thunder Corps. Or, to be even more precise, the agents who had not returned to the Heavenly Thunder Corps but were lying low in the Golden Demon Hall. A hint of surprise flashed across his face. Impressive. How did you know? If you know that Jin Yeomyung, the so-called leader of the enemy, isn't truly the mastermind, then it's an easy guess. In that case, we can move quickly. He pulled out a map from his inner robes. It roughly depicted the terrain of the vast 10,000 Great Mountains, spanning over 1,000 li in all directions. He said he would spread his forces wide and go for a long-term war. The map showed the 34 demon squads and numerous other units of the Jin clan meticulously deployed. I looked at the map and admired it inwardly. As expected of Jin Yeomyung, he had completely blocked off all routes to the 8 demon peaks to prevent my union with the other 6 great demonic clans, and cleverly placed elites to chip away at our strength. Had I charged in without seeing this map, we surely would have suffered heavy losses. Jin Yeomyung cautiously studied my reaction and spoke. The answer sheet is before us, but the answer itself is hard to find. That paradox summed up the current situation perfectly. How will you move? How I move is already decided. I tapped my finger on the edge of the map. Take out the enemy's key forces one by one. My finger slowly moved northward across the map. Tap. It stopped on a precise point. I will head to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. Jin Yeomyung's face showed clear distress. But the Heavenly Demon Pavilion is currently the pavilion itself, isn't the goal. At those words, Jin Yeomyung's eyes widened in shock. I intend to seize the Heavenly Demon's decree, which slumbers beneath the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. Chapter 431, Civil War Within the Divine Cult, 2, Heavenly Demon Seal is it? Jin Yeomyung's eyes narrowed. This is truly an unexpected statement. One of the sacred treasures representing the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, alongside the Heavenly Demon Divine Sword. However, compared to the other sacred treasures, the Heavenly Demon Seal was generally considered to be of significantly lesser importance. It had the power to subjugate nearly all beings within the confines of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. But only 3 people in the 1,000-year history of the Divine Cult had ever been able to activate its power. After staring directly into my eyes for a while, he let out a small sigh. You truly mean that, don't you? Would I come all the way here just to jest? That's true, but it's such a difficult story to accept. He had realized that I had not brought up the sacred treasure of the cult merely for the sake of recovering it. The Heavenly Demon Seal, Jin Yeomyung folded his hands together and sank into thought. According to legend, the Heavenly Demon Seal is a demonic object with a will of its own, one that chooses its own master. What he knew wasn't far from the truth. And I've heard that it grants that master the authority to command all demons. Indeed, if it didn't at least have that kind of power, it wouldn't have been revered as a treasure of the cult when, by appearance, it was no more than a mere stamp. Frankly, The three great treasures of the illusion clan were likely much more practical. But there are a few issues with your Grace's goal. What are they? First, for a victor to overlook their spoils is sheer foolishness. That fiend who attacked the cult leader and overthrew the divine cult Grand Heavenly Lord. Yes, that one Grand Heavenly Lord. In any case, there's no way that person would miss the existence of the Heavenly Demon Seal. I readily acknowledged it. That does make sense. Even if there were mechanical devices installed beneath the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, they wouldn't be enough to stop the Grand Heavenly Lord. Second, even if the Heavenly Demon Seal is still intact, a sharp gleam flickered in Nung Jahyun's eyes. Does your Grace truly have the qualifications to wield the Heavenly Demon Seal? That too is a problem. In fact, it's probably the biggest issue. All right, what's the third? The final, third point. His tone shifted slightly, sounding somewhat resigned. The ones we have to face now are not merely humans. This 10,000 Great Mountains region has practically become a demonic realm. The situation is entirely different from when your Grace set out. As things stood, even high-level masters considered it suicidal to travel alone through the region. 100 elite warriors from the Sajoan family, acknowledged even by the divine cult, recently set out to support the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. But they were annihilated by demonic beasts before they even reached 50 li. The Sajoan family was one I remembered. It had been one of the families backing Yura since her days as the young cult leader. The biggest issue right now is that the monsters are distinguishing between friend and foe. Strange birds flew in the sky, beasts roamed the mountains, and earth dragons slithered beneath the ground. Even though your Grace has returned, the 6 great demonic clans can't easily move. With the cult's members all scattered in search of safe havens, the major families, including the 6, are weighed down more than ever. To think the situation had changed so drastically just from my absence over a few months. I lightly closed my eyes. If I charged ahead without thinking of the aftermath, I might still manage to contain it. No matter who the opponent might be right now, I could handle it. But precisely because of that, I was in a position where I had to think of the aftermath more than anyone else. Even if the grand strategy remains unchanged, meticulous execution without a single mistake is required. If I want to reclaim the divine cult with minimal casualties to do that, I would first need to consolidate our forces in one place. At that moment, your Grace. Clap. Nung Jahyun placed his hands together in a martial greeting before me and spoke in a solemn tone. If your Grace truly possesses the qualifications to become the master of the Heavenly Demon Seal to become, would you permit me to take on the role of military advisor? For a moment, I was at a loss for words due to the unexpected offer. Nung Jahyun raised his voice and continued. I've yet to receive a chance to fully display my talents, but I do have some skill in commanding troops. Of course he did. The position of external commander was essentially the overseer of all external affairs of the divine cult. Unlike other roles, it demanded versatility across virtually all disciplines. That's why I, too, had learned much from him in my past life. A military advisor, I stared directly into Nung Jahyun's eyes. A single emotion was vividly embedded within them. It was ambition. Nung Jahyun's loyalty is beyond doubt. Even in my past life, he had commanded the 4 demon squads at the front lines and resisted until the very end. The question was whether he was truly a talent I could entrust this grand campaign to Pa Yong-yong, Ma Cholsu, Sa Byeon. All are excellent talents, but none of them are yet qualified to serve as a military advisor. If anything, they would shine far more as generals or in internal affairs, but their capabilities as strategists remained unproven. Very well. I slowly rose from my seat. As the external commander of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, will you pledge your loyalty? At this point, reaffirming loyalty could be seen as meaningless, but Nung Jahyun bowed his head to the floor without hesitation. With a loud thud, his voice echoed. To cult leader Cheon Yura, the rightful ruler of the divine cult, I pledge my unwavering loyalty for all eternity. Grin. Seeing Nung Jahyun showing such perceptiveness brought a satisfied smile to my face. Good, I reached out my hand toward the back of his head. I will prove it. At that moment, a fragment of the heavenly demonic divine art flowed from my fingertips and entered through Nung Jahyun's Beihui acupoint. Boom. As the whites of his eyes turned pitch black in an instant before he realized it, a black giant with 3 heads and 6 arms radiating golden light stood before Nung Jahyun's eyes. Ah. Though there was also a black wolf tinged in blood nearby, Nung Jaehyun was too overwhelmed by the giant's presence to notice it. The moment he saw the true form of that giant, Nung Jaehyun knew instinctively that it was something infinitely close to a god. Drip, blood began to trickle from his nose and eyes, and Nung Jaehyun snapped back to his senses. Ha, are you all right? I sensed that he had suffered more overload than expected. In truth, this method of transmitting a fragment of inner energy to demonstrate one's level was surprisingly well known even across the orthodox and unorthodox factions. It was used to avoid causing widespread destruction when gathering energy indoors, but even for one as advanced as he, it seemed it was too much to endure a fragment of the heavenly demonic divine art. Fine Nung Jaehyun wiped the blood from his face while stabilizing his internal injuries. As expected, there was a reason for your grace's boundless confidence. His gaze, as it turned to me, was filled with inexpressible admiration and reverence. I want to minimize casualties. Is there a way? Of course, if your grace were to charge in bravely, the casualties would naturally be reduced, but I suspect that's not the answer you seek. Obviously not. Nung Jaehyun nodded and offered his first piece of advice. First of all, you must establish a base at the starting point of Yunru Valley. A base, to be precise, the construction of a main stronghold. I apologize, but this battle absolutely cannot end in a swift campaign. Why not? A swift campaign aims to quickly strike the enemy's leader and neutralize the whole. But the problem is, we don't know the location of that leader. I heard the coronation ceremony for Jin Yeomyung is to be held soon at Soaring Demon Peak. Nung Jaehyun shook his head firmly with certainty in his eyes. That grand heavenly lord would never attend such a ceremony. Why? From what I've observed, that man has no interest in the internal affairs of the divine cult. At least in Nung Jaehyun's view, that was the case. Though the 10 heavenly lords under his command had entrenched themselves in the cult, he himself had never once shown up at the elders' assembly or any other meeting. Not even a proxy had been appointed. If he desired power over the cult or wished for its destruction, if he truly had a purpose tied to the cult itself, there's no way he would act so loosely. That makes sense. I agreed with his words. Now that he had seized Cheon Yura, everything else must seem trivial to the grand heavenly lord. But now that I've returned, he will move yon way or another. To him, I am the final obstacle he must remove. Nung Jaehyun internally agreed with that statement. From the moment of Cheon Yura's coronation, the demonic faction lord had wielded such overwhelming authority that he was often called the other cult leader. At first, I thought it was merely because the cult leader favored him. But now, I realized it was because his abilities genuinely surpassed even the cult leaders. And one more thing. There's no need to include the grand heavenly lord's head as a victory condition. Why is that? It's just a hunch, but I feel the final battle with him won't take place in the 10,000 Great Mountains. I accepted it for now. A military advisor's role was to craft strategy aligned with the liege's intentions. Let me go through things in reverse order. If your grace secures the heavenly demon seal, Yao'll regain control of the divine cult, including the Chen clan. Naturally, the enemy will desperately try to prevent that. But before any of that, there are 2 things that must come first. What are they? 1, securing the whereabouts of the missing cult leader. Of course. In truth, Nung Jaehyun didn't even need to prioritize that objective. The person before him was already more than capable of replacing the cult leader. But for some reason, he had a strong gut feeling that saying such a thing aloud would get him killed. After a brief cough, Nung Jaehyun continued. If the cult leader hasn't ascended, she must still be somewhere within the 10,000 Great Mountains. How can you be sure? We've established a surveillance network across the entire range using those loyal to the Chen clan personally, including the Heavenly Thunder Corps. A surveillance network officially, it's to prevent rebels like those from the 6 great demonic clans from escaping the mountains. Even the demonic beasts that could distinguish friend from foe did not touch them. If battle begins in earnest, they'll try to conceal the cult leader's whereabouts even more thoroughly. We must identify her location and act before then. Those words were certainly correct. However, easier said than done to search the entire 10,000 Great Mountains for Yura would be no different from informing the enemy of our objective. But if we moved covertly with only a few people, how long would it take to find Yura in a mountain range spanning thousands of li? But then, oh, don't worry about that. Kriak. Suddenly, the door opened, and Gu Chil, who had been standing guard at the entrance, appeared. But it wasn't just Gu Chil who had entered. I stared at the woman clinging to Gu Chil's arm. So sorry, Yo. Who else would I be if not Soryu? Looking ragged and disheveled, Soryu, who had clearly suffered much, said with a slightly tired expression, "I know the cult leader's location." Chapter 432. The New Cult Civil War 3. I hear you know Yura's whereabouts. I was surprised enough by Soryu's sudden appearance. Even more astonishing was the information she had brought. Noong Jahyun and I sprang to our feet and stared at her intently. Then Soryu suddenly blushed and averted her gaze. "Well, oh great Duke, this is a delicate matter, you see. Is this the time for jokes? No, I am serious." And Soryu truly was. I've been forcing my senses into heightened awareness for a long while to avoid detection by the spiderlings. Spider, it's a bit of a long story, but could you make it smaller? They're huge, and it's a bit overwhelming to look at them. Her choice of words was irritating in a subtle way, but I understood what she was trying to convey. I sighed and concealed my presence as much as possible. Her expression eased noticeably, and Gu Chil seated her in front of me. Don't leave out a single detail. Though her sudden arrival had made me miss some details, Soryu shouldn't have been in a place like this in the first place. Judging by Gu Chil's stiff expression and the current situation within the new cult, they must have faced some serious turmoil. I listened calmly as she recounted what had happened. Myung-oh was kidnapped, and the Underworld King's unit collapsed. Thanks to that witch going along willingly, the body count wasn't too high. Where is the Underworld King's unit now? At House of Slaughter. House of Slaughter was originally part of the So clan under sealing, so hiding anything there was a grave violation of the law. But given the current situation, few places were as secure as House of Slaughter. We tracked her behind the scenes without ever revealing ourselves. Honestly, there were several times it got dangerous. Gu Chil quietly stroked her head as though urging praise. Soryu, relaxing like a cat in its owner's arms, let the touch linger for a moment before regaining awareness and speaking again. Our cult leader is near the location where that witch is being held. Where exactly is that? The location Soryu revealed for Yura was an extremely difficult place to access now. The northernmost tip of 100,000 Great Mountain, near Eternal Peak. Have you tried rescuing her? At the question, Soryu lifted the corners of her mouth in a wry smile. Absolutely impossible. The baby spiders that the spider monstrosity released have spread like a complex formation, sharing their senses. If we so much as touched one, our position would be exposed immediately, and even if rescue succeeded, escape would be impossible. I sensed a faint terror in her expression. Though Soryu was one of the more emotional members of So clan, she wasn't the sort to easily show fear. Yet her reaction said otherwise. That place is already uninhabitable by humans. According to her, the area around Eternal Peak on 100,000 Great Mountain had become not just infested with monsters, but transformed into an entirely different ecosystem from the human realm. We now know where the cult leader is, but this is going to be more troublesome than we expected. Noong Jahyun knitted his brows. Indeed, to rescue Yura, we would have to pass through the heart of the new cult, which had effectively become enemy territory. If not that, we'd have to detour via Cheongi. In the end, it'll be a matter of timing the operation with extreme precision. I changed the subject to organize my tangled thoughts. Noong Jahyun, if rescuing Yura before acquiring the Heavenly Demon Seal is our first priority, what's the second? The second is somewhat easier. But the words from his mouth only muddled my thoughts further. It's the death of the pretended head of this crisis, clan leader of the Cheon clan, Jin Yeomyung. Noong Jahyun added that in a meaningful tone. He is anticipating it as well. Within Yunru Valley proper, the fortification had begun in earnest. Perhaps due to its proximity to the Central Plains, the area around Yunru Valley saw comparatively few monster appearances. Ma Cholsu and Pa Yongyong led their subordinates in purging the surroundings while maintaining constant communication with their main clan. Thanks to Pa Yongyong's still-functioning communication network, he was able to exchange letters with his younger brother Pa Sealyong. The situation is unfavorable. How unfavorable? Since the return of the Great Duke, the Black Gold clan has begun to cut off their funding in earnest. It was certainly unwelcome news. Originally, even if a family like Sa acted up in such a way, it wouldn't have caused major issues. While the demonic cult did rely heavily on the Black Gold Sa clan for economic matters, it had never been absolute. But with the physical distribution network now paralyzed, the Sa clan's actions became immense pressure on the other families. It truly is serious. Given the situation, even Bika Trading Company stationed within the demonic cult could do nothing. With logistics across the Central Plains crippled, even the greatest of the 5 great trading companies was beginning to wither. They said it'd be difficult to last more than a month with the number of dependents they're responsible for. The other families likely aren't faring any better. A month if the relatively wealthy Pa clan was in such a state, it was obvious how the rest were doing. Before long, they would face a full-scale food crisis. If one family after another surrendered to the heaven-defying society under such pressure, all plans could collapse without a proper fight. In the end, the first move we must make is clear. Jin Yeomyung nodded beside me. Yes. To resolve the current crisis, we must prioritize an assault on Murim, where the main house of the Black Gold Sa clan is located. Coincidentally, Murim was the closest of the 8 demon peaks to this location. Most importantly, capturing Murim would make connecting to the other 8 demon peaks much easier. Jin Yeomyung stroked his chin with a grave expression. The problem is they likely know that too, and we don't know what they've prepared for it. Even with intelligence networks linked to the Heavenly Thunder Core, it was impossible to know every detail inside the 6 great demonic clans. With the Sa clan's usual strength, it would be a doable target, but that's unlikely to be all. It would be reckless to assume that the current Black Gold Sa clan was made up of just humans. After a moment of deliberation, I made my decision. I'll go alone. Your Grace, that's Jin Yeomyung frowned. I know. Just as I am capable of slaughtering them, they could massacre this place in my absence. Especially the 4 atrocities chaos who had captured Yura. If that bastard attacked this place, I would be the only one capable of stopping him. However, with the opening move, we can still catch them off guard. The longer the war dragged on, the more restricted we would become. But at this early stage of war, surprise attacks were still possible. That's true, but it was then, Your Grace. I heard the chilling voice of a woman behind me, both dreary and cold. Please take me with you. I turned toward the woman who had made the request with a somewhat troubled expression. Lady Sagan was the composed but warm aura from before. Now, she was cloaked in an ominous air, brimming with murderous intent. Naturally, this change came from I want to take Sa Bihwin's head with my own hands. I hesitated briefly, unsure how to respond. Of course, taking her to the current Black Gold Sa clan carried immense risks. Though the miraculous encounter at Eastern Sea Fortress had elevated her to the peak master level, she was still only at that level. Even just a couple of the Sa clan's armed troops or awakened bodies could easily endanger her life. But Sa Bihwin was resolute. If I become a burden to you during this grand endeavor, feel free to abandon me. Even if I am used as a human shield, I won't resent it. Lady Sa thud. Before I noticed, Sa Bihwin had prostrated herself before me. I know I am being unreasonable, but please grant this wretched woman a chance. She had lost her mother, the head of her clan, to the hands of her own blood. She had even lost her position as head of the So clan, failing to protect her own liege. Throughout the journey from Luoyang to this place, she had all but wasted away in despair and powerlessness. If I didn't allow her, she looked ready to cling to me and never let go. After a short silence, I let out a sigh and nodded. Very well, but we'll need to add a few more people. Since the mission was practically a stealth operation from the start, our group could not exceed 5. I chose 3. Gu Chil So Soryu and Ma Cholsu. Yes, my lord. Yes, O great duke. Gu Chil responded with a solemn expression, So Soryu with a slightly annoyed one, and lastly, Ma Cholsu with a rather surprised look. Y'all go with Lady Sa. If an enemy beyond your strength appears, work together and retreat. By your command. All 3 bowed their heads at once. In truth, Sa Bihwin wasn't a martial artist so young that she needed my protection. If she were to fall in battle, her death should be honored as that of a proud demonic practitioner. The reason I assigned those 3 to accompany her was a final courtesy to the one who had been Yura's sole attendant and one of my few true friends, Golden Flow Demon Emperor, Sa Bihwin. In my previous life, there had been rumors that he monopolized all of the demonic cult's gold. Even in this life, the moment he became the head of the Black Gold Sa clan, he began calling himself the Golden Flow Demon Emperor. Of course, unlike in the previous life, almost no one acknowledged that title now. Even if he was of the main line of the 6 great demonic clans, no one could recognize someone merely at the entry of the peak master level as a demon emperor. If he had followed behind Thunder Commander and endured a decade or more of bitter cultivation before reaching the extreme demon realm, perhaps he would have earned that title. But after being defeated by his youngest sibling Sa Byeon in the internal struggle, and suffering the humiliation of being imprisoned, no such chance came to this life's Sa Byeon. The only reason he was now able to control the black gold Sa clan Kyohaha, it's been a while since I've had a human body. Wouldn't it be a great waste not to enjoy it? Indeed, elder. Sa Byeon groveled with desperation before someone. The elder's cup is empty. Why aren't you pouring properly? Why yes, clan head. At Sa Byeon's scolding, the Sa clan servant seated on either side of the elder quickly refilled his cup with terrified eyes. Any delay, and they'd end up like the other servants lying as corpses nearby. The elder, whose build was more massive than expected, chuckled and toyed with the servants before downing his drink. In any case, I am somewhat grateful to the grand heavenly Lord. I never thought I'd get such a fine body so soon after my resurrection. Gulp! Sa Byeon instinctively swallowed. He could bluff and shout in the elder council all he wanted, but if he did so before this being, his head would be ripped off in an instant. The opponent wore a human body, but it was not human in essence. This entity had taken possession of the body of a martial master, once called the Underworld King. Originally, he was a demonic beast known as one of the four atrocities, duel. Chapter 433. Internal strife within the divine cult 4. Dahl was fairly satisfied with this body, which belonged to the pinnacle among humans. Unlike when he was in his original form, the shift in earthly laws had freed him from that unpleasant pressure, which he particularly appreciated. There were just two things that displeased him: this body has no talent for sorcery. The vessel itself was quite large, yet the most crucial aspect of sorcery development of the upper Dantian was practically non-existent. Well, time will take care of that. After all, this body had been given to him for pleasure, not battle. Once the grand heavenly Lord fully awakened into the heavenly evil, there would be no need to cling to a human shell. However, there was one more hindrance to his enjoyment until that moment arrived. That bastard grand heavenly Lord, how could he give me a body without properly dealing with old grudges? Dahl grumbled with an irritated expression. It had only been a few days since he had taken over this body, and yet a human had already come charging at him like a madman to kill him. The problem was that this human's level was too high for Dahl's current self to handle casually. And more importantly, he was a crucial collaborator of the grand heavenly Lord, someone Dahl couldn't kill at the moment. For this body to have to hide in a place like this, avoiding mere humans, the grand heavenly Lord had asked him to endure until all the rituals were complete. In exchange, he had given Dahl permission to devour as many other insignificant humans as he pleased. SSHH, Dahl raised his index and middle fingers. At that signal, the attendants who had been serving beside him began to scream. "Please, forgive us," but their pleas fell on deaf ears. Gaark? Soon, the two attendants clutched at their throats, desperately trying to suppress something that was trying to burst out of their mouths. But before long, something dark, like black steam, began to erupt from their mouths and coalesced at Dahl's fingertips. Dahl gulped down the mass that had formed. Thud! Silence fell over the room in an instant. The face of Sa Byeon, who had been rubbing his palms toward Dahl, froze stiff. Dahl smiled, satisfied by the reactions around him. Not bad at all. Especially here there are so many souls belonging to the demonic domain, big or small. Well then, let's move the husks aside and bring in the next course. Why yes, elder. Sa Byeon bolted from the hall as if fleeing. Dahl chuckled while watching the back of the next sacrifice, who would soon meet the same fate. With a feast this delicious in front of us, that gungy fool is sitting around munching on buried ley line energy. I truly can't understand him. Of course, in terms of recovering power, it couldn't compare. But to Dahl, gungy was like someone turning their nose at a well-cooked steak in favor of some nutrient-rich fodder. Then Dahl sensed something unpleasant for a brief moment. What was that? For a fleeting instant, he had caught a whiff of a very unpleasant Orion that resembled an old nemesis. Was it just my imagination? It was such a brief moment that one could have dismissed it as a mere illusion. But Dahl did not let his guard down. No matter how indulgent his lifestyle had become, he was here on official business. Can't hurt to be prepared. Dahl used telepathy to summon his subordinates who were out feeding nearby. However, even he could not have predicted that the threat would go beyond the limits of normal imagination. Infiltrating Golden Thunder Demon Peak, the base of the Black Gold Sa clan, was surprisingly easy. No matter how rugged the 100,000 Great Mountain Range was, the vicinity of the 8 demon peaks was developed almost like a large city. And yet, We had passed through the mountain path without encountering a single person. Far in the distance, we could sense the presence of thousands, presumably at the main house of the Black Gold Saw clan. Did they herd everyone inside? From now on, we had to reach that place without being discovered by anyone. But none of us thought it would be particularly difficult. That was because one of our companions was none other than the person who had been the young mistress of this place until very recently. This way, everyone. Seo-myung guided us to the entrance of a cave. Looking around, Seo-myung sighed softly. As expected, no one's here. Where is this place? Ma Cholsu asked, and she answered. This is one of the entrances leading to Golden Thunder Jade, the main family's prison. Although there were well-known prisons like Jumadong, a family of even the rank of the Yuk clan usually had 1 or 2 private prisons within their territory. Golden Thunder Jade generally held demonic practitioners who had gone mad from chi deviation while learning the clan's unique thunder skill, or criminals who had caused great financial damage to the family through fatal mistakes. If Seo-myung hadn't thrown his opposing faction to the demonic beasts as food, many of those who followed the clan head should be locked inside here. Seo-myung spoke as she took the lead. More importantly, the other side of this place leads into the main family's interior. You mean the prison is open on both ends? Yes. More precisely, it connects to the training grounds nearby where the main family's elite warriors gather. What a nasty taste. So Soryu clicked her tongue. She immediately understood the true meaning of that remark. It's usually used as a passage to bring supplies into the main house. Not a taste I like, though. Seo-myung's excuse was met with a click of Sorya's tongue and a scolding. Ah, fine, just lead the way. There's no way the path inside is properly maintained. As she said, ahead was literally a hell of formations and mechanical traps. Originally, we had planned to quickly infiltrate the interior, but the current problem with the family was not simply to eliminate Seo-myung. The entire Black Gold Saw clan had to be restored to normalcy. Seo-myung nodded and moved forward to deactivate the mechanisms inside Golden Thunder Jade. But before long, along with a putrid and nauseating stench dam, we discovered the wrecked mechanical formations and scattered corpses of humans and demonic beasts all around. You don't need to think deeply to understand what happened. Ma Cholsu grimaced while looking at the hellish surroundings. The corpses looked horribly torn apart, as if humans trapped in the stomach of a giant beast. The experts grew chill, and so Soryu examined the bodies and drew their conclusions. They died without putting up much resistance. The demonic beasts must have sought more prey and fell victim to the mechanical formations. Since those imprisoned in Golden Thunder Jade were mostly suppressed in their inner power or had their dantians sealed, resistance was impossible. They could not have fought against beasts with exteriors that resisted ordinary blades. Preparing for possible demonic beast attacks, we cautiously pushed forward through the prison. After advancing about 200 jang, Seo-myung, who was inspecting the mechanisms, let out a relieved sigh. From here onward, the mechanisms are functioning properly. That meant the demonic beasts had not invaded this far. After moving a little further, young clan head, Yura alive, elder Seo-myung. We found many living retainers of the clan imprisoned in Golden Thunder Jade. They had all resisted Seo-myung to the end and were locked here. Tears welled up in her sunken eyes. You survived, ha. Whether this counts as surviving, I am not so sure indeed. Among those imprisoned, not one had a whole body. Some had limbs missing or dantian issues. Still, Seo-myung was relieved they were alive. While freeing the clan warriors from their inner power restraints and shackles, we began sorting out those useful for combat. Not a very good situation. There was only one elder level in this place, Seo-myung. That meant the rest were either dead or had sided with Seo-myung. Especially, there is one presence far away that irritates my nerves, I was certain based on many experiences. That presence did not feel like that of a warrior. Rather, it was closer to a sorcerer. We must flee, young clan head. At that moment, Seo-myung, newly freed, suddenly grabbed Seo-myung's wrist and said, "Right now, Chinjumun, the Death King enforcer, is at the main house." What did you say? Seo-myung shouted in a grim voice toward the shocked group. Wherever he learned it, he handles strange sorcery. The family's warriors couldn't withstand his sorcery and were all defeated. Sorcery. What does that mean? I pushed Seo-myung back and stepped forward toward Seo-myung. Chinjumun uses sorcery? Is that true? Seo-myung recognized my face and nodded politely. Why yes, your grace. It would have been easier to understand if they had massacred while under mind control. But Cheon Yura, a pure martial artist using sorcery, something was wrong. If that were true, then it was either someone impersonating Cheon Yura or perhaps. No way. I frowned at the worst assumption that came to mind. I didn't regret choosing the sword demon instead of Cheon Yura even now, but I hadn't expected the butterfly effect to come back like this. I closed my eyes and drew in my spiritual sense. As before, I instantly detected thousands of presences just beyond. But at the end of this path from above, emitting a powerful presence, waiting was, thud, Master, Gu Chill. I slowly moved forward while giving Gu Chill orders. Gather the clan's warriors and return to where you came from. W8? Sa Bion protested, overriding the previous agreement. I tried to be careful, but it seems we've been discovered. The opportunity for young mistress to behead Sa Biwin will come soon, but before that, we must first remove the huge obstacle blocking the path to Sa Biwin. Removing that obstacle would be quite a noisy task. If we brought wounded with us, there was a high chance we'd be swept up in the commotion. Without waiting for an answer, I stepped forward. Fortunately, no one followed. When we reached the end of the path and stepped out of the cave, a demonic beast, black like a giant snakefish and easily several times larger than a human, opened its jaws and surged toward where I had emerged. Quaquagwang. But that wasn't all. As if prepared for my intrusion, several more demonic beasts raged near the entrance, creating loud earthquakes and roars. From afar, Dahl clicked his tongue. I half suspected it, and as expected, the life signs still felt inside sparked Dahl's interest. Yeah, that's definitely Jin Yeomyung. Long before arriving here, I had heard countless warnings about that guy. Our arch-rival who had risen to the top of the list for elimination above all humans in this world. Still, despite all the warnings, Dahl's eyes held little real caution. I don't see why we should be wary of a mere human. Especially now, with all four atrocities resurrected and the heavenly evil about to awaken. In Dahl's view, the tide had already turned. No mere human was on a level to pose a threat. Unless a demonic entity of the martial supreme level appears like 1,000 years ago. Crack. At Dahl's ear came the sound of something like skin being forcibly torn. Crunch, then the sound of something like bone breaking. And those sounds were coming from Dahl's own subordinates who had attacked the entrance of Golden Thunder Jade. Crack, crack, crunch, Yuck's spine snapped, and Jiakia's head was torn off. The face-crushed Gon screamed, and Chewy's body slumped, half buried in rock. Ah, I suspected as much. The being that had instantly slaughtered Dahl's closest followers spoke with cold blue eyes, uttering something similar to what Dahl had just said. You're not Cheon Yura after all. Chills, it was just a moment, but that single phrase sent a cold chill down Dahl's spine. Chapter 434, Dual 1, I was certain of it. That wasn't Cheon Yura. His honest soul had vanished without a trace, replaced by an eerie and sinister spirit hidden beneath his skin. Judging roughly, the total amount of power I sensed from him was about half of what Yeo-myung had when we first met. But the immediate feeling I experienced upon seeing him wasn't rivalry or hostility. Damn it, it was regret. Death King Enforcer Monk Cheon Yura had always evoked complicated feelings in me. He was someone with whom I could have built a good relationship. Yet he also had a karmic debt with my subordinates, Gu Chill and Myung-oh, that needed resolution. Of course, after discovering that the previous massacre of the demonic ghost execution squad wasn't Cheon Yura's intention, that resentment had considerably faded. Perhaps it was because he had intended to leave, or perhaps due to his relationship with his brother, Jin Yeomyung. Deep inside, I had vaguely realized that developing a profound camaraderie with Cheon Yura would be impossible. But, even then, I never wanted a reunion like this. I gritted my teeth, feeling bitterness lingering at the tip of my tongue. In the end, Jin Yeomyung has lost all his brothers. When I previously saw Cheon Yura brainwashed, I already knew he was taken hostage. However, despite Jin Yeomyung luring Yura out and reclaiming the divine cult, he still couldn't retrieve Cheon Yura. At that moment, Yeorang spoke from inside my clothes. That's Dual. Dual? He's exactly the opposite of Gungi. He enjoys manipulating the living with sinister sorcery, always scheming behind his subordinates. He was, indeed, the complete opposite of Cheon Yura, meaning he's someone who absolutely must die. It won't be easy. He's directly under heavenly evil, and given his inherently cowardly nature, he wouldn't hesitate to flee if the situation became unfavorable. Suddenly, Yeorang changed her tone. You're lucky. He won't be running away. Why? Because of his location. Location? Perhaps due to our Shikigami contract, a sudden stream of obscure magical knowledge flowed through my mind from Yeomyung. I immediately understood what it entailed. A large-scale human sacrifice? Yes. It's a primitive yet extremely potent amplification sorcery, conducted at spiritual grounds by performing rituals in the 4 cardinal directions, gathering life energy into a single point. How could I not know this? I had traveled far north precisely to stop this very ritual, which was where I met Yeomyung and my senior brothers. This place is currently the southern node of that grand ritual formation. What exactly happens if it's activated? Many things. However, one thing is certain: a sharp, sinister smile appeared in Yeomyung's voice. If the formation activates, this heavenly demon divine cult built by my previous host will certainly be destroyed. Yeomyung never lied. Instinctively, I knew her words were the undeniable truth. Could it be that they gathered all the Sa clan members in one place to sacrifice them all at the appropriate time? If that was true, I absolutely had to catch this bastard Dual here and now. He couldn't be allowed to escape under any circumstances. Resolutely confirming my intention, I immediately took out a talisman from my robes and burned it. It was the communication talisman I had previously used before going to Mount Tai. "Please speak, my lord." From the other side came Hwan Jiang's voice. "A very fierce battle is about to break out. Can you seal off the area around Golden Thunder Demon Peak so that the impact won't be detected outside as much as possible?" This request would certainly be much harder than before. Right now, the area near Golden Thunder Demon Peak was practically a demonic realm. I emphasized a particular word strongly in my voice. "I am counting on you, clan leader of the Heavenly Illusion clan, Hwan Jiang." His reply came without delay. "Well, I suppose there's no helping it. As a member of the Yuk clan, aiding in restoring the divine cult to normal is my duty." I drove the point home. "Once everything is resolved, I'll ensure you have a seat in the Elder Hall." I shall do my utmost. Considering how things had unfolded, it wouldn't have been surprising even if Hwan Jiang and the Heavenly Illusion clan had turned their backs by now. However, the reason they hadn't done so yet was due to their faith in my existence. That meant, if I couldn't prove myself here, the worst-case scenario would be the Heavenly Illusion clan abandoning me. Though Hwan Jiang outwardly appeared loyal, it was also true that part of his nature resembled his predecessor, Illusion Demon Hwan Pyong. Only then did I shift my gaze toward Dual, who was glaring at me as though he wanted me dead. "I kept you waiting. There's no need to mention it. We've both had time to prepare our moves." Dual looked at me sourly and spat out his words. That damned bastard Gungi, he omitted too many details in his reports. Kugugugung. Suddenly, dozens of monstrous creatures began to emerge from all around. Some of them exuded an aura far too sacred to be called mere demonic beasts. Dual abruptly pointed his finger somewhere. "Can you see that place?" Yes. The location Dual indicated was a residential district roughly 500 jang away. There, I've gathered over 2,000 humans. Indeed, a considerable presence of human life could be sensed where he pointed. Most likely, these were family members of the Black Gold Sa clan warriors who operated externally. If you fight me now, I'll sacrifice every last one of those humans. I've methodically poisoned them over time, weakening them thoroughly so they'd make easy sacrifices. A vile smile twisted at Dual's lips. "I've heard your title clearly is Demonic Faction Lord, isn't it? They say you're a compassionate leader who values powerless cult members. If you quietly leave now, go ahead. I won't harm them if you wait." "What?" Dual's mouth, previously flapping, abruptly stopped. "What did you just say?" I smiled while watching his stunned face. "I told you to sacrifice them." "Are you serious? Should I wait until your ritual finishes?" I tilted my head slightly, openly provoking him. Realizing I meant what I said, Dual groaned. "I don't understand. According to our intel, clearly you were yes. For a demonic practitioner, I'm on the softer side. However, in this life, there was one priority above all else: Yura's safety. Her safety took precedence over everything, including moral judgments of good and evil. If you use them as sacrifices to fight me, it'll delay the ritual you're conducting. So, go ahead. I'll wait as long as necessary. If this decision led to the annihilation of the Black Gold Sa clan, I might feel sorry towards Sa Bion, but I would have no regrets." Dual ground his teeth furiously as he glared at me. "You ruthless bastard. You're not bluffing. You truly mean it." "Of course, I mean it." Damn it, conflict flashed across Dual's face. Indeed, normally, he would have sacrificed the clan members without hesitation. But right now, he couldn't casually make such a decision because Heavenly Evil's revival was imminently close. Although he had already taken the souls of dozens of Sa clan members, sneaking a snack and openly raiding the food stores were entirely different issues. Gua, after nearly half a Jeong's worth of agonizing deliberation, do all finally a few thousand humans? It makes no difference. The power I've gathered now is more than enough to deal with you. Ultimately, he abandoned that option. Crack, 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 Chinjuman's body started swelling grotesquely. His once powerful, muscular physique twisted into a horrifying mass of flesh, defiling my sight. You bastard. The sight of a supreme master, who had reached the transcendent demon realm, being corrupted into such a disgusting form was unbearable. Before he could fully transform, I immediately struck first. Whoosh! An unprecedented aura surged forth from my palm. Heavenly demonic divine art, heaven-piercing desolation, apart from the bright net 10 swords I had newly established after reaching the supreme demon realm, there were still some useful techniques from the original heavenly demonic divine art. Especially the techniques taught by Chen Tijung were perfect for fighting empty-handed. Quack 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 wang. In an instant, the swelling lumps of flesh were shredded and bloody scraps scattered in every direction. How dare you? But that single strike wasn't enough to finish him. He swiftly regenerated his body and soared into the sky. His completely transformed figure was now a gigantic black tiger bearing Chinjuman's face. No, to be precise, should I call it a human-faced tiger? I'll kill you. In an instant, dark storm clouds appeared, covering the sky with an ominous red glow. If Gungi, another of the 4 atrocities, was like an impenetrable fortress, Dual felt like an intangible fog. Kwarung, Kwarurung, thunder and storms crashed down from all directions, and the energy of heaven and earth converged around Dual. Impressive. Does he control the weather? It was even more surprising, because I'd never seen a sorcerer so fully embodying the classic concept of storm summoning before. Dual is a descendant of Zhuangsu, who caused the severance of heaven and earth. Although not a dragon, it's not surprising he has dominion over the skies. Based on your description, I was expecting necromancy or corpse manipulation sorcery. Instead, it was purely elemental sorcery, not necromancy or reanimation. Those exist too, of course, but starting directly with pure elemental magic means he's already assessed you as a serious threat. Yeo-myung clicked her tongue softly, continuing her explanation. But even this isn't his full power. This isn't his full strength. He may have changed his appearance dramatically, but that's only superficial. His essence remains that human, Chinjuman. He's merely outputting power at the maximum limit his human body allows. There's no way a direct subordinate of heavenly evil would be limited to just this level. Therefore, you must kill him decisively now, before he unleashes his true strength. Understood. Facing him, I slowly drew out the 10 heavenly record immortal sword. Since reaching the supreme demon realm, though I had used sword techniques before, this was my first time wielding the 10 heavenly record immortal sword. Seurung. With a clear metallic sound, the emerald green sword reappeared once again in the world. Then what's this? Suddenly, visible wariness appeared distinctly in the eyes of Dual, still bearing Chinjuman's face. Who's standing behind you now? Well, who could it be? Clearly, some sort of arrangement existed within the 10 heavenly record immortal sword. I had spent considerable time trying to uncover it, yet I only confirmed it responded slightly to Gungi, another of the 4 atrocities, without knowing the exact conditions for activating it. Initially, I wondered if the qualifications required were something other than martial prowess. But that wasn't it. It simply meant even the transcendent demon realm wasn't sufficient to meet its conditions. Only after reaching the supreme demon realm did all secrets within the 10 heavenly record immortal sword unravel, and I finally understood Senior Brother's arrangement. And alongside that arrangement appeared not just one. 6. With the awakening of the 10 heavenly record immortal sword, Dual's spiritual vision immediately identified something behind me. 5 clearly male figures, and 1 masked figure whose gender couldn't be discerned. Those 6 silhouettes had appeared behind me. This is a bit amusing, or perhaps it's only natural. What nonsense are you saying? At Dual's words, I gave a bitter smile and responded quietly. Because this sword was never meant for me to begin with. Chapter 435. Dual 2. Until when do you plan to humiliate me with your incomprehensible nonsense? Dual was furious. As if responding to his emotion, a black thundercloud unleashed a deafening roar. Black annihilation thunder, flash, rumble. Black lightning surged across Golden Thunder Demon Peak's entire expanse. The thunder strike, clearly of power far beyond human caliber, crashed into the earth. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the surrounding area burst into flame. Smoke billowed up from every direction. The force of his black thunder was more significant than expected. Had I not consciously erected a protective barrier, I would have taken serious damage. Yet for some reason, I sensed something complex and artificial in that lightning. As if a combination of more than dozens of types of Jing, something only detectable from beasts that indiscriminately pillage other martial energies. I quickly realized why. He stole the brain chi from the Saha warriors. What came to mind first was the direct lineage technique of the Black Gold clan, Chinyu Divine Thunder Demonic Art. Even without that, the Hyukjiam clan was famous for thunder-based kung fu. Among their core warriors, many surely mastered high-quality thunderstrike techniques. Spiral Weave Thunder. This time he targeted me precisely, summoning spiraling lightning. That wasn't all. Necrotic Tremor. Evil chi-infused true lightning from Dual merged with the spiral, striking in tandem. Quack, 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 quack. Black lightning formed pillars, relentlessly hammering me. The shock waves shattered parts of Golden Thunder Demon Peak's terrain. Ha ha ha, how could a mere person made of flesh withstand this? Just char and vanish. The moment it hit, the absolute firepower capable of erasing even an exalted master emerged. It wasn't quite divine art that bent the world's lawsput that was Dual's specialty. Black evil tremor, which stretched known laws to their extreme. Dual was convinced the enemy had blackened and died upon impact. Black evil tremor, bound by numerous limitations, was stronger in pure firepower than many divine arts. But oh, crackle, pop. When necrotic tremor subsided, my body, chillingly blackened, was revealed. Acrid smoke drifted from my entire form, but sparks of residual lightning flickered across me. Expected though it was, what surprised Dual wasn't that you're alive. You've got damn luck. But your life will soon reach its end. A strange sensation crept through my body, and Dual cocked his head in confusion. What's that glow in your flesh? Usually, flesh struck by black evil tremor would not exhibit such sheen. But instead my skin was smooth, like a finely polished gem it's not charred. As Dual realized the truth, his eyes widened. Bright net ascending to heaven thud. A colossal pillar, originating from the heavenly record immortal sword, rammed through, ripping open Dual's abdomen. Kaya, taken by surprise, Dual screamed. Normally, even when ambushed, he would quickly begin repairing his body with rapid regeneration, but his ray regeneration. For some reason, the energy that penetrated his wound was interfering with regeneration. Could this be the power of the Earth Sage? Memories of a severe defeat 1,000 years ago resurfaced vividly. No way. To manifest the power of a demon sword to this extent. Ignoring the confused Dual, I flexed my hand around the heavenly record immortal sword. Indeed, one needs at least the Bright Net 10 sword technique to reliably hinder regeneration. At this level, it will work even on that palace rat. How are you still alive within that thunder? I let the corners of my blackened mouth twitch. Asura God Stage 3, Demon Sky God. The third stage of the Asura God, from the Machinjin family's ultimate secret art, was essentially a kind of spirit embodiment granting near-complete freedom within physical force alone. If you intended to kill me, you should have used divine art, even if weaker, at least a highly refined transcendental weapon. What? If it were the Earth Sage body, I might be able to block divine sorcery, but my Earth Sage body is still incomplete either way. You no longer have a chance. Transcendent Technique Hearts, Path Transcending Resentment, a sword levitation technique that surpassed space, lodged itself squarely between the brows of the one wearing Chinjumun's face. Kyug, what is this? Heart's Path Transcending Resentment, an inevitable strike that completely disregarded all limitations of time and space. Is that the monster's technique? Yurei slow to catch on. Gungi realized it quite quickly. Was it because Hidi suffered less relatively? A drawback of Heart's Path Transcending Resentment when unleashed from the transcendent demon realm was that too much power was consumed in transcending space, thus its actual destructive power was low. However, now that I had broken through the limits of output, I could unleash the full potential of Heart's Path Transcending Resentment. Kyuag, riding along the blade of the 10 heavenly record immortal sword, another current of energy surged into the enemy's brow. Death King's true chi black darkness turning wheel the energy of Salma. So Jiang, which I named Death King Chi, began to pierce through Dual's brow. Dual screamed, resisting with all his might against the energy of death that was drilling into his bones. What are you all doing? Stop him. Dual's subordinates, who had been recovering from the aftershocks of the lightning strike, rushed toward me all at once at that command. But no matter how many of them there were, they could never match me. Warak, above the black gold light, a pure white flame blazed to life. I took a stance and initiated the starting form of my blade technique. Sacred blade, bright net, thousand loves, sword levitation technique. No. 1,000 levitating blades surrounded me and the enemies like an arena. Die. The sacred blade's unique energy of evil banishing began to dance, and the flying swords tore through Dual's subordinates rushing at me. In an instant, blood and flesh sprayed across my field of vision. All the various poisons those bastards harbored erupted at once, but none could affect me. Having ground down Dual's subordinates in a flash, I immediately charged toward the suffering Dual. How dare a mere human? Crack, crackle. Dual shed the visage of a human-faced tiger and began reverting to the grotesquely swollen mass of flesh from before. I shall confront you with the full might of me, one of the four atrocities, Dual. Was he aiming for mutual destruction? His sorcery and physique were rapidly amplifying to a level far beyond before. However, I sensed a discrepancy between his words and the intent leaking from his sword intent. He's planning to abandon his body and flee. Yeo-myung must have sensed it too, as she quickly warned me. No matter how strong you are, it's hard to capture a spirit body that's fleeing, unless you've mastered capture-type divine sorcery. Divine sorcery, as someone ignorant of sorcery, there was no way I could use divine sorcery, which belonged to the realm of transcendence. However, there's exactly one thing I can use regardless of my sorcery attainment. Gathering my index and middle fingers, I pointed toward the fleeing Dual and murmured lowly, "Divine sorcery." A massive amount of energy drained from me, to the point even I found it burdensome. Dozens of gigantic wolf fangs manifested to devour Dual. How can you use that sorcery? Dual instantly recognized the sorcery I had activated, but it was already too late. Original sin of devouring flowers. Yeo-myung's divine sorcery, original sin of devouring flowers. The power of gluttony, which devoured everything, combined with an inevitable effect, engulfed Dual's spirit body. A dilapidated house in a remote corner of the Cheon clan. In the backyard of that house was an entrance leading underground. Now, fewer than 5 people in the world knew that a massive laboratory once existed beyond it. The entrance to the lab was sealed by a nearly 3-foot-thick iron door, and even within the divine cult, only a rare few could open it by force. Before that very door, one of those rare few, a young scholar, exerted his strength toward it. Creak! With a sound like a giant mass of iron being pushed aside, the door opened, and Jin Yeomyung, the 31st prospective cult leader of the heavenly demon divine cult, stepped into the inner chamber of the laboratory. You've come, from within the darkness where no one should have been, came the voice of an aged man, hoarse from long disuse. Yes, First Elder. First Elder of the Council of the 7 Elders. The one who had gone missing after falling victim to Jin Yeomyung's heaven-destroying poison long ago, was now welcoming Jin Yeomyung while seated in a wheeled chair. You've aged quite a bit since I last saw you. Kyul. Even someone like you who lived as if you were the center of the world is finally beginning to feel the ups and downs of life. Jin Yeomyung didn't find those words worth responding to. How is Jecheon? Well, doesn't seem to have changed much. The first elder closed his eyes, his voice trembling slightly. To these old eyes, whether back then or now, he still looks like some grotesque tripe. Right behind the first elder, floating in a massive glass tube, was a human brain. I still can't believe it that this is Jecheon in truth. Even for the first elder, it was his first time seeing a human brain this vividly. No matter how many people the first elder had seen bleed as a demonic practitioner, it was rare to witness a brain in such a clear state without losing one's mind. Jin Yeomyung remained silent, unable to come up with a response. In truth, even he hadn't expected Jin Yeomyung to end up like this. The first elder wheeled his chair closer to Jin Yeomyung. So, this will eventually transform into the legendary Dacheol, one of the 4 atrocities. Most likely, not long from now, and you intend to stop that transformation. That's right. If you were going to complicate things this much, why did you betray Jecheon in the first place? Because I was betrayed. Jin Yeomyung answered without a moment's hesitation. Though he didn't say by whom, the first elder could easily fill in the blank. So, in the end, you never recovered the order, and yet I still don't understand. A sharp glint passed through the first elder's eyes. No matter how thoroughly you were stabbed in the back, you're not the kind of man to be used and discarded so easily. Why did you act so naively? I never acted naively. From that moment until now, I've simply been preparing to make them realize, beyond a doubt, what it costs to betray my trust. I see. So this isn't the end of it. The first elder chuckled briefly before his expression hardened. Let me ask you just one thing. Go ahead. If you quietly obey them now, the seat of supremacy over all will be yours. According to your words, they have no interest in the affairs of the divine cult. So even if its scale diminishes somewhat, in the end, your own century-long kingdom will be complete. You're about to throw all of that away. Not just wealth and glory, but even your life. Jin Yeomyung and the first elder's gazes met in midair. Do you truly have the resolve for that? I never made any such resolve to begin with. What? Whatever happened with the order aside, from the moment she died, their fate was already sealed. From Jin Yeomyung's eyes, the first elder sensed a fleeting glimmer of madness. They will be destroyed. Completely. Chapter 436, Do All, 3 Destruction. First elder let out a faint groan as he read Jin Yeomyung's resolve. I thought you were merely an ambitious man walking a single path, a flame hidden behind those cold eyes, one that burned even his own self. The moment he faced the true nature of that flame, First Elder admitted that he had gravely misjudged Jin Yeomyung until now. Do you have a detailed plan? Do you know what has been the most troublesome thing about them until now? Though it was a counter-question, First Elder answered after careful thought. It must be the tenacious survivability characteristic of their cell-like structure. Exactly. Even when trying to find the root, it's always ended with merely cutting off the tail. Jin Yeomyung lightly tapped his index finger downward, indicating beneath them. But right now, the majority of their forces, including their ringleader, the Grand Heavenly Lord, are all gathered within 10,000 Great Mountain. The enemy, confident in their victory, was boldly crawling into the light. The 10 Heavenly Lords were brazenly showing their faces at the Elder Councilla situation, unimaginable in the past, was now reality. There's nothing easier to stab in the back than enemies convinced of their victory, but their power is no small matter. In the current state, even stabbing them wouldn't let the blade sink in. I am aware. With the divine cult's forces torn to shreds in every direction, there was no way. Especially that pale white monstrosity that fought the cult leader. No matter how many masters of the divine cult attacked, they would only be slaughtered. My role is not to stab them. Then what? Jin Yeomyung fell silent for a moment, then turned sharply and began walking toward the exit. So you're not going to tell me the end of it, huh? Did you know there are 2 ways to make a man angry? Not interested. As First Elder sulked from his failed strike, Jin Yeomyung said coldly, My kindness toward an old man who's lost his martial arts ends here. Don't think of interfering further, just stay hidden and try to preserve your life. I do appreciate you breaking me out and treating my wounds. But First Elder's eyes gleamed subtly. As he looked at Jin Yeomyung's back, he declared, I am still First Elder of the 7 Elders and an elder of the divine cult. As someone concerned for the cult's future, I must know what you're planning. But in truth, this was merely an excuse. What First Elder was truly worried about was none other than considering the true nature of you that I've discovered this time. There's a real chance you might burn both the enemies and the cult together. Halt. Jin Yeomyung's steps halted just before the exit. A long silence passed. Finally, Jin Yeomyung slightly turned his body. On his lips was a faint, inscrutable, bitter smile. Don't worry, that won't happen, you. The moment First Elder saw Jin Yeomyung's face, his own expression stiffened. It was something First Elder had only seen a few times in his long life. That was the face of someone who had resolved to die. Not just with words, but someone who would prove their resolve through action. My war will proceed quietly and very briefly. I'll do my best to avoid harm to the cult members, so please understand my choice, First Elder. Choice. The moment he heard that word, First Elder felt a strange sense of unease. A hypothesis flashed through his mind. Could it be, Myung, are you planning to become a traitor? SSSHHH. Jin Yeomyung turned around once again. With my abilities, trying to become a hero would only repeat the failures of history. If that's the case, then rather, as he stepped through the door, Jin Yeomyung left his final words. I'll be satisfied with opening the path for someone trustworthy. Heavenly flower devouring technique. A divine sorcery of Yeo-myung, it ignored all compatibility and absorbed all power into itself. Of course, he had no need for a bastard's power like that. The only thing that mattered was ensuring the bastard couldn't escape. Oppression twist. Crunch, crackle, Dual's main body began crumpling under the strain of the divine sorcery. Gah! With his escape blocked, Dual let out a scream of unbearable agony. It must have been excruciatingly painful enough that the creature, which had only communicated through spirit speech until now, was forced to speak through Cheon Yura's mouth. I approached the suppressed Dual. If you kill me like this, you will never recover this body again. Are you really fine with that? Perhaps he truly thought he might die, because his speech began to hasten frantically. If you spare me, I swear I'll return the body and soul to him without resistance. A lie. Yeo-myung scoffed and dismissed Dual's words. Once one of the four atrocities has seized a body, there's no way the soul of a mere human remains intact. It's surely been crushed beyond repair. I wanted to deny it, but I couldn't. After the body has been so twisted and defiled, there's no guarantee the soul would be unharmed. Dual, sensing the aura growing colder, screamed at Yeo-myung in fury. Why you? No matter who you are, you cannot fully annihilate me with the stature of a mere food spirit. HMPH. A slight hesitation could be felt in Yeo-myung's tone. If I had my original heavenly flower devouring technique, I could easily devour him, but he's not wrong. At best, I could only seal him now. Of course, with Yeo-myung's weakened power, sealing would be the limit. That is, if we were relying on Yeo-myung's power alone. You're misunderstanding something. What? The reason I used Yeo-myung's divine sorcery was simply to hold you in place. Woong, I gathered the current heavenly demonic divine art and began drawing out a different power. My lower dantian pulsed. An immense transcendental force surged, revealing a completely different pattern of power unlike anything so far. Dual blinked as he saw it. The heavenly demon's power? Even with the same heavenly demonic divine art, its properties and nature differ slightly depending on the practitioner. Though the source may be the same, past successors who reached the supreme demon realm each realized their own answer, causing its nature to differ. But what he was seeing now was none other than the power of the first heavenly demon founder. Until now, I lacked the capability to draw out the essence of this power, but things have changed. How? By fate, I inherited that one's advancement. And it wasn't merely the advancement. Back at Yu family's sacred mountain, I absorbed all of the founder's fragments that the heaven-defying society had been gathering for centuries. Those fragments had been dormant until I reached the supreme demon realm, and only now were they beginning to awaken. Woong, instead of the light of black gold, a thick, slimy black-red energy began to flow like smoke. Simultaneously, an unknown madness surged from within. That madness could not erode my soul, as it was blocked by a vast light, but sensing the blood-red sky, it raged all the more fiercely. And no matter if it's the heavenly demon's power, it shouldn't be this. As he sensed the lingering resonance of the power flowing from my entire body, Dual suddenly widened his eyes. Then, with a tone of disbelief, he spoke. How can the power of heavenly evil be coming from you? The power of heavenly evil? Well, of course. Since you acquired the heavenly demon's power, the power fused with it heavenly evil could also manifest to some extent. And no, it's more than that. Haven't you realized? As if he saw something neither I nor Yeo-myung could perceive, fear began to creep into Dual's gaze. Were you a destined host from the beginning? And no, that can't be. But if not, then someone must have transferred their power to you, or awakened a dormant force. Hey, what kind of nonsense are you babbling? If this is how it is, then the grand heavenly lord's plan Yeo-myung. Rumble. Suddenly, Dual's power began surging explosively. What? This wasn't a hidden power being released. It was like a martial artist invoking innate chi with death in mind. He too was detonating the power of his origin, ready to vanish. That wasn't all. Unbothered by the destruction of his own consciousness, he began drawing in all surrounding energy to break free from the restraints of heavenly flower devouring technique. This lunatic. Yeo-myung was aghast at Dual's sudden desperation. If you struggle like that, there will be no recovering from the aftermath. I don't know what you saw, but this is a choice that benefits no one. Shut up. Ignoring Yeo-myung's warning, Dual poured everything he had into unleashing his power. In an instant, his form began to swell into that mass of flesh I had first seen. This is bad. At this rate, the barrier deployed by the Illusion clan would be shattered immediately, and the entire situation here would be broadcast across all of 10,000 Great Mountain. That's when it happened. Pop. Suddenly, the creature's swelling side burst open. No, to be precise, it didn't explode rather. A human hand had thrust itself out through the gap. Could that be? Crack. This time, with a sound of something tearing, another arm burst from the opposite side. Just as I grimaced at the grotesqueness of the scene beyond description, this guy, he's reclaiming his consciousness. Annoying. The face of Chunjumun, which had until now been part of Dual, finally opened its mouth with the voice I remembered. Crack, crock, the swollen mass of flesh peeled away like hardened scabs. You bastard, how dare you? A mere human, how dare Yaowu? I said, be quiet. Dual's voice began to fade, as if being sucked away somewhere. And from where all the flesh had fallen off, Chunjumun's fully human form burst out naked and intact. Yorang was astonished at the sight. Unbelievable. He managed to preserve his soul? Did the strain from forcibly drawing out that power create a crack? Probably. But it's also true his soul has become a rag, so he'll reach his limit soon. Even now, there's a fierce struggle for control happening inside him. Whatever the reason, I never expected to reunite with him like this. Chunjumun, who had been squirming on the ground for a moment, slowly got up. With his characteristically hollow eyes, he looked at me and spoke weakly. It's been a while. Yes, it has been a while. How long has it been since I lost consciousness? It's been at least over a year. I see. A look of regret surfaced on Chunjumun's face. Drip. Then, suddenly, blood began to flow from his 7 orifices. Don't make a fuss. This is just a brief moment of clarity before the end. The end, he said. I've ended up burdening Yeo-myung. I've only dragged down his plans. If possible, I would have liked to give my head to Byok Chanun or Myung-o, that would have been better. Unexpected words. But for me, they were also somewhat moving. You feel guilt toward Guchil? Chunjumun showed me a faint smile for the first time. I've never regretted what I did. But guilt, I've kept a piece of it buried in my heart. Tell Byok Chanun no, tell Guchil. Unexpected words flowed from Chunjumun's lips. From now on, he is the next Grand Lord of the Demonic Ghost Execution Squad. Chapter 437. A dagger hidden behind sweet words. 1. You want to appoint Guchil as the next captain of the Demonic Ghost Execution Squad. Are you saying you'll give it to Guchil because I won't accept it? Those people will become puppets of Yeol-myung and his ilk anyway, thoroughly reduced to expendables. In that case, it's better for them to be under your command. I let out a small laugh at his drawn-out words. You're using tricks, which is unlike you. HMPH, does it look that way? It's too blatant. That was no different from hiring me to kill White Ghost Commander Yeol-myung. In the past, I would have snapped at him to look after those he'd already killed. But since it was his final moment, a little mercy wouldn't hurt. Well, fine. I'll take the Demonic Ghost Execution Squad under me. After all, I'll need more than a few people to rebuild the collapsed divine cult. Yes, thank you. Buwang, when Chunjumun stretched out his hand, a dazzling sword flew in from the surrounding debris. Judging by the energy, which wasn't particularly exceptional compared to the decoration, it seemed like a sword used by the warriors of the Imperial clan. It's not comparable to you, but thanks to the grace of the cult leader, I was able to acquire at least a portion of the Heaven-Slaying Strong Chi. Heaven-Slaying Strong Chi was a martial art that didn't allow entry to those deemed unworthy. However, Chunjumun was recognized by the former cult leader and was allowed to learn the Heaven-Slaying Strong Chi from him. Hwaruk, the black-blue Heaven-Slaying Strong Chi I had seen before, climbed up the sword's blade. At a glance, its color resembled Master's sword, but unlike Master's sword, which flowed like a majestic stream, this one burned much more freely. Puck. Without hesitation, Chunjumun stabbed the sword into his own heart. You bastard, are you insane? Inside Chunjumun, Dual began a frenzied outburst. Not stopping at stabbing his own heart, Chunjumun began driving his entire body's vital acupoints into overdrive, pushing his body towards self-destruction. KQJUJUK, his veins burst all over his body. Chunjumun's heaven-slaying strong chi steadily began driving his body to irreparable collapse. Just when Dual, unable to endure it, tried a second escape. Finish it. At Chunjumun's words, I nodded and placed the blade edge of the heavenly record immortal sword to his glabella. Transcendent martial technique, Heavenly Demon's Dominion as pressure, was applied simultaneously from within and without. Dual's ghostly soul began to crumple. You foolish bastard. Though he had failed in this era, whether it be 1,000 or 2,000 years, as long as heavenly evil existed in this land, he would one day revive. When that day came again, he would thoroughly defile this land. So thought Dual, sensing his long winter slumber approach. No, no, you can't. Where do you think you're going? Huh. For a moment, he doubted his eyes. At some point, 6 human phantoms had appeared around him. They all simultaneously reached out and began pulling in Dual's dispersing soul. W8, who the hell are you? Dual was horrified as he realized who they were. Those who, 1,000 years ago, had overwhelmingly suppressed him and the other 3 of the 4 atrocities. Sorry, but you don't get to sleep. Until heavenly evil is extinguished, Yao'll suffer with us for eternity. Our youngest is suffering so much over there, how could we, as his seniors, just sit back? Their lingering forms all smiled wickedly as they restrained and dragged Dual away. And no. Dual realized it instinctively. The moment he was dragged beyond, it would be the end for him. But he no longer had the strength to shake off these hands. Let's go. The one deepest inside, seemingly their leader, turned around. Nuwuwo. That final scream was Dual's last. And not long after Pashak, as Dual's soul was absorbed into the heavenly record immortal sword, Chinjuman's body turned white and began to crumble into ashes. Pashak, Pasasak. I carefully gathered the remains of Chinjuman, now reduced to powder like cremated ashes. Chinjuman clearly had much more to offer in the future. He could have become the new core of the Chin clan and earned fame as the sword of the divine cult. But he chose to lead the killing ghosts of the demonic ghost execution squad for his entire life, living in the shadows, away from the official hierarchy of the divine cult. At the meaningless death of such a great martial artist, I blankly stared at his remains for a while, and once I came back to my senses, Gu Chil. Don't bother hiding. Come out. Right after I spoke those words, Gu Chil's figure leapt out from the shadows stretched along the long debris. Heh. You never listen even when I tell you to stay out of harm's way. Gu Chil made an awkward face and offered an excuse. But I did carry out the order properly. Well, Gu Chil wasn't the type to act against a direct command. I let out a small sigh as I looked at Gu Chil, who stood awkwardly, glancing my way. I am sorry. Though it wasn't intentional, I ended up resolving your grudge in your place. I slightly bowed my head to Gu Chil. No matter how entangled grudges in the Jianghu may be, taking over someone else's vendetta is generally considered a serious discourtesy. Please don't say that. From Gu Chil came a stiff and serious tone. For a master to resolve a subordinate's matter, if anything, the subordinate should be grateful. Rather, facing Chinjuman with my own skills might have remained a distant dream for the rest of my life. Well, that's true. As I agreed without hesitation, Gu Chil slightly pouted. His eyes conveyed, did you really have to say it like that? Anyway. Gu Chil scratched the back of his head, looking away. When I first met him in this life, he had a shiny, bald head, but now he had grown his hair long enough to be considered decent. When I found out that what happened to the demonic ghost execution squad wasn't the captain's doing, most of my resentment faded. Or more precisely, he already knew it hadn't been Chinjuman's scheme. It was just that his aimless hatred, born from personally massacring his comrades, had been directed at him. But now the situation was different. Please allow me to take the head of that bastard Yeo-myung with my own hands. All right, and let me be the one to retrieve the demonic ghost execution squad that's gone astray. At that moment, a fairly solid structure formed in my mind. What if I appointed Underworld King's unit to So Soryu, the demonic ghost execution squad to Myung-o, and made Gu Chil the overall captain? It would form a pretty good competitive dynamic, like the left and right guardian lions of the law enforcement hall. That's for later. You heard what Chinjuman said. I won't interfere in your path any further. Handle it as you will. Yes. Well, anyway, since you're here. I pointed past the completely devastated site toward the inner area. Go catch Sa Bihwen. He's probably hiding nearby. To restore the Black Gold clan to its rightful state, Sa Bihwen must be killed, and that by Sa Bion's own hand. Yes. With that, Gu Chil received the order and dashed off. Now then, I opened both hands and drew up the heavenly demon divine art. In one hand, the power of black red. In the other, the power of black gold. The power of heavenly evil. I don't feel anything particularly strange, though. The main body agrees. Seems like that bastard Dual was spouting nonsense. Unless Yeomyung was lying, this was definitely odd. He's the most perceptive among the 4 atrocities. He might have seen something not apparent on the surface. That's possible. I closed my eyes and slowly began focusing on my inner consciousness. Indeed, the moment Dual reacted to the power of heavenly evil was when I drew upon the power of the heavenly demon founder. The moment the power of the heavenly demon founder manifested, my consciousness slowly sank beneath the surface. There must be someone who influenced my power. I sent a strong intent toward the power of the heavenly demon founder. Reveal yourself. The heavenly demon divine art condensed in the lower danshan began to take form under the intent I sent. And before long, two people, the materialized heavenly demon divine art took the form of two human figures. One was, as I had somewhat guessed, the divine maiden Han Yong whom I had encountered in the seal sphere of the grand heavenly lord brought by the Hwan clan. And the other, unexpectedly, why are you? A woman with sharper features than Yura, Lady Cheon Yura, at the summit of soaring Demon Peak. With the cult leader's enthronement ceremony approaching, Jin Yeomyung was summoned by someone. You might wonder if there was anyone who could command the soon-to-be cult leader, a position second to none. Unfortunately, in the heavenly demon divine cult, the position of cult leader was one where the phrase second to none held true. It's been a while, clan head, or should I say cult leader now? Jin Yeomyung did everything he could to maintain his expression at the sudden summons of the Grand Heavenly Lord. Behind the Grand Heavenly Lord, the sixth Heavenly Lord glared fiercely in his direction. What have you called me here for, Grand Heavenly Lord? The Grand Heavenly Lord, in the form of a beautiful woman, smiled softly. Oh, it's nothing much. Just wanted to hear your esteemed opinion regarding an obstacle that must be cleared before the great event. As expected. It was certainly due to the policy to widen the battlefront that she had called him. I understand the cult leader's intentions to some extent, but there is one critical flaw. I'd like to hear your opinion. She took something out from her bosom. The moment he saw what the Grand Heavenly Lord had taken out, Jin Yeomyung nearly failed to control his expression. Something black and shaped like a seal. The Heavenly Demon Seal. Exactly. One of the heavenly demon divine cult's sacred treasures, symbolizing the authority of the heavenly demon. He had suspected it might be so, and indeed, the Grand Heavenly Lord had not overlooked the existence of the heavenly demon seal. Without a change in expression, Jin Yeomyung said, "If you've brought it to give it to me, I'll gratefully accept it. Even if it's said to be useless, it's still one of the cult leader's sacred items." Fufu, the Grand Heavenly Lord gave a subtle smile and instead asked, "Giving it to you isn't the problem. But if that bastard is after this, then what will you do?" "Naturally, I'll protect it with my life, but it should hold no particular meaning for him." The smiling expression of the Grand Heavenly Lord turned slightly cold. "Are you being sincere right now, KQ-juk?" In an instant, a pressure surged from the entire body of the Grand Heavenly Lord, and Jin Yeomyung nearly dropped to his knees. But he desperately withstood the pressure and said, "Yes, I am sincere. That belongs to the Jin clan. Even if someone bearing the surname Jin takes it, it's meaningless." The Grand Heavenly Lord stared intently at Jin Yeomyung's face for a long while. "Are you truly thinking that, or are you just trying to muddle through? I don't understand what you mean." At Jin Yeomyung's shameless response, the Grand Heavenly Lord gave a faint scoff. "Well, fine. Sangdo?" "Yes, master." The sixth Heavenly Lord, who had been standing behind, answered respectfully and stepped forward. He hadn't paid much attention to him earlier, but now he saw the sixth Heavenly Lord was holding something long wrapped in silk. The Grand Heavenly Lord gave a subtle smile with her eyes. "Take it all." The moment he received the silk bundle from the sixth Heavenly Lord, Jin Yeomyung realized its true nature was a sword. When he unwrapped the silk, what appeared before Jin Yeomyung's eyes was the heavenly demon divine sword, none other than the sacred item of cult leader Cheon Yura. Chapter 438. A dagger hidden behind sweet words. 2. Heavenly demon divine sword. A sacred artifact representing the heavenly demon divine cult and a symbol of the cult leader, this sword had been gifted by Cheon Taejang, who had discarded the constraints of weaponry, to Cheon Yura during her time as the young cult leader. It was certainly presumed to possess the performance befitting a divine artifact, but strangely, its true nature had never been officially revealed. Still, the fact that such an item had been so casually handed over was beyond Jin Yeomyung's expectations. The Grand Heavenly Lord formed a faint smile with narrowed eyes. "Why so hesitant? Are they too heavy a burden for you to bear?" "How could that be? I am always grateful for the Grand Heavenly Lord's grace." Jin Yeomyung knelt on one knee and respectfully received the Heavenly Demon's seal and the Heavenly Demon divine sword. Just as Jin Yeomyung was about to rise, the Grand Heavenly Lord asked, "Aren't you curious about the whereabouts of the former cult leader?" "I am curious." Jin Yeomyung answered immediately. Her life or death hasn't been revealed. Still, I do not think it is my place to ask. If she is dead, what would you do? Even with the continued sensitive questions, Jin Yeomyung showed no sign of wavering. If that's the case, then one of the obstacles blocking my path would have been removed, though I do feel a bit of regret. That's quite a cold response for someone who harbored feelings for the daughter of an unrequited love. Had he not been bowing his head, the emotions he harbored might have been exposed. Jin Yeomyung, who had almost failed to control his emotions for a moment, slowly raised his head and smiled. That's why I can hate her all the more. Who? Half of her blood comes from someone I could never surpass in my lifetime. Was that statement sincere? With that thought, the Grand Heavenly Lord stared at Jin Yeomyung as if piercing through him. But even with eyes capable of reading all things, the Grand Heavenly Lord could not clearly grasp the tightly sealed truth of his heart. Very well. Then, what did you mean by feeling regret? A twisted smile crept onto Jin Yeomyung's lips. To turn that child into a puppet, I spent a lifetime scheming through the heavenly thunder core. It's rather regrettable that she died before the results could come to fruition. Even if the cult leader's position has now fallen to you, if my plan had gone as intended, I would have obtained power surpassing the cult leader anyway. More importantly, letting her live and suffer until the end might have been a more perfect revenge than an easy death. The Grand Heavenly Lord rested her chin and stared intently at Jin Yeomyung for a while. Then she withdrew her gaze and waved her hand. You may go now. I'll see you at the enthronement ceremony. Jin Yeomyung bowed once again. Having the Grand Heavenly Lord grace the ceremony would be the greatest honor of all. With that, Jin Yeomyung left with the Heavenly Demon Divine Sword and the Heavenly Demon's Seal. Master, that one cannot be trusted. May I ask why you handed over a sacred artifact of the demonic cult? Are you saying I made a rash decision? And no, not at all. It's just to my foolish mind, it seemed like too generous a reward, and perhaps you're worried that those sacred artifacts might fall into the hands of Jin Yeomyung? Yes. The Grand Heavenly Lord chuckled at the Sixth Heavenly Lord's concern. Of course, I didn't hand them over without any safeguards. Ah, as expected. Still, I am curious to see what choice he'll make in the end. The unexpected remark made the Sixth Heavenly Lord's expression harden. What do you mean? The Heavenly Demon Divine Sword and the Heavenly Demon's Seal, they're indeed dangerous if they fall into his hands. The Heavenly Demon Divine Cult might end up entirely in Jin Yeomyung's hands. Then why? Still, in the current state of affairs, those sacred artifacts alone won't shift the tide. The Heavenly Demon Divine Cult was bound to disappear from history before long anyway. If so, it was better to make useful use of it. I didn't detect any lies in his tone. If he really is the ambitious man that Jin Yeomyung described, his reaction was exactly what one would expect. And yet, it's that he responded too well. Jin Yeomyung's response was neither excessive nor lacking, it was perfectly measured. That very fact only fueled the Grand Heavenly Lord's suspicion. In any case, I've tossed enough bait that he's bound to show some sort of reaction. In that case, wouldn't it be better to just eliminate him? That's also not an option. What better reason is there to gather all the offerings in one place than his enthronement? Ah! Indeed, Jin Yeomyung's enthronement would draw countless individuals scattered across the 10,000 Great Mountain, whether ally or enemy. Either way, I am looking forward to it. I wonder how that one will move. At that moment, the Grand Heavenly Lord suddenly turned her gaze somewhere. Don't you agree, Eighth Heavenly Lord? The figure referred to as the Eighth Heavenly Lord did not answer and silently held his place. I still suspect you just as much as I do Jin Yeomyung, you know. Are you going to remain silent to the end? I don't really mind. Just know that being a bystander in this situation only deepens my suspicions. The reason you were allowed to join us is similar to that of Jin Yeomyung just now. The Eighth Heavenly Lord still did not respond. Unlike Jin Yeomyung, you must remember you can be eliminated at any time if things go awry. Swish. The Grand Heavenly Lord, who had been constantly mocking the Eighth Heavenly Lord, suddenly changed expression and turned her gaze. Master, after staring intently toward the south for a while, the Grand Heavenly Lord spoke with a vicious expression, grinding out the words. Dual is dead. Heavenly Demon Divine Sword and Heavenly Demon's Seal. Having acquired two of the sacred artifacts of the cult leader, Jin Yeomyung silently gazed at them for some time in his office atop the Heavenly Thunder Core. Lord! Jin Yeomyung, who had been watching Jin Yeomyung quietly, could no longer hold back and spoke. Shall I deliver those items to him? Who knows? Jin Yeomyung drew half the blade of the Heavenly Demon Divine Sword. A dark wave of demonic chi and ghostly energy, seemingly able to captivate anyone, flowed along the blade. "Lo Lord, don't worry, it just hasn't recognized me as its master yet." Clack. The heavenly demon divine sword slid back into its scabbard. "There doesn't seem to be anything unusual." "That means it's fine for her to throw these at me now, doesn't it? Perhaps she's even trying to fabricate justification. To fully bring down our cult, Jin Yeomyung, clearly reading the grand heavenly lord's intent, formed a chilling smile. How amusing. I'll gladly walk right into the lion's mouth. For some reason, Jin Yeomyung could not read any emotion from Jin Yeomyung's smile. That very fact terrified her. There was something unmistakable emanating from Hima particular aura, belonging only to those who had made an irreversible resolution. "Ryonga." "Yes, Oriboni." For some reason, the warm tone made her reflexively respond with her old way of address. "Give this to him." The heavenly demon's seal was placed in her hands. But if I slip away with the heavenly demon divine sword too, he'll definitely notice. And the current him doesn't need the heavenly demon divine sword. The previous cult leader, Jin Yeomyung, had bestowed the sword upon Cheon Yura after reaching a certain realm and no longer using it himself, which meant the usefulness of the heavenly demon divine sword applied only before reaching that realm. If he subdued the supreme demon palace without harm, then it's quite possible he stepped into a realm close to the former cult leaders. To have surpassed the transcendent demon realm and reached the supreme demon realm in his 20s, under normal circumstances, it would have been dismissed as nonsense. But Jin Yeomyung was a living witness, had observed for decades just how transcendently monsters beyond genius could grow. Though he did not believe that two such exceptions would appear in a single era in an abnormal era, abnormal individuals may appear. If this major premise did not hold, then all resistance would amount to nothing. Regardless, the grand heavenly lord didn't place much weight on the supreme demon palace as a group. More precisely, he didn't deeply analyze the fact that they had turned to Jin Yeomyung. She'll realize it soon enough. But that brief gap would be the decisive difference in the strategic battle between the grand heavenly lord and Jin Yeomyung. "Once you leave this place, follow Jin Yeomyung's orders instead of mine." Jin Yeomyung's complexion turned pale. "You've suffered much until now." "Oriboni?" Even as her cry bordered on a scream, Jin Yeomyung calmly met her gaze. The will Jin Yeomyung saw in his eyes was resolute. She had come to a painful realization. Having watched Jin Yeomyung over the years, there was no way he would ever withdraw from this choice. After a long silence, she finally spoke in a trembling voice. "You truly are such a cruel man. Even though you know just how deeply I love you, yet still, to the end, how could he not know?" She was from a powerful lineage within the Jin clan, someone with nothing to regret or want for. Yet she had abandoned everything, left the Jin clan, and entered the demonic pavilion where Jin Yeomyung resided. Considering that the demonic pavilion was considered one of the most idle positions even within the 9 demon halls, it meant she had lowered her status by several levels just for one man. "And yet, I'm sorry." Jin Yeomyung slowly bowed his head toward her. "If there is a next life, I promise to look at you instead of her." She had believed that time would heal and bring things back. Because the woman he loved had already become someone else's, she thought, eventually, he would overcome the heartbreak and return to her. But the man she loved was an utterly foolish, stubbornly burning flame. And what could she do? Even if she was disappointed, she had already come too far. Yeomyung, drip, something trickled down from her eyes. A faint cracking sound came from Jin Yeomyung's jawline, but she didn't notice. Holding the heavenly demon's seal in her hands, Jin Yeomyung gave a clasped hands salute to Jin Yeomyung and left. And so, in the now quiet office, Jin Yeomyung spoke toward one side. "Sorry, but you all must now share this fate with me." A voice answered from the shadows. "Of course, Lord. From the beginning, we entered the heavenly thunder core for our cult." They were the true confidants who had endured for decades in foreign lands alongside Jin Yeomyung. Jin Yeomyung gave each of them an order. "Go to the So clan and tell them to prepare to lift the seal." "Yes. Inform the king of Usura as well. He is to join with Jin Yeomyung and come to the enthronement." "Understood. Also convey my word to Pa Sealyung of the Pa clan and to the sword demon of the Ma clan. Tell them to time it well." But the sword demon is still." Jin Yeomyung immediately dismissed the subordinate's doubt. He regained consciousness while the young master of the So clan was out in the Central Plains. Since then, his recovery has been kept a strict secret. "You'll see when you go." "Why, yes, understood. Notify the Jin clan as well. all the 7 elders and the other elders. But do not be too direct, deliver the message as if leaking bits of information. The subordinates, understanding the implication, bowed their heads, and so even the subordinates dispersed. Looking up at the blood-red moon, Jin Yeomyung let out a faint sneer. Now, is everything left up to heaven's will? He briefly asked himself aloud, then shook his head. No, I need no such thing as heaven's will. With my own hands, Il plunged the dagger into his foot. Chapter 439. A dagger hidden behind sweet words 3. There were concerns regarding external threats, but even so, the inner workings of the heavenly demon divine cult moved swiftly. At least hundreds of workers were sweating as they carried stones, masonry, and other construction materials. Hey, can't you bring the materials faster? The workers, conscripted by force, gritted their teeth at the warriors of the Cheon clan who lashed and urged them on from every direction. Damn it, only if those demonic beasts tore off one of their limbs would they shut up. At least they haven't been appearing much lately. Indeed, it's uncanny, almost ghostly. Over the ruins of the heavenly demon pavilion, all labor forces under the Cheon clan had been mobilized to construct a massive building. Its name was Heavenly World Hall. Many noticed the implications of the name and harbored displeasure, but no one dared to speak it aloud. The workers were not only assigned to the Heavenly World Hall. The remaining workers were dragged to the peak of the ascending demon seal to construct a new altar for the enthronement ceremony. Time passed like that, and Jin Yeomyung's enthronement ceremony as cult leader approached just a week away. As if to celebrate Jin Yeomyung's rise to cult leader, the demonic beasts and monstrous creatures that had been attacking the cult members until now vanished as if it had all been a lie. At the ornately adorned entrance of the altar, how curious. An old hunchback and a woman with a pale white expression appeared. I thought by now the faction lord and the clan heads would be clashing fiercely, but it's far quieter than expected. The hunchbacked old man was none other than Wang Garak, who had risen to the position of 6th elder in the Elder Hall through a major restructuring. The 6 clans is oddly silent, while the minor factions hoping for the return of the former cult leader are the only ones acting out more desperately. Perhaps it's because the demonic beasts have grown quiet. The absurd part was that it had only led to more bloodshed within the divine cult. The rebellions of the unaligned factions didn't last long and were all executed by the 10 heavenly lords and the traitors. By the way, I heard that the Black Gold clan has sided with the faction lord. Do you know anything, sister? In the past, news like this would have reached us within half a day, but now it's strangely silent. The woman he called sister, the current 6th elder of the Elder Hall, Gwang Raha Yo-jin, remained silent and avoided answering. Her silence left Wang Garak feeling stifled. Sister, how long do you plan to keep your mouth shut? Even under Wang Garak's prodding, Yo-jin didn't open her mouth. And it wasn't just the matter of the Black Gold clan. Ever since the cult leader changed, Yo-jin had literally stopped all verbal communication. Despite her past contributions, which should have paved a golden road ahead of her, even the position of 3rd elder, which she was originally meant to take, had been stolen by a mere newcomer like the white-faced demon general. I followed sister in betraying the cult. So can't you at least tell me what you're thinking? What direction you intend to take? Even such an almost pleading request was met with silence from Yo-jin. Wang Garak felt a tightness in his chest. He could sense emotions in her gaze, yet she would not express her intent in words, most important means of communication. At first he had understood it as a choice of meaning, but by now he couldn't help but feel resentment. Then it happened. Russell, suddenly she gently embraced Wang Garak, sister. Because he was aged and hunched, it felt like an adult embracing a child, but Wang Garak didn't mind at all. How long had it been since such an expression of affection? He closed his eyes and felt her warmth. After a long silence had passed, a very soft voice flowed into Wang Garak's ear. Run away, sister? That was the last thing she said. Wang Garak stared blankly at Yo-jin's face as she pulled away. But it didn't last long. Being an old veteran, he immediately understood what she meant by telling him to run. Wang Garak let out a dry chuckle. At my age, what more wealth and glory could I possibly run away for? And besides, am I not the lord of the demonic dragon hall? If a hall lord, who's supposed to be responsible for the cult's future, ran away, it would be the utmost disgrace. I came with sister to protect them, after all. Of course, these were nothing more than excuses. Wang Garak's wrinkled, pitiful hand slowly wrapped over the back of Yo-jin's hand. No matter what you do, I'll be with you to the end. Jin's expression slightly softened. 9 Yin Blood Claw. Wang Gerek's alias and signature technique. This martial art, which began by absorbing a massive amount of yin energy and thereby collapsing the balance of yin and yang within the body, had side effects that directly affected the practitioner's physique. That was why Wang Gerek had been a hunchback since youth, and with his grotesque appearance, he had suffered all sorts of contempt and disgrace. Of course, thanks to the powerful might of 9 Yin Blood Claw, he was able to suppress most of the trouble that came his way, but every such incident engraved big and small scars in his heart. And the first person to treat Wang Gerek without prejudice was none other than the woman before him, Jin. Sensing his resolve, Jin smiled with a tear slipping down her cheek. You foolish man, a week passed like that, and Jin Yeomyung's enthronement ceremony was held. As many people had gathered as during Cheon Yura's enthronement, but not a single one dared to even breathe properly, all watching the scene unfold with mouths sealed. In the end, the 6 clans didn't attend from any side. The last surviving member of the Cheon clans, 7 elders, the 7th elder, sighed as he looked down from beneath the altar. An enthronement ceremony that shall never repeat in history. Never once in history had all branches of the 6 clans collectively failed to attend an enthronement ceremony. Though there had been instances where the Cheon clan and 6 clans stood on opposing sides, never had they split so completely like this. At the very least, the Black Gold clan was originally supposed to attend, but the new clan head, Sa Bihwen, had his head cut off by the former young clan head, Sa Byeon, and was hung in the streets of Yunrugak. At first, it sounded like nonsense, but considering the Black Gold clan had yet to show a single trace, it appeared to be true. If the Jin clan is destined to go down with that faction, Lord Bastard, fine. But for even the Pa clan and Ma clan to make such a decision, not even sending messengers, just outright not attending, faint killing intent seeped from the 7th elder's eyes as he paused. Then today, a bloody enthronement ceremony shall be held. Swish swish, dozens of figures descended behind the 7th elder. Each wore a mask, and all were top-tier masters of extreme demon realm level from the Cheon clan who had chosen to cooperate with the 7th elder for the future of the clan. All preparations are complete, 7th elder. How did it go? One of them knelt and reported. Starting with the Divine Ghost Unit leader, all under Cheon Juchun's command have been purged. The 7th elder received the report calmly. Casualties? Tension briefly filled the air. After a moment's hesitation, the masked man bit his lip lightly and reported. The Sword Demon Unit has been annihilated. The 4 Atrocities Demon Unit and the Turning Wheel Demon Unit also lost nearly half. I see. The 7th elder barely managed to hide his dismay. Each of those was among the top tiers even within the 34 demon squads. They were stronger than the annihilated Siamra Blade Unit or the Shinha Sword Unit destroyed by the previous demonic faction, Lord Truly, the pinnacle of the Cheon clan's power. And to lose such forces just to weed out internal traitors. It couldn't be helped. Bastards who dared follow traitors despite being under the name of the Cheon clan. Thanks to the disappearance of the ringleader, Cheon Juchun, they were able to sweep away the confused remnants, but the cost had been far too great. The intelligence network needs restructuring, but that can wait. If we fail today, the Cheon clan is finished anyway. Huo. After a brief breath, the 7th elder opened his mouth to address the assembly. Although we joined hands with outside forces briefly to seize leadership within the cult, we never intended to give up our very inner sanctum. There was no response, but everyone silently agreed. The parasites that dared creep into the heart of the 1,000-year divine cult today, we shall eliminate them all. The 7th elder still didn't like Jin Yeomyung, but that was purely personal emotion. It couldn't take precedence over the greater cause of purging foreign threats. Go, tell the clan headno, the cult leader. Tell him we will begin as well. At your command. Jin Yeomyung sat alone in a temporary hall prepared near the altar. In his hand now was the heavenly demon divine sword, which only the cult leader was permitted to wield, and around his shoulders was the black dragon robe, allowed only for the cult leader. Many would believe he had lived solely for this moment. Not at all. No, perhaps they're right. It wouldn't be wrong to say I lived on, unable to die, just for today and today. No matter the direction, his fate would be greatly distorted. It was then. How do you feel? Grand Heavenly Lord. Jin Yeomyung quickly composed his expression and stood up from his seat. Then, without hesitation, he dropped to one knee toward the entering Grand Heavenly Lord. Please rise. You're about to become a noble figure. I can't have you kneeling so carelessly. The duty of the cult leader of the great heavenly demon divine cult is to kneel before no one, not even before the emperor. But in that duty, only the grand heavenly lord is an exception. At those words, the grand heavenly lord let out a pleased laugh. Ahaha, your flattery really sinks into the heart. I meant every word. Sure. Let's say you did. The grand heavenly lord stood beside Jin Yeomyung with a strange smile. To speak with sincerity is the only way one can stab with sincerity. Twitch. Jin Yeomyung, who had lowered his head, slightly furrowed his brows. Could it be was he found out? Honestly, it wouldn't matter even if he were, but the grand heavenly lord's reaction was quicker than expected. Why? Did something go wrong? Jin Yeomyung, unable to organize his tangled thoughts, began to speak awkwardly. What do you mean? Just what I said. The grand heavenly lord looked at the sword in Jin Yeomyung's right hand. Yura holding the heavenly demon divine sword. As I should. It would be improper for the cult leader's enthronement ceremony to lack the sacred item that symbolizes his authority. Then, where is the heavenly demon's seal? Jin Yeomyung offered the excuse he had prepared. I didn't deem the heavenly demon's seal necessary, so I left it at my residence in the Jin clan's main house. Is that so? Thud. A dull object rolled along the floor. Wasn't it actually meant to be handed over to that Jin Yeomyung bastard? In that instant, Jin Yeomyung realized the source of the ominous feeling that had been tangling his mind. He slightly lifted his head to confirm what the object was. And that object was none other than the heavenly demon's seal, which he had recently sent off in the hands of Jin Yeomyung. The moment he saw it, Jin Yeomyung's pupils widened drastically. A dagger hidden behind sweet words, the grand heavenly lord looked down at Jin Yeomyung and smiled coldly. A phrase often used for someone like you? Thunk. This time, something even bulkier fell before Jin Yeomyung. She was rather skilled. If I hadn't recognized her when she previously spirited away that wench from the Black Gold clan, I might have missed it again. Following the heavenly demon's seal, what rolled up to Jin Yeomyung's feet, this time, was none other than the head of the ghostly demon immortal, Jin Yeomyung. Ah! The moment he saw Jin Yeomyung's severed head, the emotions Jin Yeomyung had hidden so well collapsed all at once. Aarg, Jin Yeomyung, with no calculation or hesitation, drew the heavenly demon divine sword and swung it toward the grand heavenly lord's neck. Chapter 440. The Overturned Heavens 1. I had never been particularly skilled with the sword. But as a master who had reached extreme demon realm, it was no surprise that I could unleash a slash surpassing most first-class swordsmen. Swoosh, the tightly condensed aura stabbed straight toward Grand Heavenly Lord's neck. Yet instead of fear, Grand Heavenly Lord smiled and lifted his chin. Pat! As the air seemed to tear, my sword heavenly demon divine sword cut across her throat. But why are you doing this? Grand Heavenly Lord still smiled, chin raised. All right, I'll give you another chance. Try again. Feel free to pierce me. Go on. Despite her repeated prodding, I couldn't swing the sword. Your true form isn't here. That's correct. A faint sneer appeared on Grand Heavenly Lord's lips. I exist between reality and illusion. Even Jin Yeomyung cannot fully eliminate me in this state. She grasped the blade of Heavenly Demon Divine Sword and pressed it against her neck. Had you properly released Heavenly Demon Divine Sword, you might have dealt some damage, but someone like you had no way of doing that. Slide. Grand Heavenly Lord pushed the blade toward her throat. Yet it passed through as if through a ghost and nothing happened. Ha! To reveal your true intent with such a trivial provocation, your alias, Demon Mind, will envy you. My face twisted in rage. Grand Heavenly Lord picked up Jin Yeomyung's head rolling on the ground. If you had denied any connection till the end, I might have let it slide. What a pity. Kyuk, let it slide, you say. I can't let blood be wasted on such a good day. My laughter deepened. No, if id caused a scene here, those gathered would scatter, right? Flinch. Grand Heavenly Lord's expression stiffened for a moment. You went through the trouble and yet had no attachment to our sect. You never intended to rule it. You planned to swallow the entire sect in a physical sense. Grand Heavenly Lord made a troubled snort. And one more thing. I pointed Heavenly Demon Divine Sword at Grand Heavenly Lord. Even if the you before me is an illusion, the moment you threw Heavenly Demon's seal and Yeomyung's heads, and the instant you held the blade, you were definitely exerting physical force. So, what are you getting at? You are not a mere phantom. You're cleverly hiding your true form. No transcendent being can fully defy this world's laws, even divine arts. The simplest, most obvious hypothesis here is that somewhere in this world your original body exists, or there is a medium anchoring you to reality. The grin left Grand Heavenly Lord's face, replaced by coldness. That damned white monster still hasn't recovered, has it? If you'd brought it, it'd know. The one named Duel who occupied Juman's body must be dead by Jin Yeomyung. The black monster called Gungi doesn't seem to follow your orders much. With uncanny insight, I prodded at Grand Heavenly Lord's weaknesses. The same goes for Dachiel. He seemed to plan reviving Jucheon as a sacrifice, but he's not usable at the moment. In other words, it meant that the forces Grand Heavenly Lord could deploy now were something I could handle. And then strike, crack, kayak. Simultaneously with someone screaming from outside, a fierce storm of demonic chi began sweeping across the pavilion's exterior. Quagwagwagwang pajajijik everywhere was stained with blood, screams of agony echoing. And most of the victims were none other than Grand Heavenly Lord's bodyguards. Jin Yeomyung, a troubled expression appeared on Grand Heavenly Lord's face. Those waiting outside were elite awakened beings among the top tier of strength. Even one or two of them were enough to contend with a Sib Chungun member. That kind of force, even if it was a surprise attack, was swept away this helplessly. Reading the expression on the Grand Heavenly Lord's face, Jin Yeomyung let out a sneering smile. There's no need to be surprised. They all masters have reached the extreme demon realm. Are they the forces of the Chen clan? That's right. Jin Yeomyung declared arrogantly, his face exuding triumph. Today, I will uproot every bit of your forces that have taken root in this 10,000 great mountain and create a world that is truly mine. Not for the cult leader's return? At the Grand Heavenly Lord's unexpected question, one corner of Jin Yeomyung's lips lifted. Why would I do that? Once I drive you out, this world is completely mine. The 6 great demonic clans have already finished their preparations. Today, not a single one of you will be able to leave 10,000 Great Mountain. Jin Yeomyung's declaration of victory. Upon hearing that declaration, the Grand Heavenly Lord fell silent for a while. And then, after a brief moment, it seems you made decent preparations behind my back. The Grand Heavenly Lord shrugged her shoulders and turned around leisurely. What will you do now? Can you stop me from escaping? You can go ahead and purge the forces of the 10 Heavenly Lords and the heaven-defying society as much as you like. They're merely things I've collected tediously over the past 1,000 years, and now that the heavenly time is approaching, they're of little use anyway. Step, step. The Grand Heavenly Lord slowly walked toward the entrance. Even if the ritual is delayed a bit, it's only a matter of time. As long as I fully revive the 4 atrocities, there won't be any power that can stop me. Swish! The Grand Heavenly Lord grabbed the doorknob and smiled lightly. When that time comes, perhaps I'll eradicate the heavenly demon divine cult and blow off some steam. Just as she was about to pull the doorknob from behind came Jin Yeomyung's chilling voice. What did you think I meant by all that? I said the 6 great demonic clans have finished their preparations. For a moment, the Grand Heavenly Lord sensed a hint of unease in Jin Yeomyung's words. What are you trying to say? It means it's not the 5 great demonic clans. What? At that moment, the doorknob the Grand Heavenly Lord had been holding vanished. The sunlight that had been pouring in from outside was blocked, and her vision began to ripple like a mirage. The Grand Heavenly Lord knew all too well what this phenomenon was. Illusion art. This wasn't just a simple trick to blur vision, it was an advanced technique capable of influencing reality itself. There was only one group in the entirety of the Central Plains capable of using such illusion art. Is it the Heavenly Illusion Clan? That's right. The Heavenly Illusion Clan, who had been expelled years ago by Chen Tijang and removed from the 6 great demonic clans. They had revealed themselves once again. Jin Yeomyung, that bastard. The Grand Heavenly Lord's expression twisted into ferocity once again. Knowing who the Heavenly Illusion Clan now served, locating the instigator was as easy as turning over her palm. With the Heavenly Illusion Clan's sorcery, it's even possible to seal you within this place. Jin Yeomyung, and to think you came here hoping to provoke me, bringing only such meager forces. There's a limit to carelessness, you know. Clank, clank, clank. Suddenly, chains shot out from all directions and began to bind the Grand Heavenly Lord's body. Up until now, she had ignored the physical interference of the heavenly demon divine sword, yet now she was caught motionless as if bound by illusion trapped, as if it were a lie. You leech like pests. Even back at the royal palace, you dared interfere with me like this. Among all forms of sorcery, the illusion art wielded by the Heavenly Illusion Clan was akin to a natural enemy for the Grand Heavenly Lord. We may not be able to imprison you forever, but at the very least, we can restrain you until the divine cult's matters are settled. And if, in that time, we manage to find and eliminate your true body, it would be perfect. Jin Yeomyung never finished that sentence. SHK? For some reason, something long and sharp like a human fingernail pierced through his chest. Huh. Jin Yeomyung dazedly lowered his head to look at the object. It was a shabby, wrinkled hand, but he couldn't possibly fail to recognize the distinct yin demonic chi it carried. 9 yin blood claw? Sorry about this, head of the Chen clan. A bitter voice rang out from behind Jin Yeomyung. Elder of 9 yin blood claw? When did you 9 yin blood claw, Wang Garak? He shook his head slowly, wearing a slightly regretful expression. From the very beginning. Even if you used the Bihian stealth technique, for someone of your level to not notice at all, Jin Yeomyung's eyes began to bloodshot. You traitorous bastard. Even if you say so, there's nothing I can do. I have already made my choice. Swish. This time, a woman in pure white garments descended between the grand heavenly lord and Jin Yeomyung. It was the 6th elder, Gwang Raha Yo-jin. Yo-jin and Jin Yeomyung met eyes for a very brief moment. Even if it were Elder Wang, for even you to your path ends here. Did he think the tide had completely turned? Or had he simply given up? Though he still had strength left, Jin Yeomyung didn't struggle further and simply let the strength leave his arms. Nod. Gwang Raha Yo-jin bowed slightly to Jin Yeomyung, then unleashed her ultimate technique at full power. Swoosh, Gwang Raha Mu, one of Yo-jin's ultimate techniques, struck Jin Yeomyung directly. Jin Yeomyung, who had been watching the approaching light with indifferent eyes, Ha-wall murmured someone's name. Slowly, he closed his eyes. The promise that was the final sentence of Jin Yeomyung, the demon gentleman. Crack! The grand heavenly lord ground her heel into the back of the now lifeless Jin Yeomyung's head. The once beautiful face of the priestess, Han Yong, was nowhere to be seen, replaced entirely by a ferocious expression akin to an asura. That so-called venerable Buddha monk too, I don't understand why such worthless things keep getting in my way. The chains that had restrained her body had already disappeared. The sorcerers of the Heavenly Illusion clan who had launched the surprise attack had released their illusion the moment Jin Yeomyung was struck and fled. They had never had loyalty or faith to begin with, so it wasn't surprising. Phew, that was a bit dangerous. Only then did the grand heavenly lord, having vented some of her pent-up emotion, return to her usual relaxed demeanor. Her gaze turned toward Wang Garak and Yo-jin, who were prostrated before her. Still, I didn't expect you two to make such a choice. That was a real crisis back there. I never thought you'd side with me over Jin Yeomyung. Wang Garak responded, still with his head bowed. As I said before, we made our choice, Grand Heavenly Lord. Very well. That choice will make sure you never regret it. To be honest, several questions still remained unanswered. When Jin Yeomyung, consumed by fury, swung his sword at her, the emotion had been explosive, yet the sharpness of the strike was strangely controlled. Compared to his past actions, he had shown an excessive lack of concern over Cheon Yura's whereabouts. And in the final moment, despite all the meticulous preparations he had made, he gave up his life too easily. The Grand Heavenly Lord stared at Jin Yeomyung's corpse once more before turning her gaze away. It shouldn't matter. Whatever arrangements this bastard prepared, they can no longer affect me. Turning her gaze away from Jin Yeomyung, the Grand Heavenly Lord issued a command toward someone. Sangdo. Yes, my lord, what are your orders? The 6th Heavenly Lord, who had been busy preparing for the coronation at the peak of Soaring Demon Peak, replied, Bring Cheon Yura here immediately. The Grand Heavenly Lord had made her decision. Today, we will conduct the awakening rite to heavenly evil.